Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining me for another restful episode of true, scary stories to help you fall asleep. Today, we're going to be doing our weekly compilation of true scary stories. I hope you enjoy them. If you enjoy these stories and you enjoy this channel, make sure that you like, comment, and subscribe to this channel. Only about half of you that watch my videos are subscribed right now. So, if everyone would subscribe, that would be absolutely amazing and would truly help out the channel so much. So, without further ado, lay back, relax, and enjoy these true, scary stories. I feel like this scene traumatized me since I remember it so well whenever I think about fear. The reason this memory scares me till this day is probably because I have yet to discover what animal it was. My closest bet would be raccoons, but the uncertainty is what frightens me so much. That day I decided to push a bit more, and even though I was at a shelter with my trail fam and it was dusk, I just wanted to keep moving and night hike to the closest camp spot ahead. We've been there before. I waited out the momentary rain in the shelter and started hiking moments before it actually got dark. My buddy told me not to drink the water from one of the water sources ahead because apparently there was a factory accident or something contaminated the stream or river. I remember going downhill from that shelter, crossing that stream, and then having to cross a highway that was pretty wide. It had a thickly wooded median strip. At this point, I was ready to pitch my tent anywhere, but the surroundings didn't permit that, so I kept going. I got into a woody section of the trail where everything around my headlamp was pitch dark. The headlamp, by the way, had an issue, most likely because of weak battery. It would dim itself and I would have to reset it. It was enough to see where my next step was going, so I just kept it dim. This is when I encounter a pair of eyes reflecting back at me from the right. Nothing out of the ordinary when night hiking. Could be anything, really. These eyes were medium-sized, 4 to 5 inches apart, roughly 4 feet off the ground. Right next to them were another pair of eyes, but slightly smaller and shorter. My first thought was actually bear cubs, because of the way they acted really reminded me of curious cubs, mesmerized behind their mama. I just let them be and focused on moving forward. And this is when I saw it. 1, 2, 3 more of them, all slightly varying in size, and this time on my left. I grabbed my trekking poke, a clever name I made for a modified trekking pole the size of a steak, and started banging it on a tree. The eyes didn't move at all and just stared back at me. Fine. I kept moving while I banged the passing by trees with my poke. And then as the trail turns right, in front of me I see this line of about a dozen of pair of eyes, all of them just sitting there in the outlines of the trees without moving one bit. This is when the fear started flowing, so I picked up my pace and turned right, ignoring any glare in my peripheral vision. I just stormed the heck out of there. Soon as I was out of that section and I managed to make it to a pond where I stealth camped. Whenever I would tell others about this, they would shrug it off, thinking that I'm probably exaggerating or that it was nothing serious. But experiencing it firsthand all alone, knowing that you're greatly outnumbered, was really scary. I wonder if anyone else has any similar experiences that they can't get out of their minds either. Funny thing, I just realized that my trekking poke died/broke that night while I was using it to climb some rocks shortly after this episode. It was quite an adventurous hike. The man in the red raincoat. I was hiking in New York and made it to this awesome deli, the Appalachian market, in time for dinner. I ate a delicious dinner there while I waited out a rainstorm. The deli was so delicious that I decided I would stealth camp near the road that night. I would get an early start the next morning, fueled by a New York breakfast sandwich and coffee. I crossed the road and found a flat spot to set up near the road, but noticed what looked like a homeless person set up nearby with a hammock and a bunch of stuff everywhere. I decided to keep going and found a flat spot a bit further down trail. A few hours later, I was woken up by a bright light. There was someone outside my tent with a flashlight or headlamp, and they were shining the light all around. I hear footsteps outside my tent. Who would shine their light on someone's tent at midnight? That can't be another thru-hiker, can it? Then I hear a man's voice. Whoever is outside of my tent sounds angry and crazy. What do they want? I hold my breath and hope that they think I'm sleeping. The footsteps stop and the lights shine on and around my tent. Hey, what the heck? The angry voice grumbles incoherently. I start wondering if I should yell and try and scare him away. Should I make a run for it? I have no idea if the crazy man outside my tent has a knife or some sort of weapon. So I sit still and hope and pray that he will eventually leave. 5 or 10 minutes later, I hear the footsteps walking away from my tent, and the light disappears. Finally, I can breathe again. The crazy man is gone, but will he return? I fell asleep for a little while, and then suddenly I woke up feeling uneasy. I turn and look out the half-unzipped rainfly of my tent and notice someone standing outside my tent. Just outside, there is a man with a red raincoat and a gray beard staring at me. He is completely silent, but is staring right at me. I reach to grab my knife, but then realize I don't have one. I blink and look back for the man, but he's gone. Was that just a dream? The next morning, after very little sleep, I wake up and walk back to the deli. On the side of the trail, I notice a man passed out in a sleeping bag. He's wearing a red raincoat. My ex's dad and I had an uncomfortable encounter in 2009 with a raincoat man in the area of Swatara Gap, Pennsylvania, during a week-long section hike. It wasn't frightening for us in the end, though, just really sad. We were less than half a mile from crossing 72, going NB on the Appalachian Trail. Ex's dad stopped in his tracks and motioned for me to stay put. You know that whole subtle eye movement thing you can do to try to get someone to look a certain way with interest? He did that, and I looked off to the left of the trail to see a pretty well camouflaged dugout shelter with this dude just standing beside it, motionless, staring at us. This was roughly a 6-foot-tall white male, very wrinkly face, gray beard, but it was kind of dark towards the roots. He didn't have male pattern baldness. He had kind of a full head of white-gray, dark-rooted hair. He wore an olive-green raincoat, not red. I wouldn't bet anything valuable on my memory of his pants and hat, but I think he was wearing average khaki cargo pants that were way too big for him, held up by something, hopefully a belt. I wouldn't call our experience scary, though, more sad. My ex's dad was a veteran, recognized something in this dude, and they went for a walk to talk about their time served. Ex's dad didn't tell me what exactly the conversation held, and I never wanted to ask. That night, my ex's dad told me before we retired to our own tents that I didn't have to worry about him, if I was. He sounded so sad. Most scared I was on trail was getting to a shelter and running into some religious nutjob who kept harassing my hiking partner and I with tales of fire, brimstone, and biblical judgment. Dude seemed like he was having a full-on psychotic break, which is absolutely not something you want to deal with in the backcountry. It was really unsettling, We'd gotten there late, but we took off and tried to make as many miles as we could before dark. Oh, and I saw a cop pull a gun on some dude who was a fugitive hanging around the trail at Uncle Johnny's. The fugitive and the hiker were tripping sack on mushrooms when it was happening too. It was actually super sad, because the hiker had been sober when he hit the trail, but was allegedly not hiking anymore, and was just jumping around trail, getting messed out of his mind on drugs and booze. My wife and I were overnight hiking on a section that I knew very well. There was a rowdy group at a shelter that we planned on using, and we wanted to get up early, so we ended up using an extremely well-maintained collection of tent sites not far from the shelter, and were pleased with our spot. We waited until well after dark, and no one else showed up like we expected. I was having a rough time sleeping. I'd woken up to the noise of the partiers and was just chilling in the tent while my wife slept. I was getting closer to dozing when a very large buck decided to check out our tent with his antlers. He came right through it. There must have already been a tear or a weak spot. I'm pretty sure he was as shocked as I was that the tent popped/ripped, and scared out of my mind, because I'd never encountered a deer doing something like that in all of my years on the trail. I froze. He froze. My wife continued to sleep because she sleeps through smoke alarms, so this frozen deer wasn't waking her. In the dark, it took my brain a second to really grasp what was even happening. Then, because in the middle of the night in the middle of the woods, nose to nose with a wild animal, I was not thinking at my best. I barked. I barked in his face. He did not move. If he had not been a wild animal, I could have easily given him a good boy pat on the snout. It didn't seem like a good idea at the time, and I just had to wait him out until he slowly removed himself from the interior of the tent and walked quietly off into the night, showing no sign of being spooked. When we ran into the partiers the next day, they told us that he had visited them as well and just stared at them for a while before moving on. My wife woke up the next morning and was genuinely confused about what happened to the tent. I had really thought about messing with her and telling her that she slept through me fighting off a bear or a bobcat or something, but the truth was too irresistible. The first couple of bears I saw on trail ran away when they noticed me, just like you expect a bear to do. When I got to the Shenandoah, I noticed that the bears were so used to people that they didn't really run. They would just saunter off a short distance, sit down and watch you pass, but they always seemed to go just far enough that you couldn't get a good picture. Well, heading into Skylands, trying to make a breakfast buffet, I saw a bear not far from the stable. When I passed, this bear didn't seem to go as far as previous bears. Being a moron, my first thought is maybe I can get a picture. So I stop, turn around, and reach up into my lid to get my camera. The bear interpreted something about this combination of actions as a threat. It stomped one foot, and then came towards me with a couple of quick steps. Everything they tell you about looking big and standing your ground against a bluff charge went right out of my head. I shrank down small, turned away, and walked down the trail without running or looking back. I would like to tell you that I made a reasoned decision to appear not to be a threat, but there was no thought process. Right or wrong on my part, the bear must have been more bluff than charge, because I managed to walk away. Any thoughts of hitting second breakfast evaporated. I sat down in the lodge lobby, nursed a cup of coffee, and collected myself a bit. My dad and I were camping next to the Elk River, sharing a tent at the time. We set up camp in a small field next to the river and called it a night. My dad slept with earplugs. I did not. I woke up to something right outside the tent, right by the flap where our bags were. I heard loud snorting and thought hogs. I woke my dad. He sat up to listen, but of course no sound. He goes back to sleep and it starts again. I shake him awake again and no sounds. This time he goes back to sleep without his earplugs. Well, the snorting came on his side of the tent and he shut up quick. I stick my head out but saw nothing. No tracks. Our food bag was untouched. It took a long time to get back to sleep, but we learned later that it was likely a deer. My dad swears that he saw Ollie or whatever the little boy was named who supposedly haunts that one shelter, but I forget which. During my through hike, I had planned to get off the trail around Waynesboro, Virginia for a wedding in Shenandoah. I had a friend hike with me for 5 days out of Damascus, which we did 15-mile days. Then I picked up the pace to make it in time. I needed to average about 23 miles per day or something like 12 days to make it. Started with 29 and 28-mile days and averaged 23 for a 4-day push to Pearisburg. Then needed to repeat that to Daleville. But I slowed up and got there a day late. It was shortly after that I found out that the wedding was a day earlier than I had thought, so I was 2 days behind. I decided to get off at Buena Vista Island, which I had not wanted to do since I had stopped there during a section hike. So cut to Friday, the day before the wedding. I hiked into Glasgow for lunch, and a small resupply to get me through the night. I pack out half the pizza and begin to walk big uphill into the heat of the day. I chugged all my water by the top of the mountain, where I had decided to camp, so I needed to hike on to the next shelter, Punch Bowl. I had signal for what would be the last time, so decided to book my rental car from Enterprise and request a pickup from the road where the trail comes out. Declined. Pick a time when the store is open. Check the hours. They close at noon on Saturdays. Well, crap. I text my girlfriend the situation and begin to hike downhill losing signal. Make it to Punch Bowl and run down with just my bottle and filter for water. Didn't bring my headlamp and it's getting dark quick. I ran back up the trail and got to my pack. Took out my headlamp and kept hiking into the night. I only did maybe 3 miles and then had to look for a stealth spot to camp. I finally found a small, flat spot barely big enough for my tent right off the trail by like 2 feet. I threw up my tent and wasn't even hungry from dehydration. So I went to hang my food, smelly pizza included, from a tree, but I was looking for a suitable limb for like 10 minutes with no luck. Eventually I said screw it and threw my food into a tiny branch about 8 feet off the ground. In the tree right across the trail from my tent, maybe 10 feet out my front door. Go to sleep and wake up at 4 a.m. to large footsteps beside my tent. Probably not human because it was coming from the woods, not the trail. I shuffled my sleeping pad to scare it off. It just froze for a second, then kept wandering closer. All the deer I had seen were super skittish, and this creature was not, so I assumed it was a bear. I make as much noise as possible, and it detours a wide berth around the side of my tent. So I play some music from my phone while packing up loudly. Music ends and I hear nothing. I peeked out. Nothing. I pack up my tent while singing loudly, grab my food bag and hike off down the trail. I never ended up eating that pizza either. My friend and I were on Breakneck Pond in Harriman fishing. We were in the middle of the lake on a metal boat. It started pouring, so we went onto the tree line to the end of the lake, so lightning didn't screw us up. These kayakers asked us for help immediately after we got on land. My friend said that's your problem, but then I said I'll help real quick. It seemed to be a couple. They were oddly nice, but seemed like they had some good hiking experience and what to do in hazards. So they claimed shelter was a half-mile going away from the campgrounds, so we decided to follow. I got a weird feeling as this skinny guy walked behind me, almost like he was going to blindside us with a knife, and his spouse was leading the group. So it then started hailing, then it got really painful. We were getting destroyed by dime-sized hail balls coming at a 30-mile-per-hour fall rate. I was really desperate to find shelter. Then I realized my friend and I were following random strangers into the woods. I knew those campgrounds like the back of my hand, so I finally realized that camp group didn't add cabins to the end of the pond. I got my friend and said, "Let's go the other way." They tried to get us to come back, but I refused. My gut feeling could have saved us from getting knifed by two strangers. We got back on the boat after the hail stopped, and the strangers were nowhere to be seen. The only kind of creepy thing that I happened on the Appalachian Trail was at Abingdon Gap Shelter, just before Damascus. It was a cold night and it had rained all day. It was also a new moon. I got out of my tent, probably around 10 p.m. to pee, and the fog was so heavy and with no moon. I lost sight of my tent after walking about 5 feet away. It just disappeared into the dark fog. Luckily, the stake strings were reflective, so I could still find it. But the thought of not having my headlamp and getting turned around was scary. It got down to like 30 that night, and I woke up to my tent covered in snow. Another incident that wasn't creepy as much as it was dangerous. There was this couple at a shelter in North Carolina. Randomly, they just started fistfighting, like full-on brawl. Then she started yelling at him that she was going to call the FBI and tell them where he was, and that he knows he has federal warrants. They did it again in the morning. Turned out he was armed, which I didn't know at the time. If I had, I probably would have moved on, because felon with a firearm with violent tendencies is a bad recipe. I was in northern Mass just about a day or so from crossing over into Vermont. It was a bright, clear day, and I was on a long straight stretch of pines with no real hills to obscure my sight. About 100 yards ahead of me, I noticed a guy with an old-school giant framed pack and short 70s style gym shorts. Kinda peculiar, but not really surprising. He was stopped on the trail, turned around, saw me, then walked off the left side. When I got to where he was standing, I looked out to where he went and saw nothing. The trees were thin and spread out, kinda reminded me of the Pine Barrens, so it was definitely strange. Never saw him again for the rest of the trail. I'm sure it was just a random guy out section hiking, but his pack and clothes really made my imagination run wild. I also heard stories about a ghost in that particular area, but not sure if they were just telling me that to mess with me after the fact. Also, just past the ferry in Maine, I had a dog-sized black cat dart out in front of me on the trail. Looked it up when I got home, and there's an actual news story on what I saw somewhere else in New England. Still no idea of what it was. Maybe a Maine Coon. Cool to see it, though. A family friend, while on her through hike, was brutally murdered at a shelter in Virginia. Years later, on my first through hike when I walked into Petersburg, I was shocked to find out that he had just been released from prison. 15 years for a double homicide. One of my first backpacking trips, I ran into an obviously homeless guy during lunch and chatted with him. He seemed to be on some kind of stimulant and kept trying to offer me drugs. After quickly finishing my food and making small chat with him, I dipped, assuming I wasn't going to see him again because he was nobo and I was sobo. I stopped again shortly after lunch because I didn't get a chance to smoke a bowl. He showed up and sat with me. I noticed him following me all day, and we ended up at the same camp area that night. After he went to sleep, I took down my tent and hiked another mile or two in the dark, which I attest at being why I didn't come out of the encounter injured or robbed. This experience is also why I don't understand at all why so many men are ignorant as to how dangerous backpacking is for women. My first through hike, southbound, I completed mostly with my best friend, but the creepiest thing happened during a short week or so when I was alone on the trail. My brother had picked me up for a few days to go hang out with my family and dropped me off solo in Dalton, Massachusetts. I went to the first shelter out of town to take a snack break, and there was a guy there who seemed to be cleaning out/up the shelter. I asked him a few questions, and he didn't really answer any of them and just seemed kind of weird. I thought it was odd, so I decided not to get a snack and continued to the next shelter. Here, I met a couple of guys who informed me that the Upper Goose Pond cabin was still open, and that if you stayed there, the caretaker would make you free pancakes. This sounded amazing, and I figured it was closed. Knowing that it was open, I decided to camp at this shelter with these two and had a great night. I slept in the next day, as I didn't have too long of a day to get to Upper Goose Pond. I packed up my tent and was eating a Pop-Tart when I noticed an odd movement in the woods. I looked up, and about 50 yards out is this weird guy from yesterday's snack break, hiding behind a tree with a freaking knife in his hands. Needless to say, I got up and moved as quickly as possible to Upper Goose Pond cabin. I'm hoping he was just doing some whittling, waiting for me to leave, and was likely a local homeless person looking for anything in the shelters another hiker might have left behind. He never chased me or anything, but that still creeped me out. Section hiking with my fiance around Winding Stair Gap in North Carolina. Stopped in the middle of the trail to prep for safety meeting. The forest was spooky silent. No birds, no bugs, no wind. Neither of us were talking when all of a sudden, 30 yards off trail and down slope, 4 to 6 trees the size of baseball bats started violently shaking. Whomp, 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 whomp. Then silence. Nothing. I thought maybe a bear had decided to climb out of a tree or maybe a tree fell. It was neither, not even close. The hair on my body stood on end, and I felt an overwhelming urge to leave immediately. What can shake trees so violently? On another section hike, this time I was camping on Trey Mountain in Georgia. It was relaxing post-dinner, on a rock outcrop with 2 other hikers, a father and a son. We were discussing satellites and watching as they moved across the clear, cold night sky. I was watching what I thought was a satellite, until the object stopped abruptly. It shot across the sky in the opposite direction, zoomed back across the night sky, bolted downward towards the skyline, then once more back up and then vanished. I took a minute to digest what I just saw. Before I could get the full sentence, "Did you guys see that?" out of my mouth, they both replied, "Yup." But satellites don't change direction or move like that. I flip-flopped through hiked in 2021 before Carabasset Valley going Nobo, zeroed at the hostel of Maine. I was at a shelter with a few other through hikers and pitched my tent 150 to 200 feet away from the next closest person because I enjoy the peace and quiet. Anyway, I wake up at 2 a.m. to the biggest set of lungs breathing air in and out of my vestibule of my tent. My eyelids bolted open, and I just laid there perfectly still for about 10 to 15 seconds, and then the animal slowly walked away. I fell back asleep soon after. I knew that when it happened, it was a huge animal. I always assumed it was a moose, but maybe it was a 500-pound black bear. I don't know. Either way, a huge animal was within an arm's reach of me while I slept in central Maine. I also saw 9 black bears on the whole through. God, I miss that place so much. On my through hike, we found an abandoned backpack right on trail near Siler Bald near Franklin, North Carolina, that contained a cheap sleeping bag, a bunch of canned food, snacks, and a passport of a 14-year-old Colombian boy. Some people we were with and some day hikers called it into the authorities. It looked like it had been out there for a few days and was gone through by someone already. A man with a bloodied machete limping his way past me as I was getting water off the trail said it was a bear. It was weird because he didn't ask for any help. He continued walking. It was getting dark and I didn't want to ask any more questions. I just let him get away ahead of me. I was stealth camping, so I didn't want him to see where I was camped. I was too exhausted to care, but I had my knife and a stick with me just in case. I don't remember where I was, but it was probably Tennessee. I decided to set up camp in a clearing, camping alone for the first time. I didn't start in Georgia. I had been out for only a few weeks. I decided I wanted to see the stars, so I slept without my rainfly on. At about 11 p.m., I heard footsteps on the trail. I thought, thank God someone is going to camp with me. I kept my eyes closed, trying to time sleep while I listened to them. Heard them stop closer and closer. Okay, they're checking out my tent. No big deal. They'll be setting up soon. They get closer and closer. I keep my eyes closed, but I start to get anxious at how close they're getting. A few seconds later, I feel something prod my feet from outside the tent. I shot up and made a grunt, and it booked it away from me. Grabbed my flashlight, but I was clumsy, and it got away. Whatever it was, its footsteps were pretty heavy. It had enough force to poke my foot like a hand would, and whatever illusion I saw in the shadows scampering away looked at least as big as a large dog. Thought that could just be adrenaline. Needless to say, the rest of the night I slept with my arms crossed, bear spray in one hand, and flashlight in the other. On 2 separate occasions during my southbound trip, I had helicopters circle above me to see if I was the murderer on the run in the area. One, who was an ex-cop that killed his wife, was arrested about a mile down the trail from where I was camped, on the lawn of a deli in New York. The other was the Parkman Maine killer, who was believed to be hiding in the 100-mile wilderness when I hiked through. I also had a shuttle get stopped at a roadblock checkpoint in Virginia, where the cops held up a photo of a man they were on the hunt for. The shuttle driver told the cops to let me take a good look so I could keep an eye out for him on the trail. I asked what the guy was wanted for and was told, "He's just someone we want to talk to." My hiker hunger actually saved me from a potentially horrific encounter. I backtracked to the road crossing after realized I'd passed an easy deli stop and ended up camping there. Then, a couple hours later, the choppers were circling the area and detectives actually showed up at the deli. That's when I learned there was a murderer on the loose. The next morning, I hit the trail and noticed blood drops and splatter on the boardwalk along the route. I later learned that the cop/suspect slit his wrist. Eventually, he was taken into custody just past the end of the boardwalk, which is where I had originally considered stealth camping that night. This was just south of Pawling, New York, Appalachian Trail train stop. I was a first-timer this past summer, so this may be a normal story people encounter on the trail. I did most of a week just through hiking in Vermont and Massachusetts. I was with my friend and his mom, and because of his mom being a bit older, we didn't do many hours or miles of hiking during the day, but we ended up having to camp somewhere because one of the shelters was closed, and we found recommendations for this spot on a hiking app. I felt a bit sketched out at first, but we met some friendly people there, and some even stopped in our camp to eat with us before moving on. One guy was hiking with a giant tub of cheese balls. I was exhausted because I think this was day 3 or 4, and I woke up suddenly in the middle of the night to being touched through my tent. My heart started racing, and I bolted up in the pure darkness and put my flashlight on to try to scare whatever it was away, and I could hear this cacophonous noise all around of what sounded like hundreds of somethings running around my tent. My friend sleeps with earplugs, but said my flashlight was moving around like a rave. Things were bouncing around my tent, pushing in the canvas from all sides, jumping on top of it, etc. I still don't know what they are, but it sounded like a horde of whatever it was, possibly rats or mice. Once I started to sort of try and analyze what it was, after a while, it went away, but then after sleeping again, eventually for a little bit it came back, and we repeated the entire process all over again. When I was 16, my then boyfriend and I decided to pack up and trek up the mountain and stay as long as we could. Given we were young and dumb and looking for adventures without the knowledge of actually surviving in a mountain, we did not last long, 15 days. The first few days were fantastic, a real top-tier camping trip. After almost a week, we both started to develop the sensation that we were not alone. Not a good feeling in these mountains. Usually, like anyone, you blame it on your mind playing tricks and the isolation, but it was just intensifying as a few more days passed on. Soon, no matter where we trekked or what we did, we felt that we were in danger. But like 2 young, dumb teenagers, we tried our best to just ignore it and convince ourselves that it was in our heads. So on a trek for water, we decided we want to follow this stream and explore. Certainly nothing new for us. We frolicked and jumped across slippery rocks, trying not to fall in, making it a competition. Eventually, because of the landscape, we had to separate from the stream and get further and further away from it. We start tying bandanas to trees and whatever accessories we had on us to help us from not getting turned around whenever we were done exploring. Eventually, we got miles into the deep woods, just completely lost track of everything. My boyfriend was about 20 feet in front of me, and we realized we had entered in a little cleared out patch about 100 feet in circumference. It was strange considering how off any path we were at this point. We both stopped walking at the same time, and he spun around, and we just stared at each other in confusion. It was one of those moments where there was no question of what the other was feeling. Straight up fear. Then the most deafening roaring sound that lasted for maybe 30 seconds while the ground shook and the trees vibrated. I remember looking all around, but being so panicked that I visually couldn't pick up on anything much further than where my boyfriend had been standing. As soon as it stopped, we both started heading straight back. We did not run. We didn't even walk with a sense of urgency. We did not look at each other. We didn't speak to each other. We just left. We actually didn't even speak about it until maybe a month later after we left the mountain. That is definitely the strangest of all of my experiences up there. Sometimes it feels it's the most terrifying. But then again, I don't know if it was a supernatural phenomenon or possibly just some strange rare occurrence that could have been scientifically explained. So I'm not quite sure how to feel about it. So we get back to our camp after this ordeal, and of course it was just eerily quiet between us. Then lo and behold, the zipper on the tent was open the entire way. Looking back, we probably should have booked it back down the mountain that night. But we were both already in such shock, and at this point just paralyzed with an ominous presence, that we just climbed in and laid there awake until the morning, jerking at every little noise. To add to this bit, when I went to dig some food for breakfast, I seen that all of our clothes were unfolded, my books were missing, and some of our food was open but not missing. We stayed for a few more days with a few more strange eerie experiences, and decided it wasn't fun anymore, it was just terrifying. We both just left. I mean, full out left our tent pitched, our clothes, our food, cooking supplies, everything. By the time we got to the bottom of the mountain, it was pitch black, and the cicadas were screaming, and we felt like we were being followed the entire way, even out onto the main road. Not even a week later, we left my place at about 6 a.m. to walk back up to our tent to get our things. We didn't want to go, but decided we needed to just not leave all of our stuff behind. When we got there, our tent was ripped to pieces and all of our stuff just completely strewn everywhere. The stuff being everywhere didn't weird me out so much, as I thought maybe it was a bear being curious. But a 2-person tent just being shredded into like 30 pieces was just the completely ominous cherry on top of our trip. I was southbound in 2023. Shortly after leaving Damascus, I was hammock camped about 200 yards north of Cross Mountain Road. At dawn, I woke to the unmistakable snuffing sounds of a big bear. It has crossed under my hammock and was sniffing my pack, which was leaning against the tree to which the foot of my hammock was hung. I started yelling like crazy, and I flipped my hammock over in order to get out quickly. Despite all the commotion, the bear still came closer and literally started to drag my pack. At its closest, I could have touched him if I made a long reach. However, when I stood up, he took off running down the slope. Please note, my food was properly hung out of camp, but the bear could obviously smell something in my gear. I found out that another father and son had seen the same bear in their camp the night before, about a mile further north. In their case, the bear had taken one of their fanny packs and trashed it, destroying photo equipment. They closed that section of the trail to camping. Just a few dozen yards from Bear Garden Hostel, there is an old pavilion. I was taking a break there, cooking my dinner on a short brick wall. I was southbound and had heard rumors from the northbound hikers of a weird guy who they had encountered. Consequently, I was keeping an eye open for him. The man came out just as I was getting ready to eat. I could tell it was him because he was hiking in 6, no shoes, and was toting a big gallon jug. I engaged him because it was obvious he wasn't well. I offered him my dinner and he ate it. I tried to get info from him, but he was very vague and dissociative. He claimed to be a government agent sent to train kids. He told me he had taken his boots off because they were full of razor blades. He went on about being hunted down and how we needed to protect the kids. I knew that he was needing a psych eval and probably a hospital. I asked him if he would go with me to get him a bed. He started getting jumpy. Eventually, I got him to walk just far enough so I could get internet from Bear Gardens. Then I called the cops. That's when he got cold feet and took off. The cops arrived en masse, about 5 units with probably 8 to 10 officers. Through searched that section for about 4 miles. Never found him. So that guy was out there in the rhododendron forest with sticking feet, a day pack, and a plastic jug. Jeez, I hope he got out alive. My last day on the trail before I got off, there were 2 bobcats screaming like crazy at 1 in the morning. Scared the living crap out of me until I realized that they were bobcats. Just crazy, blood-curdling screams. So I ask you guys, what are some of your weird and scary stories? About 15 years ago, I was doing a week-long section hike in February. Hiked all day and was planning on staying at the Quarry Gap shelter in Pennsylvania, and there was a tall, creepy homeless guy staying in one of the shelters. He was babbling about all sorts of weird stuff. NSA was watching him. His brother stabbed him with an ice pick. Did I believe in God? Were there cameras in the woods reading his thoughts, etc.? I decided I would hike another 7 miles in the dark to the Rocky Mountain shelter when the guy decides to tag along and babble more bizarre things. I figured I was going to have to smack him upside the head with a rock and leave him in the Catalona State Park. But when I got to Route 30, I gave him $10 and told him he should go into town because there were special agents in the woods possibly looking for him. I watched him as he walked off in the distance, and then I double-timed it to the shelter. I slept with one eye open that night. I showed up at 11 p.m. to a shelter with nobody else there and tried cooking up some quick mashed potatoes and was bombarded with a swarm of moths. I couldn't see anything without my headlamp, but they were so bad I attempted to cook in the dark. They were diving straight into the flames of my stove. I began eating the potatoes in the dark, and to my horror, I realized several powdery white moths made it into my Idahoans. One and only time I ever set up my tent in a shelter, completely out of desperation. Even then, about a dozen of them made it inside the tent with me. Every time someone brings up this shelter, I ask him if they encountered any moth swarms, but nobody has any idea what I'm talking about. Sometimes I wonder if I dreamed it, in a post-night hike haze. In the Smokies, there were 2 guys, not hikers, with a hatchet high on cough syrup and mushrooms, threatening people at one of the shelters. Also, a tree fell and smashed part of a shelter a couple of nights before I got there. And at Uncle Johnny's hostel, a worker offered to trade a cooking stove and some gear to a female hiker in exchange for some favors. She had her stuff stolen off of a bear cable near Max Patch, and he turned into a scumbag. The most scared I ever was on the trail was not on the AT, but on the Benton-Makey Trail. I was hiking southbound late in the fall, and I'd been alone every night since the Fontana Hilton. I was pretty far along, I think already in Georgia. I got into an established campsite late in the afternoon. There was a fire ring and an obvious tent space. I went to the water source and it was dry, but I'd run into that a lot on this particular hike, so I was good for the night. Pitched my tent without looking around much, since there was an obvious spot. Cooked and ate by the fire ring and hung my food. Before I could fall asleep, wind like a freight train started up. My tent pole had broken a couple of nights earlier, so I knew that my pitch was pretty sketchy. I wasn't sure that all of my gear was secure enough to weather the storm, but I was sure that if I got out of my tent to check on things, I'd be risking some or all of my gear being scattered on the hillside. And all I could think about was the fact that my tent spot was so obvious that I never really checked for widowmakers. Despite 45 years of experience and having completed an AT through, I couldn't think of a single thing I could do to keep myself safe. I put all the most important gear that I had in the tent with me into my trash compactor bag and curled up on top of it and prayed. Seemed like 45 minutes, but was probably only 10 or 12. The winds stopped as suddenly as they had started, and I was so exhausted from the stress that I was asleep in minutes. I had some feral dogs follow me out of town one night, which was pretty unnerving. Took a hitch from a screwed up old dude who lightly refused to let us leave his truck for a minute. Descending the presidential ridge in a thunderstorm was incredibly stupid of me. Had a bear check us out one night on the trail. Actually, the statues at the north end of the long trail were creepy too. Really, the whole long trail in October was spooky. If you're young and hiking alone, please be more careful than I was. At the Church of the Mountain Hostel in Delaware Water Gap, there was an ex-Amish hiker. He was really weird. He hiked in jeans and a cowboy hat. He told me some days he didn't eat food, and there was a female hiker stalking him that he didn't want to get involved with, because it would have caused him legal problems. I heard from others that he said he could move through parallel universes, and he was on parole so he couldn't leave the state of Pennsylvania. He had set his stuff up on the teepee outside because he thought it would be fun to sleep in. But as it got later into the night, he just sat in a chair in the living room and watched as people one by one fell asleep on the couches that they had claimed. Eventually, one of the older guys told him, "Hey, you gotta go to your teepee now, we're turning off the light." People thought he was going to kill everyone. Some slept clutching their tent poles. I met a weird guy at a hostel that I'm 90% sure stole my battery bank, but I can't prove that. He was a pretty quiet dude who just hung around the edges of groups, but constantly complained about the Appalachian Trail compared to other trails that he had hiked. I didn't really think much of him compared to other weird folks I had met so far, but he ended up being a pretty bad creep. By the time we leave, my groups had pretty much enough of him, so we're happy to leave him behind at the hostel when we head out. He had been talking about getting off and going on to another trail, so we thought that would be the last we saw of him. A few hours later, we stopped for lunch at a shelter, and the guy was already there set up for the night. He never passed us while hiking, so he had to have yellow blazed there and was suddenly pretty talkative to us. We humored him, ate lunch, and got out of there as his energy was really now off-putting. Luckily, that was the last we saw of him. I kept tabs on his socials just to be safe, and he ended up switching trails a few days later. But he was definitely the scariest guy I met on the trail, excluding some random crazy people in Pennsylvania. We have a 100-acre property with a family hunting cabin off-grid right in the middle of the property and next to a river. No neighbors, and the road to get in is only known by family. We also have a big I-beam gate that we keep locked. There's an occasional black bear/coyote, but nothing crazy, not very dangerous. I'm up with one of my cousins having some beers on a weekend, playing cribbage and listening to music. We're getting ready to call it for the night at like midnight, and suddenly there's a super loud banging on the back door. Like, the door and windows were visibly moving like it was being beaten in with a battering ram. Like wham, wham, wham. Then it just stops. And then it's absolutely dead quiet. No frogs or crickets anymore. Nothing. We're frozen in place staring at the back door. The music quickly turned off by my cousin. After a pause that seems like forever, the sounds of the woods start coming back slowly. We work up the courage to look out the windows, and it's just pitch black out there. Shining a flashlight, there's nothing but the woods. Cousin thought he saw the reflection of eyes, but I didn't see it. We made sure all the doors and windows were locked, and stayed up in the loft until dawn, armed with only a pocket knife. We didn't sleep a wink, and when daylight came in, we got out of there. The back door was dented. It was a metal door, and it was dented where it was struck, and we had to replace that door jamb because it was starting to break. We both still have no idea what the heck happened. We're in New Mexico, so the first time we saw a Starlink chain, we were trying to decide if we were just drunk and high or if the aliens had escaped from Roswell. My very first night alone on our property, only a tent for shelter. It was just after dark and I sat down on our makeshift toilet, 2 cinder blocks with a plank for a seat, and suddenly there's this horrendous shriek. It sounded like a banshee was flying straight for me. My butthole has never closed up so hard and so fast in my life. Once I got my wits back, I remembered we had seen a very disheveled molting owl earlier that day before my husband left, and had joked that it was molting so badly that there was no way to tell what kind of owl it was. I texted my husband right away. Screech owl. I'm 1,000% sure that it was a screech owl, and it scared the crap back into me. You mean scared the crap out of you, right? No. Off-grid, Northern Ontario A-frame. I was sleeping in the loft with my then girlfriend and woke to very clear footsteps on our deck. I bolted up to the window that overlooked the deck and called out. The door opened with the biggest squeak, and then nothing. No footsteps. Literally nothing. I sat at the window, flashlight off, ready to shine it at any perceived movement, but nothing happened. Probably an hour later, I went down the ladder, closed and locked the door. No sign of anything, ever. I always wanted to try the car life thing after watching so many YouTubers who live in their cars and travel around the country. I lived in Fort Lauderdale for 5 years and thought I would be stuck there and that was it. Then the pandemic hit, and when I checked my bank account, I was paid back thousands of dollars. Before I know it, I'm packing up all my stuff, and the landlord said I could leave all my furniture and that was fine. Now I'm on 95 heading north, laughing and actually leaving and couldn't believe it. I managed to get a hang of the whole car life thing and became more comfortable stealth parking in different places and not being detected. I hadn't done any off-grid stuff yet, but was more comfortable by the time I reached Lake Tahoe. I was hiking and asked some guy with his dog, a local, if he knew where I could sleep in my car because Tahoe seemed tricky. He said there was a place up in the mountain called Hope Valley. It sounded good, so off I went. Lake Tahoe is already very high in altitude, so this was a few thousand feet higher than that. It was this past July. As I reached the area, I saw a small parking lot that was an entrance to a wildlife nature preserve. It was closed and empty, so that would do. I'm all settled in with my blanket, and the sun is setting and the temperature plummets. Before I know it, it's pitch black and zero visibility. I start to hear wolves howling, and at this point I'm game. This was the experience I wanted. It was a little creepy, but I was fine. I was living what I would normally be watching on YouTube in my apartment. Before the sun went down, I noticed the garbage cans that were all overfilled 15 feet from the car at the entrance to the preserve. I finally drifted off to sleep and was awakened by something at 3 a.m. You couldn't see anything anywhere. It was so dark. And then I heard footsteps, heavy ones, right outside my door. At this point, I'm crapping bricks being a New York City boy. Then something brushes up against the car. I'm scared and don't know what to do. I wait for a couple of minutes. Then I open the door, run around the car as fast as I could and got in the driver's side. I drove down the mountain and slept in a Motel 7 parking lot like a baby. Never made it through my first and only off-grid camping adventure, and I won't forget it. The only other time that trip that something creepy happened was in Mount Shasta. I drove halfway up the mountain, parked on the side of the road and got out and started walking into this trail. I made it about 70 yards in and heard a loud growl. I never ran so hard back to my car in my life. The rest of the trip was the best hiking I've ever done in Montana. I'll keep this short and sweet. A few years back, we were having a brutally cold winter. The snow had frozen into ice and covered everything. It was pitch black in the backyard when I went to let my dogs outside one last time before bed that evening. As we exited the house from the sliding door of the walkout basement and onto the lower deck, I felt that something was off. Our house backs up onto some woods, so I was accustomed to hearing noises from wildlife in the night. This night was different. Nothing made a sound except the Arctic cold wind, but I had the feeling that I was being watched. The entire time my dog was in the backyard, I looked around nervously, expecting a coyote or other predator to pop out of the tree line. My dog did his business, but afterwards stopped and stared at a corner of the woods until I got creeped out and called him back inside. I quickly locked the sliding door and shut the curtains, unable to shake that uneasy feeling I had outside. After double and triple checking all the locks in the house, I went to bed. At around 3 in the morning, I heard the muffled sound of my dog barking from the basement 2 floors below. I got up, stumbled down 3 flights of stairs and found him standing at the basement sliding door. He was peeking his head through the closed curtains, barking his head off with the hair standing up all along his back. I tried calling him away from the door, but he wouldn't let up. I dreaded peeking out the curtain to see what he was barking at, after the uneasy feeling I had earlier in the night. Finally, I held my breath and swiped the curtain aside. I peered into the inky blackness, but saw nothing to cause any alarm. A wave of relief washed over me. I figured it must have been a deer or raccoon in the yard that set him off. He whined at the door for a few more minutes until I bribed him to go upstairs with a cookie. I went back to bed and wasn't disturbed again. That is, until the morning when I went to the basement to let the dog out. I opened the sliding door and walked out onto the deck, and as he bounded into the snow, My blood ran as cold as the sub-zero morning temperatures when I looked down. There, frozen into the ice on the deck, was a set of bare human footprints. They were very clear. I could make out each toe on the person's foot. The prints were large and appeared to be from an adult male. Looking around, I noticed they started at the base of the deck, went to the sliding door and the window of the basement living room, then seemed to disappear off the side of the deck. I had my snow boots on, so I walked around the yard, but I could find no trace of the footprints in the snow once they left the deck. Keep in mind, the daily temperatures that winter barely made it above 0 degrees Fahrenheit, and the wind chill made it feel like close to 20 below. Frostbite would set in within a matter of minutes for anyone walking around barefoot, especially in the dead of night. I never experienced anything like that again, but I did adopt a second dog shortly thereafter. When I lived in rural Maine, my boyfriend at the time took me on a drive in his truck. He wanted to show me something he said he learned about from one of his college professors. We already kind of lived in the middle of nowhere, but we drove even further into literally nowhere. We were on this road that was 5 to 8 miles of just forest on both sides. No houses, no signs, no driveways, nothing. Then he pulls over near a slight break in the trees. There was a very overgrown old driveway chained off at the road, with an old dilapidated sign that said private property. We parked on the road and walked in about a half mile, and there was this old abandoned log cabin house there. I don't know when it was built, but it was old enough to not have any connection to the electric grid, and no electrical outlets inside. It was a bit odd, but my boyfriend said he had been there before, and led me to a door in the back where we could break in. He mentioned that the last property owners said in their will that no changes could be made to the property after they died, like no agriculture or major renovations, so I guess that's why the land was never resold, since nobody could do anything with it. I don't remember if we entered through the second floor somehow, or climbed up the stairs, once inside, but I remember being on this loft that overlooked the interior of the house with no railing. Definitely a 15-plus foot drop right at the edge of the loft. Maybe there weren't stairs inside at all, or a ladder. It was back in the fall of 2011 when I was a freshman in college, so it's a bit fuzzy. I remember seeing an old wood stove made of iron downstairs and a countertop, but otherwise I think the place was pretty sparse and made entirely of wood. There was also no sink in the kitchen area and no bathroom, so no plumbing either. The loft we were on had literally thousands of dead flies all over the floor. It was creepy and gross. I know they could have gotten stuck there over the years, but the sheer number of them on every surface, and not being decayed/turned to dust was so unnerving. My boyfriend for some reason decides that this is a nice place to smoke weed. I didn't want to stay, but he laid a blanket out over the flies and he sat and rolled a joint. I did take a couple of puffs, but started getting an uneasy feeling, so I stopped. I'm a regular smoker, but this was just a crazy situation. Then suddenly, I realized that the sun was setting and we were losing light fast. The house very quickly got this terrifying, impending doom feeling, and I knew I just needed to get the heck out of that house. I expressed my concerns to my boyfriend multiple times, each time seeming more desperate to leave. But he wasn't worried and took his sweet time hand-rolling himself a cigarette and taking all the necessary crap out of his pockets, laying them out in the blanket and slowly putting them away. It was making me angry that he wasn't taking me seriously, and I had such a sense of urgency to get out. I ended up getting out of the house first and started running down that half-mile-long dirt driveway to get out and away. My boyfriend shuffled behind me, fumbling with things in his hands. He was practically a prepper and carried all sorts of things with him in his pockets, cargo pants, backpack, etc., at all times, like flashlights, lighters, weed pipes, rolling papers, weed, rolling tobacco, and probably 20 other things that he thought were useful. I got out of the woods when we were just losing that last light before the true darkness set in. Mind you, this country road has no streetlights the whole way. We had flashlights, but I didn't feel that flashlights equal safety. I felt that we were just being watched, and whatever it was super negative. I don't know if I overreacted or if my boyfriend was literally just doped up and clueless, but I never really trusted him after that. I don't know why the heck I let myself get in that situation. Needless to say, he's not in my life anymore. This didn't happen to me, but I live in the area where it took place. As far as I know, this is not a made-up story. My friend and I were discussing the scary things we've seen in the woods, and he told me a story that happened to his friend. So this guy was with 5 of his friends, and they were spending a few days in a cabin hunting and trapping. They were not drunk, but had a few beers to unwind one night. So one of them goes to the outhouse to go to the bathroom, and he swears that off into the woods he hears the faint sound of a drum beating. So he finishes in the outhouse and goes into the cabin and tells his friends to come check out this sound. So they all grab their rifles and head out to the ridge that their cabin was on and down the hollow behind it and back up the other side. It was a pretty rocky area, so the sound traveled far, and they could tell that just over the hill was where the sound was coming from. So 5 of them spread out about 50 feet apart to walk up to the top. They couldn't see down over because of the laurel bushes around them. So 5 of them wait, and one of them sneaked down through to see what it was. When he got there, he stood there and watched for about 30 seconds to a minute before he turned around and went to his friends as fast as he could, telling them the evil that he saw, and they had to get the heck out of there right then. All he would tell them is he saw a bunch of naked men and women dancing around in a circle, chanting something in a foreign language. He never told them about everything he saw. The guy who told my friend this story was one of the guys who hung back and didn't see what had actually happened. I had a really weird experience in Congaree National Park outside of Columbia last winter that brought me to these kind of subreddits. It's a beautiful boardwalk that goes through the swamps and the cypress forests in them. I lived in Columbia, South Carolina, and frequented Congaree National Park, so I'm familiar with the area. I would often jump the fence and walk the boardwalk at night, as it's super peaceful to walk the swamp and hear all the wildlife. They never have a ranger or guard there after hours, so I was always alone. The last time I did this was in October of 21. I was taking my usual stroll with flashlight in hand. I should mention, between the insects and frogs, the sound is loud. But then it completely stopped when I was about a mile in. I heard what I thought was my wife call me from the trail ahead, but she wasn't there. I was alone and she was out of town. I then heard water sloshing to my right and saw nothing with my flashlight. I chalked it up as being tired and kept moving. The wildlife started up shortly after and everything was fine. Maybe 15 minutes later, I noticed it got eerily quiet again and heard swamp water sloshing on my left. But this time it was more deliberate, like somebody walking. I was in a thick portion of the cypress and couldn't see more than 20 feet in front of me. And then I heard my wife's voice again. Again, she wasn't with me and was out of town, certainly not moving through a swamp at 1 a.m. I saw what looked like a human silhouette move between the trees for a split second, but it was off. Very skinny, pale, and taller than me at 6 feet. I noped out of there and ran the almost 2 miles back to my truck and didn't slow down until I heard the wildlife again. Like I said, this is a boardwalk that's in a swamp in the boonies, Nobody is walking around in the water at night without a light or ever. And I don't know of any animal that big that walks in a bipedal pattern, and I've spent my life in the outdoors. I feel that I should add that I wasn't high or sleep deprived. I just like the woods at night. I was so freaked out by this that I came to Reddit and dove into some of the stories on this sub as well as others. I'm convinced I encountered a crawler or wendigo or something else that can mimic voices. There's no way some meth head was stumbling around the swamp, miles from civilization that sounds like wifey. But then again, it is also South Carolina. I grew up in the Pacific Northwest and was an avid hiker. In 2013, a group of friends invited me to go mushroom hunting in the Siuslaw National Forest, about an hour outside of Portland where we lived. We spent significant time in the coastal forests, but mushrooms tended to cluster in areas with lighter foliage cover. Our de facto expert had experienced foraging off of old logging roads and suggested a spot that he visited the year prior. We drove to the end of a one-lane dirt road overlooking a deep ravine. Each of us put on our gear and bushwhacked through the comparatively sparse undergrowth, checking the leaves and debris for fungi. After about 20 minutes, I came across a small clearing of trees, perhaps a one-time campsite for loggers. About halfway across the span, I noticed something pink on the ground ahead. What I saw stopped me dead in my tracks. Resting on the leaves was the heart of an unknown animal, roughly the size of my fist, still untouched by the elements and fauna. There was no trace of a body in the immediate area, no other organs, remnants of flesh or visible blood. It was spotless. The heart had no bite marks and the tissue was still dark red. I ran like heck back to my car. Mercifully, my friend decided to hang back. We rounded everyone up and left immediately. I have a photograph of the heart, although I wish I had taken one of the clearing. Please let me know if you have any explanations for this. It happened around the Mount Hebo area. Again, here's one of my stories from when I lived off the grid in the forest of western North Carolina. Some friends and I all lived in these small shacks, essentially a shed with a loft, that were very close together. Living in such primal and close conditions breeds a kind of deep, trusting friendship that you can't get from living anywhere else. So naturally, we did almost everything together. By our little semicircle of houses, there was a railroad track that if you followed it south would lead to a waterfall. This waterfall in particular is where everyone would go to get high. It was a normal night, humid, sometime in early July. A group of about 6 friends and I, Laura, Andy, Nick, and some of Andy's friends that I didn't know that well but recognized, decided to walk out to this waterfall in the dark. I was the only sober one in the group, so I felt a higher sense of responsibility for everyone, and was therefore on edge and hyper-aware of our surroundings. Others would walk faster or slower, or stop altogether in the group, so it was natural and expected that we wouldn't be able to see everyone at the same time. Andy was in rare form though. When Laura had to stop to pee, he came out to the bushes and scared her, and then ran off behind some trees and ahead of the rest of the group. This made me and Laura both angry, since it was such a clear invasion of privacy and unnecessarily spooky in the already spooky night. Laura and I eventually got to where we could see Andy again, but he was walking by himself and then slipped back into the bushes without even looking at us. Dismissing it as just him being high, we kept moving forwards. Still, not back with the group just yet. We realized that Andy was followed in behind us, just far enough away that we can only see his silhouette. Finally, we catch up with the rest of the group and see that all of us are accounted for, even Andy. We asked him how he got ahead of us and beat us to the group, when he had been at least 15 yards behind us just minutes ago. Everyone went dead silent as Laura and I realized that whoever scared her when she peed and followed us wasn't Andy or anyone else from our group. We never made it to the waterfall that night. I'd never been a big fan of camping. Circa 2012, for some reason or another, my friend and I decided to take a Saturday night to camp on private property. We had permission from the owner. On the bank of a small lake in the rural American southeast. The lake wasn't very large, probably only 50 to 150 yards across. Not great at estimating distance. It was more of a deep pond, but it was 5 times as long as it was wide, and from the perspective of our camp, it consumed the majority of our sightline. The plot of land itself wasn't entirely removed from civilization. We were 5 to 10 miles outside of a small suburb of a mid-sized southern city. It was definitely not easy to access, however, and the only way in was a gated narrow dirt road across a levee which spanned on side of the lake. This road was gated and locked. The owner gave us his code. We pulled the car through and locked the gate behind us. If you've ever been down south, you know how quickly it gets isolated outside of cities. Our cities are small, and the rural people often live rough and wild. We have dense woods, so thick that they're not worth building in unless you have some connection or attachment to the area. I've heard it was not profitable to cut roads through a lot of it when they were building highways in the 50s, so not much development has happened in the last 100 years, and in some places since the Civil War. It's not uncommon to go for a 30-minute drive straight out of town and come upon cabins that are obviously off the grid. My friend and I were used to living in the suburbs, so we were just happy to see the stars and hear the sounds of nature. We were at our very utilitarian camp, small Coleman 2-person tent and a blanket, simply looking around and enjoying the night, when suddenly, my buddy sat up real straight. He said something like, "Do you see that guy over there?" He pointed to the other side of the small lake. I didn't see anything. I sat up slightly and said, "Nah, it's just the dark playing tricks on you." He seemed actually shaken. "No. Look, there's a bunch of faces behind the trees now." That got my attention, and I sat up fully, rubbing my eyes to try and gain full focus. And then I saw them. Small, round white faces stared back at me from across the lake. Maybe 15 to 20 of them. All were positioned in such a way that their bodies were behind the trees and only their heads were visible. The best way I can describe the faces is like very pale, somehow internally illuminated children. I should mention that neither one of us were drinking or high. We were too young for that, not for at least a few more years. We had eaten dinner at home and were just planning on going to sleep after chilling out for a while. The faces weren't moving. I was kind of sitting there in shock, thinking that my eyes would adjust and would see that there were just a reflection. Bugs or owls, or something, but I would never come to that realization. I stared right back at them for what felt like 5 minutes, looking back at my friend, and then they were gone. Bodies of water carry sound extremely well, and we heard extensive shuffling from the other side of the lake, and a couple of small branches snap. It's incredible what your ears pick up on during an otherwise silent night. My buddy was tearing up a little when he said, "What the heck were those?" And I didn't have a good answer. Neither of us slept particularly well. I definitely felt validated in my feelings of disliking camping. But what were we gonna do? I tried to do some research on the internet, but I never found a phenomenon that could explain that. So, to give you a little bit of background information on this story, which is 100% true, I would like to start with the fact that I am a European. I posted another story a couple months back about seeing something that happened to me in Tuscany, Italy. As for me and my friends in this story, we're from Spain, and when this happened, at the end of September 2023, we were fairly new to the USA. I moved here a while back for law school, and so did my friends. We had been living here for a few months and decided to explore the nature of this beautiful continent, as we all live in New York City. So, long story short, we decided to go on a road trip to Canada, drive around Lake Ontario, and then drive back to New York City through upstate New York. I'm a male, and my friends were 3 females. For the sake of anonymity, let's call them Lisa, Anna, and Charlotte. Everything went super smooth until the last night. So, for our last night, we had rented an off-grid cabin in a remote area in the woods of upstate New York. To give some locals an idea, we were like half an hour drive from Harrisburg, I think. Me and Lisa had decided to spend one night in this cabin because it was one with nature. The cabin was super old, made from log wood, and there was no running water or electricity. Both me and Lisa had experience with survival in the wild in Europe. I, for myself, had been a Boy Scout my whole life, and even was a scout leader for a while. Our other 2 friends were, as much as I loved them, purebred city girls. They had pretty much zero experience with camping, or to just being in a place where there is no service for the phones, as was the case in this cabin. We had been driving all day to get there, and when we reached the beginning of the forest, it was already past 10 p.m., and it was really dark that night. While driving to this place, we lost internet connection with the GPS, and so I had to drive to the cabin on intuition, paired with a good old-fashioned map, hoping for the best while trying to drive safe on these muddy trails. It was also rainy the whole day. On the way there, Anna and Charlotte were in the back of the car, and the moment they lost phone service, they got pretty uneasy for the rest of the ride. All of a sudden, in the pitch-black darkness of the forest, we all saw a campfire, but there were no houses around, or people. Just a campfire. A well-organized one since the fire was not spreading, and it was not as big as a bonfire. It kind of startled all of us, as this was a little bit weird since there was no one around, and we were really deep in the forest already. Plus, it was getting very late. When this happened, we also reached the end of the trail, and we figured we had taken the wrong trail at a crossroads before. So I turned around and we were on our way again. Half an hour later and a couple of wrong trails later, we finally had arrived at our destination, as we could finally see the first glimpse of this godforsaken cabin in the middle of nowhere. To give you an idea of how old it was, the potty was made out of wood and was outside the cabin. When we arrived, it was still raining, and both Anna and Lisa were definitely not in the mood for getting out of the car and getting in the cabin with 0 lights. So, me and Lisa left the lights of the car on and went inside the cabin, while also using our phone flashlights to check the cabin out and see if we could find any old flashlights, which we did, and to see if we could turn on the fireplace, which we didn't because all the wood was still wet from the rain, and it seemed like no one had prepared any dry wood anywhere. So, with a couple of old flashlights and a small improvised fire I managed to make in the stove, we all 4 got in the cabin, and I started to make some pasta for us. Meanwhile, the girls were preparing the beds and closing the windows, since it was already cold in this part of the state. The cabin had a small ladder which led to an elevated room space, with a bed where all 3 of the girls could fit in, and I would sleep downstairs in a bunk bed that seemed older than the First World War. While making pasta, Anna, one of the city girls, came up to me, and knowing that both Lisa and Charlotte did not like to hear anything scary at night, told me that she had seen an old cemetery in the middle of the forest on the way to our cabin, and that she had seen a figure walk around there. I first laughed it off as nothing. As I mentioned in my previous story, I do not consider myself a big believer of scary things. Being from Spain, we take promises very serious. To swear on God is very serious for us. and she swore to God that she was not lying. I told her then that I believed her, but that there was no need to panic, as I would lock all the doors when we would go to sleep. We had some pasta, managed to take a couple of s'mores, which are lovely by the way, and drank a couple of beers. Or at least I did. They all just had one. I can assure you that I am not drunk after a couple of beers, and that I would never start to hallucinate. Just saying this in case anyone thinks I saw this stuff because of the beer. They all three went to sleep pretty early after finishing the s'mores and their beer, and I, considering that I really love the outdoors and that I don't really mind a little bit of rain, decided to take my last beer and a flashlight outside to the front porch, also very old and made of wood, and sat myself down with my beer while enjoying the sound of rain and the lovely sight of not seeing a single light in the distance. I could greatly appreciate this coming from New York City, and I just scanned the area around with my flashlight. There was nothing much really to see, besides a lot of trees and a small creek a little further away. All I could hear was the wind, the rain, and the running water down in the creek. That was until I suddenly heard what I would describe as a weird roar. The first thing that came to my mind was a bear, but I had researched well before our trip, and I knew that bears were not common at all in this part of the state. I also know what a bear roar would sound like, and it did not resemble it a lot, except from the fact that it was a deep roar, if you get what I mean. Startled, but not really scared, I continued to scan the rest of the forest for as far as I could see from the porch. It was then that my eye caught a glimpse of a figure, well hidden deep into the tree line. I would describe the figure as tall. As a reference, I'm 6'4", and I thought that this thing was at least a foot or two higher than me. It was well hidden because with its brown fur, that is, what I think it was at least, or the skin in any case, blended in well with the trees in autumn. It was definitely aware of our presence, as I saw two eyes glimpsing into my flashlight. I couldn't tell you what it was, but I swear to God that it was not a bear. It was bipedal and had rather long arms, I would say. We looked at each other for what seemed like an eternity, but in reality, it was more like 5 seconds before it vanished behind a tree and I heard another roar. It was then that I felt all of my hair stand up, and I was definitely very much scared. I went inside as quick as I could and locked all the doors and all the curtains. I quickly went to bed and tried to wave it off as just my exhaustion of driving all day, playing tricks on my mind. But I promise you, this was very real. After an hour or so, I had calmed down and finally fell asleep. The rest of the night was uneventful, and the next morning when I went to relieve myself after having drank beer the night before, the weather had cleared and it was rather sunny. And as far as I could see, the forest was calm and beautiful. No sight of any animals or anything abnormal. We had a nice breakfast that morning and left for our way back to the city that never sleeps. And so ends also my story of that night. I never talked about what I saw that night, because I know all three girls did not like to hear scary stories. And I figured after these months that this was the best place to share it. If anyone has any idea of what it could have been, feel free to enlighten me, especially if it is backed up with rational reasoning. This event occurred in early fall of 1971 or 1972. I'm not sure what jogged this memory, but it's probably something to do with some of Reddit's off-the-grid weirdness. Also, some of the details are a bit gray, but the gist of the story begins here. I grew up in the Philly suburbs. The Boy Scouts were popular then, and I was quite active, especially with camping. One of the go-to areas was the New Jersey Pine Barrens, especially along the Wading River and Bass River State Forest, onto the Man. Our patrol was on a weekend camping trip at the South Shore Campground, I think. Lots of pine breaks,
but even more swamps and bogs, and boggy swamps. Our patrol, probably 7 of us plus one guy's dad who drove us, was assigned a 3-sided shelter. The front of the shelter opened to the swamp. If you walked 11 feet from the front of the shelter, you'd be standing in ankle-deep water, and then it just got deeper and darker and boggier. We mucked about Saturday until late afternoon, made our way back to the shelter, cooked dinner, and chilled until it got dark. And it was crazy dark. No other campers around, just the light of our slowly dying fire. We began to hear a slow splashing sound coming from the swamp, maybe 100 feet out from our fire. One of the guys yelled something towards the sound and everything went quiet. A minute later, the splashing began again, but slower and methodical. By this time, it was within 15 feet of the fire, but it was out of the fire's light. Here's what our vibe was. None of us were very concerned. We were all seasoned campers and figured it was a deer or raccoon looking to score an easy meal. Suddenly, the walking became a slow, steady sloshing. This perked us up, wondering if this thing may suddenly decide to rush us. Our patrol leader jumped up, grabbed his flashlight and pointed it towards the noise. His light hit something. He yelled, "It's a man," and ran to the swamp berm. I saw a brief flash of red flannel in the flashlight beam, then heard flash splashing back to the swamp. The splashing eventually faded out in the darkness. So what did we do? Tried to figure out what the heck just happened, then crawled into our sleeping bags and fell asleep. Nothing else happened and we went home the next day as scheduled. Thinking back on this now, it must have been a local piney who knew the area well. The man had to navigate through some serious and dangerous swamps to check us out. The pines have great eerie vibes, and that weekend held both.
When I was around 10, Thanksgiving was hosted at my house. There was already some family drama between 2 of my aunts from years before. They refused to attend the same parties and never wanted to speak of the other or about anything involving my cousins. I was much older when I finally knew why. Apparently, Aunt A thought that Aunt B was trying to sleep with her husband when Aunt B denied the accusation, claiming that they were just good friends. Aunt A refused to ever speak to Aunt B again and vice versa. Anyways, Thanksgiving at my house this particular year, a truce was set and everyone was invited for dinner. Naturally, each aunt was in their separate corner with their kids, and each generally ignored one another. But there weren't any slight glances or whispered insults, so we had dinner in peace. Now the drama begins. Aunt B decided to leave the party first. She said her farewells and grabbed her kids to load them in the car. My mom, a few more aunts, and cousins went out with her to thank her for coming and being a good sport. Her eldest son, my least favorite cousin, was approached by a little girl walking his way from across the street. She said hello and asked if so-and-so was his dad. He said yeah, and she straight up said, "He's my dad too. You're my brother." Dead silence. Everyone knew that it was true except for my aunt and her kids. The reason I didn't like this cousin was because he was just like his dad. Arrogant, stubborn, macho, etc. The apple did not fall far from the tree. Whenever her husband came to drink at parties without his wife, he'd laugh about all of his affairs and the hush money that he paid to keep the other kids fed. He mocked the man who was raising his kids as his own, and who knew his wife was openly unfaithful. I had no doubts that my cousin would be just as scummy when he grew up. He made a disgusted face and told her that she was too dirty and full of fleas to be anything special. She started crying and Aunt B called her a little liar and that she needed to go back home instead of spreading lies. She shoved my cousin in the car and drove away. The girl ran back home. We were all shocked into silence, but my mom was angry. She immediately went to Aunt A and demanded to know if she'd been the one to orchestrate everything. She denied it. but for someone who loved gossip, she was very cool about the whole thing. Everyone knew. After everyone left, I asked my mom why no one ever told Aunt B about her unfaithful husband and the other kids, but my mom told me that she'd known for a long time. I thought they'd get a divorce for sure after that day, but everything went on like it always did, and my cousin still thinks that that girl is lower than dirt on his shoes. Not my family, but kind of connected to it. My dad and mom were invited to a friend's family Christmas get-together, but they declined so they could stay in town. My dad loaned his car to his buddy, though, and thought that that was the end of it. On the news the next day, they recognized my dad's car, filled with dead children. Turns out the buddy's dad went kind of bonkers, shot everyone in the family as they were walking into the house for the Christmas get-together, and strangled all of the children. He placed the adults' dead bodies in the living room and stuffed all of the children into my dad's car, the one that he loaned to his buddy, and the dad drove the car into a ditch. Dad and mom really dodged a bullet, but their good friend, whom they considered their brother, who died trying to save the children, did not. This is about my estranged uncle, auntie, and cousin. We didn't have any contact for something like 20 years because of a falling out between my dad and my uncle. Fast forward to last year, auntie turns up at parents' house out of the blue without uncle or cousin. Tells us that uncle is dead after a prolonged illness. She didn't contact us to tell us at the time, citing falling out as the reason. Mutual friends who we're still in contact with didn't know about it when we spoke with them. No contact during funeral arrangements. We ask about the illness, and we're given some story about a trip to Thailand several years earlier, where uncle is supposed to have gotten a tattoo and contracted hepatitis. Uncle developed a drinking problem, which affected his kidneys, and along with the hepatitis resulted in organ failure. Told that there was no chance of a transplant because of alcohol problem. He was brought home to die, and did after a week or so. We asked about the burial arrangements. We were told that he was cremated and kept at home in an urn. We asked about the funeral, and we were told that the attendees were cousin, auntie, and her parents, and some non-mutual friends. We speak with a friend of the family who's able to check the registration of the death. We can't find anything. We ask about this. We were told that the death was registered in a different county, so that must be the reason that our friend can't find uncle's death on registry. So, friends and family had no idea. There is no grave. Friend who works in a position to check for the death, having been registered, isn't able to find anything, and there was no sort of contact during the illness, the point of death or the funeral. Just an unannounced visit, nearly 7 months after the fact. We only have her word to go on. Cousin wasn't present at the visit and ignored the contact that we attempted. Something seems messed up here. I heard this story just last week. My great-grandpa had 4 kids pretty young and was dealing with some depression due to how hard his life was. He left my great-grandma out of nowhere when she was only 28, and years later she saw him again with his new wife and 4 new kids, with the same names. He pretty much made a whole new version of his old family once he had the money to support them. Their last name is now infamous to my family, and I've actually met a kid with that last name. And I've always wanted to ask who his great-grandpa is, just to see if he's somehow related to me. My mom's uncle lived modestly in a trailer and had no job, outside of a few manual labor jobs here and there. He would routinely get behind on bills, and often had his water and other utilities cut off or threatened to be cut off. On several occasions, he would disappear to a large city 3 hours north of his home for a few days. Every time he came back, he had tons of cash. One night, over a poker game, some people were talking trash, and he mentioned that none of them had any idea what it was like to kill a man. One of the people there was my mom's cousin, who claimed that he overheard the conversation. Of course, they probed him for more info, but he wouldn't say anything else. Everyone in the family knew that he had a knack for coming into large sums of cash, but no one ever really knew how he got it, other than maybe poker. He died about 10 years ago. I'm 37, and I just heard this story for the first time over Thanksgiving dinner last week. TLDR, my great uncle may have been a hitman. Sometimes a home can be a very unsafe place to be. My sister and I are about a year apart in age. I'm older than her. And we've been really close for as long as we can remember. Other than the typical sibling rivalry stuff, nothing too major. However, we were both raised by a single mom. Our mom was a decent mom, but she was a bit immature and distant at times. Between my mom working 40 to 50 hours a week and my sister and me at school, we barely saw her most times. Many times on the occasion that we would be at home at the same time as her, she would have some new boyfriend with her. Most of the guys that she brought back were normal guys. One of them even helped me improve my baseball throwing and batting, but that's another story for another time. One time when I was 11 and my sister was 10, my mom brought home a guy named Ken. Not his real name. The name has been changed for reasons that will soon become obvious. My sister and I get a seriously bad vibe from Ken as soon as he enters the house. He starts eyeing my sister in a weird way as soon as he sees her. Thankfully, my sister noticed and said, "I gotta meet some friends. I'll be back later." She left the house and met up with her friends. I legit had to leave as soon as well. I had to get to baseball practice. Cut to a few weeks later. Mom says that Ken was arrested and is in jail. My sister and I are shocked, but we would get the shock of a lifetime a few days later. I'm just casually browsing through the newspaper one afternoon, and I see Ken. It's a mugshot. He was arrested in front of an elementary school after he was trying to lure girls into his car. The police had also been observing him, parked in front of the same school over about a week long, doing things. I won't say what he was doing, but I think you can guess. I show the short article and the mugshot to my sister, and she turns as white as a ghost. We confront Mom about it, and she suddenly denies that it's Ken. She then tells us to forget about it. That gave us an idea of the type of person our mom was. It was also that point where my sister and I started to watch out for each other more. We essentially had to raise ourselves on from that point. And we often stayed at friends' houses whenever Mom had a boyfriend over, so that nothing like that would ever happen again. My sister and I occasionally talked to her, but now that we're both grown adults, we were all but estranged from her. Edit. I need to clear some stuff up about my mom. She was never abusive or neglectful. She was just naive and immature. She worked hard to keep myself and my sister fed, clothed, and loved. But there were plenty of times where she was more concerned with having a boyfriend than taking care of me and my sister. She also had me when she was only 18 and my sister when she was 19. She only brought home guys that she had known for a bit, but she's also not a good read of people. Most of the guys she brought home were actually really cool people. The aforementioned guy at the beginning of the story who helped me out with my baseball skills, for example. This was an experience that my sister and I look back on, and we learned to be better because of it. This story is very old. I was a kid when it happened, and I don't remember all of it. My family all lived in the same apartment complex, and we got together quite often. My great aunt and her son lived alone in their apartment, and she always complained that she felt alone, so we visited her quite often. Her son was 30 or so. I don't remember his exact age, and I haven't seen him in years. He's technically my cousin, but I've always referred to him as an uncle just to make it easier. He was always very clingy with me, and my other young cousin. My parents never let me alone with him, and my dad never trusted him. I remember that he always asked for hugs and gave sloppy kisses only to me and my cousin. I was around 10, and my cousin was 14 the last time we saw him, and he constantly asked us to sit on his lap. His mother would get angry whenever we refused to hug, kiss, or sit on his lap, saying that he was just very affectionate. I was talking with my therapist about another thing today, and she said that sometimes the brain blocks out traumatic memories. I suddenly remembered this uncle, because I know that we always saw him, but I barely remember interacting with him beyond these things. My mom says that he probably had a bad childhood and wanted to be closer to us, but my dad says that he was a creep wanting to take advantage of the kids in the family. Am I overreacting, or was he actually really creepy? Shortly after my 18th birthday, my mom's boyfriend, with whom we had been living for about 4 years, offered to throw me a graduation party. I should mention that he also has a bio daughter my age, who has the same name as me, but she was off at college at the time. The party was sweet, but all the underage drinking and drugs landed me into some trouble by the end of it. I had my phone and laptop taken away by my mother. This annoyed me because I was a legal adult at the time, and they didn't own any of the devices that they'd taken from me. Her boyfriend was angry too, and I was banned from using the landline. Things took a dark turn when about a day or two later, her boyfriend shows up at my bedroom door. He tells me that they had paid someone to hack my phone and laptop, giving them access to my iCloud, Snapchat, photos, messages, etc. And immediately starts with, I didn't know that you looked so nice under those clothes. I became immediately uncomfortable, knowing that he had been sorting through private messages and footage of me, the majority of which were taken while I was underage. He continued shouting obscenities and cornered me in my bedroom until my mom came up to watch. She was visibly disappointed naturally, but I felt my heart break in two as she stood idly by, staring at me in disgust, as her boyfriend commanded that I get on my knees. I was in total disbelief. The man was a creep and she did nothing. While nothing actually happened and there was no violence involved, the event left me traumatized. Fast forward 4 years later, I was never able to regain access to my accounts because the passwords were changed, and I've not seen my mother since. I've been noticing for about a year up to this point that I was consistently receiving emails from Snapchat about somebody trying to log into the account that I no longer had access to. Plenty of inappropriate content on there from when I was 14 to 17 years old. I knew it was him. Finally, I emailed Snapchat, and they gave me access to the account again. I changed the password and info. Still, like clockwork, I get these emails notifying me of attempted logins. The creepiest part to me is that clearly you don't know the login, so why try again and again? Bordering on deranged behavior in my opinion. My mom has been trying to get in contact with me recently, but she's still dating and living with the guy. Her mental state has always been questionable, but knowing that she sees nothing wrong with her full-blown pedophilic creep of a boyfriend is eerie to me and unsettling. In hindsight, the red flags were always present over the years. Whenever I or his underage daughter had friends over to swim or hot tub, he always felt at liberty to comment on how we looked in our bathing suits, which resulted in major discomfort, but mostly went over our heads as we were so young. And yes, my mom was present on many of these occasions, and never did much more than laugh along, or give him a playful slap on the wrist. A couple of years ago, it was midsummer night. Me, my fiance, and our two best friends. We four are the best friends gang in our own clan. We were in my parents' house spending the night. Well, back then it was my house too. We were in the room, staying up late having fun. My parents and my older brother were in some kind of party all together drinking. Suddenly, my sister comes from her room to tell us to leave. That our older brother called her and told us to leave right away. I thought it was stupid. We were just about to go to sleep. I called our brother and demanded the reason. He said that Dad had punched Mom and was coming home. He said he wasn't going to let him punch us too. We were thinking about where to go. My fiance's parents were already asleep. They had a very loud dog and there wouldn't be enough room for all of us. One of our other friends was visiting us from another city, so they didn't have any place to go. This one friend had an apartment their dad owned, but they needed permission to use it. But this was an emergency, so we went there anyway. In the middle of the night, I packed my car with pillows, clothes, toothbrushes, and drove us all to this apartment. It was like 4 a.m. or so. I was shaking and I wasn't able to sleep. I didn't know what to do. Next day, my mom had a bruise on her face, but we never talked about it again. Never. Nothing. I still don't know if that bruise was made by my dad, why Dad got angry, what he would have done to me if we wouldn't have left. And those who wonder, my sister got a ride from her boyfriend, and yes, she was safe too. Back when I was growing up, I had a lot of unsavory stuff happen to me, and I ended up being placed in a foster home. Well, technically it was basically a holding cell for kids to live until they found a real home. Because I was a hurt and untrusting kid at that point, I cycled through my fair share of families. I stayed with an obese single man who I don't remember much about, but I do remember very bad vibes while staying at his house. My case manager must have thought so too, because I went to another family shortly thereafter. This is when I met the family, more specifically, the jerk that this story is about. This wouldn't be my last home, and I didn't live there long at all, so things have gotten foggy over the years, but I was probably between 8 to 10 years old. It was a full house, 6 of us in total. My foster mother and father, 2 brothers and a sister. The only person I did not like straight out of the gate was my sister. You know that feeling where you just know when someone wants you off the earth? For me, it feels especially raw when it seems unjustified. Like, I know I was technically a foreign invader, a cancer cell in their home. But guess what? I was a mouthy brat too, and gave her the attitude right back. So it goes without saying, she and I never got along. My brothers, on the other hand, I loved them. We did everything together. They made me feel completely like a part of the family, which is what made what they did to me so confusing. So far, the only slightly unusual thing about this family was that they had an intercom system in their house. Mostly our mother would use it to tell us when to go to sleep after hours. A few months go by and summer rolls around. They had been pumping me up about swimming in the pool in the backyard for a while. The only thing was, because I don't have a lot of normalcy, I didn't even remotely know how to swim, and I was terrified of open water. On the day it happened, my brothers and I were all out by the pool. They also had a slide that they used for the pool. It went straight into the deep end. Looking back, that entire afternoon looked so set up, like the family planned this or something, I swear. They kept pressuring me to try the slide, and that they would save me if I couldn't swim to the sides. I really wanted to be like them, free to do things without worrying about consequences, and I really believed that they wouldn't let me drown. We were family, right? Okay, great. So I slide down the pool. Seconds later, I start to drown. I don't know which way is up and I'm fighting for air. For something, anything to grab. Well, it seemed like it went on for way too long. And suddenly, my adoptive father has me barely above the water, holding me up with one hand. If at gunpoint I had to describe his face, I'd say it was like a mix of lust and contempt. It was really blurry and it happened fast, but faces like that are hard to forget. I could let you drown right now, boy. That's what he said to me. Those exact words. I don't recall what he referred to me as before that, but I know that it wasn't boy. I was crying and gasping for air, and he just held me there, holding me inches above the water. For what? I still don't get why. This was one of 3 or 4 times in my life that I truly believed that I was going to die. Could be worse, I guess. Anyway, eventually, he walked over to the edge of the pool and let me go. Right then, I was so terrified of him, I didn't know what to do. I just lay there and didn't want to be near anyone in that house. I remember one of the strangest things about that experience was the aftermath. We went to a Mexican restaurant that night, and though they all acted like nothing happened, I was confused, angry, and scared. Maybe it was just insignificant to them. Maybe it wasn't an abnormal thing for them. Or maybe he did it to teach me a lesson or something. Well, anyway, forget that. Forget that family. Soon after, I updated my case manager on the stuff that was happening, and I was out of that house within days. All of you people with both parents, try to make things right with them if they aren't. Always appreciate your family because I don't have any and I suck at life. Anyway, I just wanted to share some of my life with you all. Thank you for reading. I'm a 22-year-old female. My mother is 47, and she's been divorced from my father for about 6 years. They have a fairly good relationship still, or I guess the best that can be expected under the circumstances. My mom has gone through several men in the past few years, all of whom have had their quirks, but the one that she's with now is just rubbing me the wrong way. For the sake of the story and not giving out any actual names, I'll call him John. John is only 33 or 34. I forget which. He's a bit younger than she is. I didn't know much about him. I had only seen him in pictures until last weekend. He looks nothing above average. Nobody that would throw up red flags. Average height, average build, average face. I live in the same state as my mom, but I live a few hours away, so like I said, I hadn't got a chance to meet him before. The only reason I had gone home was to see my little brother, that just got home on leave from the military. John kind of gave me weird vibes from the get-go. He didn't talk much, just kind of sat there and nodded his head a lot. I took this as nerves at first. He also open carries a pistol, but that isn't really uncommon where we're from. He began making me feel a little uncomfortable when he started putting his hands on my mom in a less than appropriate way. Like, he would just grab her butt while talking to us and stuff. I know this isn't like the worst thing in the world, but have a level of respect. Also, while my mom would talk to my brother, he would either barge into the conversation or pull her away entirely, like he didn't want her not giving him attention. It got worse when I was trying to sleep, and I could hear them through the walls. It seemed to me like he was trying to make me hear them. That just isn't cool. Me, my brother, and his friend had gone out for lunch the next day. When I came back, I found that my clothes had been tampered with. Like, they were all messed up instead of neatly arranged. And when I was showering, I could swear that he was standing on the other side of the door. At dinner, he kept insulting my mom when she would talk to me or my brother, to the point where my brother had grabbed him by the collar and threatened him to stop. He stopped. The last thing that happened was my brother's friend's girlfriend said that he had tried listening to her while she was in the bathroom. My brother's friend got mad and hit him, so he left and we didn't see him again. So I don't know if he's abusive, a creep, or all of the above. He just gave me bad vibes. I get chills just thinking about him. I didn't feel safe with him around, and I don't feel safe with my mom around him. Thanks to everyone who is showing concern and making recommendations. I was fortunate enough to make friends with a PI this last year during career day at my school. She's currently recovering from a surgery, so she was able to dig up some info on him. Apparently, about 10 years ago, he had a domestic abuse charge on him. Police didn't do any investigating. Less than a week later, he was administered into an intensive care unit for being beaten pretty severely. That was investigated, but he refused to identify his attacker or give a description. The girl's father was investigated for the assault, but he was cleared. But a popular theory in the comments thread of the local news article she sent me was that her father had gotten a coworker to commit the attack. So I do have enough proof that he has had a past issue with domestic violence. This happened when I was 17 and still in my senior year of high school. Now, this isn't as creepy as some of the other stories on here, but I wanted to share my experience. My boyfriend at the time texted me, saying that he had been hanging out at his friend's house, who lived pretty close to me. He asked if I wanted to hang out with them for a bit, so I agreed. He picked me up around 8 p.m., and he drove a couple of miles away from my house to a mobile home park. He parked in front of a pretty large-sized mobile home. I felt a little uneasy because this mobile home park wasn't in the safest neighborhood. The place itself looked a little run down, just like the rest of the homes here. We entered through the right side door up the small stairs in the carport. Directly in front of you, when you first walk in, there's a kitchen and a dining room. If you look to the left, there's the living room that's located in front of the home. If you look towards the right, there were doors to the bedrooms and bathroom. This was probably the biggest mobile home I've been in. It was a bit messy. There were a sink full of dishes, kitchen table piled up with junk, beer bottles everywhere. The living room had a coffee table full of weed, pipes, bongs, pill bottles, etc. Just a bit of backstory. My boyfriend at the time had a bit of a drug problem that later on became worse. Before you judge of me, I wasn't aware of the severity at the time. I thought that he occasionally partied and experimented, which is sadly really common in the small town that I grew up in. Little did I know, he was doing a lot more than I knew of behind my back. So this problem that he had led to me meeting a lot of his friends who were also into the same things as him. I was introduced to his friend who was sitting on the living room couch. I don't actually remember his name, but we'll call him Jake. He seemed friendly. He was also about our age. I quickly learned that he lived with his aunt and uncle, who I was also introduced to. His aunt wasn't social at all. She was in the kitchen, then left to one of the bedrooms and closed the door. There was something strange about Jake's uncle. Something just seemed off to me, but he was overly friendly to me, so I brushed it off. He was probably in his mid-50s, thin, kind of tall, like 5'10", and had blondish gray hair that was receding. Jake's uncle started packing a bowl for everyone. I'm not sure if this is allowed to say here, but he sprinkled a white substance on top of it. I sat down on the couch while they all passed the piece around. I declined. Weed was still illegal at this time, and I'd never been a social smoker. I remember his uncle asking why I'm not smoking, and I just said that I didn't want to. I really forgot how this part got brought up, but Jake's uncle overheard my boyfriend and I talking about cats. He looked over at me and said, "Oh, you like cats? Want to see mine?" Being the cat lover that I am, I got excited. "Oh, you have a cat?" He was like, "Yeah, do you want to see her?" Now, I was assuming that he was going to bring her out, so I said, "Sure." Then he got up to lead me down the hall, motioning to me to follow, saying, "Come on, this way." I looked at my boyfriend puzzled and asked if he wanted to come with me, but he didn't feel like getting up. I really didn't want to come off as being rude if I didn't follow, so I got up and followed him down the hall to the very last door located at the end of the hallway. He opened the door for me, and I walked inside the bedroom. I noticed a shotgun next to the bed leaning against the wall. I got the vibe that this was possibly Jake's uncle's room. Jake seemed too young to own a gun, and this room didn't look like his style. It looked like a guest bedroom or a room for someone older. I wondered why his aunt went inside the other room. I'm not sure what was going on in their personal life. Maybe they slept in separate beds. It could have definitely been a possibility. Anyways, to the right of the bed was a beautiful white long-haired cat on her scratching post inside the room. I went over to say hi and pet her. Jake's uncle walked in, and I heard the door close quietly behind him, almost as if he wanted to be discreet that he was doing it. I jumped up and looked over at the door and then at him. He must have noticed how scared I looked because he said, "This is so the cat won't get out." He came and kneeled down next to me and started petting the cat. My gut feeling told me that something wasn't right. I felt sick to my stomach. I went back towards the door and he yelled out, "No, the cat's gonna get out." But I didn't care. I ignored him. That's when I realized that it was actually locked and not just closed. I unlocked it and swung it open. The cat did indeed run out, so he wasn't making that up. Regardless, I just met this man, so why did he lock a 17-year-old girl alone in his room with him? Why couldn't he ask my boyfriend to come with us too? This room was located on the far end, opposite side of the living room, where no one could hear us. I went back to the living room so fast, and I asked my boyfriend if he can take me home, which I would never consider doing considering that he wasn't sober. But I was desperate. He was hesitant and asked me, "Right now?" I lied and said that my dad wanted me home right now, pretending to look at a text on my phone. When we were back in the car, I was so relieved to be out of there. I started telling my boyfriend how Jake's uncle closed us in that room together, and I felt really uncomfortable. He told me that I was just overthinking the situation and that his uncle was a good person. So I always thought that maybe I was overthinking it, but I never changed how uncomfortable I felt about it. Please, always trust your gut feelings, regardless about what anyone says about it. I never saw Jake or his uncle again. I never wanted to go back there. Over 10 years later, I still get creeped out when I think about it. Edit based on some feedback. I want to be clear that I'm not for certain whether or not this person had any bad intentions. I know that this forum is for mildly creepy encounters, which is why I wanted to post it on here. I've read other stories on here and felt that this was appropriate to share. I want to bring awareness to everyone to be careful out there and to trust your gut feeling. It's so much better to be safe than sorry. I also wanted to bring awareness to the older generation as well, that there should be boundaries, especially when you're with people who are underage. When I was 15 years old, my great uncle passed away due to a sudden heart attack. Me and my father had to clean out his house since no one else in the family wanted to. My great uncle was very much loved by us all, and was, well, really one of the nicest and most loving out of us all. My father was just as broken up about losing him as everyone else, but the job had to be done, so we got there early in the morning to get it done. His house was very neat and well organized, so it would be done in a day or two tops. I remember as a kid, we would always play over at his house when my dad had to work. He would let us play anywhere in the house but the attic. He made it very clear to us that going up and down the ladder to the attic was very dangerous. Therefore, we never went up there and never thought anything of it, even though he would go up there sometimes for about 30 minutes and then come back down, never actually bringing anything down with him or taking anything up there. Well, anyway, while we were cleaning, I decided to finally go up to the attic just to see if there was anything up there. It was completely empty up there except for 2 boxes that were tucked away in a corner. Thinking nothing of it, I picked up the dusty boxes and took them downstairs. Once I got to the living room, I opened them, expecting to see some papers because the boxes were so light. Instead, I found all of these pictures. I'm talking hundreds and hundreds of pictures of what I could tell were 3 different women.
all from angles where you could clearly tell that they didn't know that they were being photographed. He had pictures from daytime to night and from multiple locations. Some they were undressed in, and others were just of them doing everyday things like cleaning and cooking. With every picture I looked through, my heart started to beat faster and faster. Looking closer, I realized one of the women was his wife, who had passed several years earlier. I looked on the back of the pictures, and they were named. I didn't want to freak my family out without knowing exactly what I was looking at. So out of curiosity, I Googled the other two names and found one of the ladies on Facebook. So I know that this is messed up to say, but I was glad to see that she was alive and okay. Once finding that out, I showed the pictures to my dad, and he was just as shocked as I was. He took the boxes and I've never seen them again. We never spoke of it again. Still, every once in a while, I find myself wondering why he had those pictures, and if he took them himself or had someone else take them. I love my great uncle very much, and couldn't imagine him being anything less than a stand-up guy. I don't know what to think, to be honest. I know that this might not be a scary story, but it most certainly freaked me and my father out pretty bad. This is the story of how my spoiled, self-entitled jerk of a little brother laced my food and got away with it. I have lots of stories about him that I'm willing to talk about in separate posts. But of them all, this is by far the worst. None of my other situations involve anything like this, which is why it's so shocking to me. This goes back to 3 years ago. I was 12 at the time, and I was back home in Belgium visiting family for Easter. I was making soup for myself and I needed to go pee. I went to do so, but I asked my little brother Marcus, who was probably around 9 or 10, to stir it for a minute while I went to go to the restroom. He refuses, saying that I'd have to pay him. Typical Marcus. Even at 10 years old, he was still finding a way to throw money into the mix. I told him I'd be a minute and I left. I came back to find he's gone, so I was annoyed, but whatever. I had the soup and went to go practice a new song that my band was going to play. I was practicing the bass line for Girls and Boys around 5 minutes before I started to feel really ill. I started getting really dizzy. My head started pounding, and I got these awful pains in my stomach. A few minutes later, I made my way to the bathroom and I threw up, and I continued to throw up for the rest of the day. I got violently unwell, to the point where I was in tears and could hardly sit because of the pain coming from my stomach. I spent the entirety of the next day trying not to throw up. I have a severe garlic allergy, so I checked to see if the soup had any garlic that I was unaware of in it. There wasn't. But I needn't have bothered because Marcus came to me a few hours later and told me the truth. Turns out, while I was in the restroom, Marcus laced my soup. He slipped some garlic into it and said that he was curious to see what would happen. I thought that my parents must have made him come clean, but turns out he hadn't even told them. So through a mix of coughing, burping, and trying to keep stuff down, I told my mom, who knew what state I was in, but didn't know that Marcus was responsible, that it was Marcus who did that to me. Her response was not good at all. She told me that it was probably an accident, an innocent mistake, and that he's very young. So he got no punishment, and I was in pain for days. He never apologized, and still hasn't now. I've also made sure that he's not in the room when I'm cooking anything. So I've always been a fan of those true crime shows, and I watch a lot of Investigation Discovery. I also have an uncle that I've never met, and my mom won't talk to. I'm 26. Even now, she said even though I'm old enough to make my own decisions, that she would really rather that I not attempt to make contact or respond to any of his attempts. It seemed really important to her, so I pushed down the curiosity and never made contact. Well, about a year ago, I'm watching Investigation Discovery with my dog, and my mom's hometown was mentioned. I decided to call my grandpa when the episode ended to ask why he never told me about a full-on murder in his exceptionally small town, knowing full well that I'm interested in that stuff. Well, it's moving along when I hear a name that I recognize. I'm trying to place this name, wondering if they've commented on my grandma's Facebook or something. It didn't take long for that name to click. I'd heard it before because it's one of my uncles. Holy cow, right? Turns out they caught on to my uncle's name because he'd robbed a chain of convenience stores with this guy who'd murdered his wife. The murderer also crashed at my uncle's place afterward. After being pressed by the police, it turns out that my uncle had helped plan the murder. I texted my sister as this was playing out and agreed to never tell Mom that we knew. After 20 plus years of wondering why my mom was so adamant about me not having anything to do with the guy, it all made sense. Obviously, when all was said and done, I did some digging online, and he had an extensive record of some exceptionally shady stuff. So my uncle was a creep at definitely the wrong moment as well. Our family was grouped together back in 2019 over the remorse of losing my nan. He started talking to me about what I was wearing and that I lost weight. I was wearing a nice black dress with a white cardigan and black leggings. I'm sitting next to my dad, who is also visibly uncomfortable. My uncle has always been close to us, but he never really spoke with me, you know? He starts talking about my hair, and that it was a shame that I cut it, and blah blah blah. I was visibly confused. I was just here for a free meal and to feel sad about my nan's death with my mom, who was going through a rough time. He starts talking more and more to me about fishing and how he's going to take me out fishing with him and his girlfriend. I was more set on how his girlfriend tried to murder him, and now they're back together. I noticed a bit how he looked at me. I just kept getting more and more uncomfortable until he put his hand on my thigh. I moved seats, as in I swapped with my dad, and then on, I just comforted my mom. My dad spoke to him and he said, "I kid you not." Oh, that I was just fixing her dress. It was wrinkling. I was so confused. When my dad said this, I mean, it's meant to wrinkle. I'm sitting down after all. He reassured me that he wasn't trying to make any advances, and that it was fine, I believed, for the most part. Like, I've known this man my whole life. He was never a creep for most of it. Like, he let me sit on his lap when we drove around the complex. He let me steer the car. I was only 4 or 5 at the time. That was cool in retrospect, for me being 5 and thinking he was so cool. But he didn't tell my parents that we were going for a joyride in his new truck. So he was always a creep, and I was genuinely scared of him my whole life. He did it once more a few months after this coincidence, and me and my parents have stayed clear of him ever since. Or at least, I was never alone with him. When I was 14, my aunt and uncle hosted a family reunion. This is a yearly tradition that they do since they are very social and most of us live in different states. We took the short flight to Arizona and were first to arrive. We brought our dog and introduced my cousin's dog to her. Us kids played on our older cousin's Xbox as our parents talked and gossiped in the kitchen as more relatives piled into the house. Eventually, most of the family had arrived, and the house had gotten significantly louder. My younger brother, who was a very loud person, was screaming on the bouncy house with my other younger siblings and younger cousins. It was somewhere around the afternoon when we were all feeling pretty hungry. My older cousin asked his mom when food would be ready. However, she said it would be another hour. We were kids, and kids don't take no for an answer, so we hatched a plan for my older cousin to secretly drive to a store, buy some chocolate, and drive home. But our younger siblings wanted to go.
We decided me, my older cousin, his younger sister, and my younger sister would go, and the others would stay at home in case anyone thought it got too quiet. We made our journey to the nearest store, and my older cousin bought some chocolate. For some reason, I was standing outside the car watching the store when this woman approached me. She asked me some pretty normal questions like, "Are your parents inside the store and are you all right?" I answered with a simple yes and waited for her to leave. However, she did something I didn't expect. She grabbed my arm firmly and dragged me towards a lone black car parked on the other side of the parking lot. I froze, not knowing what to do, and just look up at her. That's when I heard my cousin scream, "Hey, what are you doing?" The woman promptly let go of me and just drove off. I jumped into the car and we floored it back home. Being dumb kids, we didn't tell our parents about this incident. And now that woman is roaming free. Okay, so this is going to be a long one about my creepy uncle who used all kinds of weird technology to spy on anyone that he could, including my family and I. So my family of 5 happily welcomed my uncle, who is my mom's brother, into our home as a roommate a little over 10 years ago, maybe even longer. We'll call him David for the purpose of this post. David was a 40-year-old male. At the time, was at first kind, hardworking, and to himself for most of the years he spent in our home. He's always been really interested in technology and spyware. If it had a camera or could listen and record, he was highly interested in it. He was pretty private about his room and computers, and we never invaded his personal space, because he never gave us a reason to. As time passed, I'd say 6 years, we noticed his behavior got a little more introverted and private. He was extremely depressed and paranoid, but refused to address these issues, so we left him alone for the most part. As far as I know, he was involved with chat rooms and listening devices. He started drinking pretty heavily, and would sometimes steal my mother's prescription pills to catch a high. Again, these things were pretty touch and go, and no one in the household really knew how to address his worsening behavior. My dad would occasionally question him and his actions. We don't allow alcohol in the home because my dad used to struggle with substance abuse himself, and has been living sober for quite some time now. Anyways, we gave him an ultimatum: stop drinking or leave. This worked for some time, but he would just hide from us when he drank, lock himself in his basement room for hours, sometimes even days. We knew he was drinking though, because at random hours of the day, you could hear anger-fueled screams coming from his room in the basement level, or loud techno music that would thump until 12 a.m. The last 2 years specifically have been really hostile and strange between him and our family. Anytime he would return home, he'd be highly intoxicated and ready for bed. None of us would interfere because it wasn't uncommon to get into an argument with him about his odd behavior and heavy drinking. He became really hostile towards myself, a 19-year-old female at the time, and father who was 45 plus years old. He would purchase a lot of strange devices designed for listening or watching, which made us all intensely uneasy and on edge. My father told me once that he came home with these new sunglasses and excitedly told my dad that they're great for watching people, and that he'd spent the whole day at the park lurking on strangers. I don't believe that he had any malicious intent towards anyone, but his fascination with spying was honestly unnerving and a big red flag. We demanded that he leave and seek residence elsewhere, gave him a deadline, and even offered him help finding a new place to live. He ignored us for weeks and pretty much just refused to leave our home. My mother didn't know how to handle the situation, especially because it was her brother. She feels like we've betrayed family or forsaken him. Anyways, it wasn't uncommon to find small, strange devices around the house that were absolutely unexplainable if you've never seen them before. Things like movement tracking devices, infrared cameras or mics that would record any audio that occurred in the room it was placed in. He also had control of our Wi-Fi
and I'm positive that he had access to our browser search histories or Wi-Fi related information in general. If we confronted him about his behavior or asked him to pack up and leave, he would threaten us. I see everything you do. I heard what you said the other night. Although, never knowing what kind of information he was trying to blackmail us with, we were all very uncomfortable with the idea of our privacy being breached. Not having anything to hide though, his threats were pretty hollow and ineffective. My dad wanted to test David and see if he was using devices at our home while he was away from the house. My dad would wait for David to leave in the morning and go to work. My dad would then shut the Wi-Fi off, sometimes even the power breaker, to see if he would react while away from the house. Sure enough, David would return to our house immediately and question him. Why is the Wi-Fi off? Why is the power off? My dad would ask him how he knew the Wi-Fi had been off while he was away from the home. Strange behavior, needless to say. Each time my dad did this, he would return to the house immediately to recover the Wi-Fi and his devices. If he was home and the Wi-Fi went down, this man would have an ultimate tantrum. Everyone would undergo a serious interrogation and be bombarded with accusations involving the Wi-Fi not working. He began threatening my dad specifically and would show him this weird spyware that he had purchased. David would place the device against the wall and could hear anyone speaking throughout the home. So much as faint whispers could be heard from the device. David wanted us to know what he could hear and everything that we were doing. It was his scare tactic in order for him to remain in the house with us. When he continued to refuse to leave our home after being given a proper eviction notice, we had to seek assistance from the police/court to have him legally removed from our home. We also changed all the locks in our home to prevent any unwelcome visits from David. Anyways, he's been out of our home for nearly 6 months, and we're still experiencing strange things that have us all on edge of our seats. Strange faint beeps from different areas of the house, unknown Bluetooth devices that are supposedly 10 meters or less away, and wires that run all around the house. I think we're all just paranoid from his consistent spying over the years, but sometimes I still come across strange, unidentifiable devices around the home. Most of them look inactive and not in use, but I end up smashing them regardless. David tried to insist that we keep his Wi-Fi in service after he left, but we had no interest in using his Wi-Fi and immediately removed his router from our home. I discovered that David had climbed through one of our backyard basement windows into the home at some point. I only noticed someone had been in the backyard because of a fresh snow which revealed his enormous boot-like footprints. The night that the snow fell, no one was home until later hours. My brother had moved out nearly 2 months before. My mother returned home from work at 3 a.m. My dad returned home around 12 a.m. My sister had been staying at a friend's house for the weekend, and I returned home at 7 a.m. after work. I go into the backyard every day to throw a ball for the dog, and when I came across the prints, I immediately felt scared because no one in my family wears a size 12 shoe, and after questioning everyone in the home, they all assured me that they had not been in the backyard as of last night. It was obvious that someone, most likely David, entered our home through the backyard. What for, we don't know. We haven't found any changes in our home since his unwelcome entry. We have filed a restraining order against him for safety measures, but to no avail. He's still spamming my mother with cryptic texts and threats over the phone. We're so thankful that David is no longer in our home, but somehow, he's still traumatizing us with his all-seeing eyes. This may not be the scariest story, but it sure did put fear into us at the time. Years ago, a friend and I decided to go raccoon hunting on a large wooded piece of land that my family owns on a lake. We met at his house at about 11 p.m. and set off walking the half-mile down the dirt road into the woods. We talked in low voices, catching up on things, and then we quieted down when we reached the fence where the property line was. We loaded our 22s and started looking for signs of our prey. The woods weren't totally quiet. They were full of country sounds. Frogs singing on the lake, owls hooting back and forth in the trees, even mice running over the leaves that had fallen the previous fall. I was amazed by how much a tiny little rodent can make so much noise. This whole time we weren't really talking, just steadily walking through the dead leaves and pausing to listen to the sounds around us. Suddenly, completely out of the blue, the woods went dead silent. No frogs, no mice, no owls, nothing at all. My friend and I stopped in our tracks at the exact same time. The frog stopped. What the heck? We stood there for a minute or so in dead silence, listening for a larger animal. We're not in bear country, so it couldn't be that. Branches breaking, something. Nothing but the sound of our breathing. I think we should leave. Yep. We clicked the safeties off on our rifles and got out of there as hastily and at the same time as cautiously as we could manage, feeling a surge of adrenaline as we went. We didn't think to unload our rifles until we were a little more than a halfway back to his house. Later, we both admitted that the silence dropping like that triggered something akin to an anxiety attack. I've been back to those woods several times since then, both in the daytime and at night, and I never experienced anything close to that feeling. Never saw a coon that night either. I was hunting for black bear one day, back in the early 2000s. The area that I was hunting was in northern Clinton County. My ex-brother-in-law and I enjoyed the area and spent many a season scouting and hunting these lands in central Pennsylvania. This part of the county is filled with log hollows, steep inclines, and hard-to-access trails. We both like to do our own thing and hunt separate terrains. I would often drive down into the hollows while he scoured the ridgelines, hoping to get a shot at whatever I pushed over the tops. We both carried pretty bumped up two-way radios to keep a general idea of where we were, although often the terrain made it difficult for good reception. This day was a typical Pennsylvania bear season day. It was on the Wednesday of the season, third and last day of the brief season it was back then. The woods were quiet, with no distant whooping and yodeling of various opening day camps, pushing drives through the woods. The weather was cold, gray, and windy when we separated to begin our hunt and continued on throughout the day. I spent the day still hunting down this long hollow south of a little town in northern central Clinton County, with the idea of meeting my brother-in-law at the top of a ridge at the agreed time of 4 p.m., giving us both plenty of time to hike together the few miles back to his truck. After hunting all day, I found an old game trail that appeared to meander its way back up the ridge line towards where I knew he would be waiting for me. After close to an hour, maybe around 3:30, I made my way 2/3 of the way to the top, stopping often, scouring the slope for that jet black fur of a roaming bear. Along the trail, I came upon a long ago used fire ring. It was very rudimentary in its build and appeared to be used only once. The ring's rocks were covered in lichen and only had the faintest traces of black from a long ago fire. I found it odd that a fire ring would be here, considering the steepness of the slope, but it was a very small, somewhat leveled ledge. There I figured I would set and eat the rest of my packed food and sit still, hoping to catch a final chance to see a bear. All the while it felt odd, somewhat unwelcoming, like I shouldn't be there. Almost like I was a forbidden interloper on someone's valued spot. I sat for maybe 20 minutes and thought that it was time to continue the trek upward to my friend. As I stood, I slung my backpack on and reached down to sling my rifle over my left shoulder. As I stood up, I heard my name called loudly. It didn't really sound like it was behind me,
rather all around in my head. Just as I was going to turn around, my rifle was slapped off of my shoulder. I felt the force, heard the sound of something slap against the wood of the stock, and crouched quickly to save my gun from dashing onto the rocks at my feet. I grabbed it just in the nick of time and quickly turned around with a mouthful of words for whom I thought was going to be my brother-in-law jacking with me. There was nobody at all there. Absolutely no way could anyone had rushed off without me either seeing or hearing them. I felt a sick feeling in my churning stomach, chills throughout my body. I muttered a few Hail Marys and sped up to the top of the bridge, met my bud, and quietly we hiked our way out of the woods to his truck in the spreading dark of evening. This has bothered me for years, and I have not been back in those particular woods since. But someday, I do hope to. My family has been hunting for years. It's a tradition with us. This is a story about the second time I went elk hunting. We live in Wyoming, and there are tons of places to hunt elk around here. We were on Battle Mountain, right on the Wyoming/Colorado border. We were hiking down a small ravine. It was a long hike, and we had already hiked a few miles. The point is, we were already a bit worn out. There are mountain lions, bears, wolves, and coyotes in that area. The only two that are dangerous are the first two. The one that's scarier is the first. I had heard of stories of people being stalked by mountain lions, but never imagined that I would be on the receiving end of one of those situations. Anyway, we were hiking when I heard a sound. This sound, I had heard nothing like it before. At first, I thought it was an idiot with a chainsaw or dirt bike. The sound rose in pitch and transformed into a snarl. Right then, my dad, brother, and I froze. There's something about that sound that makes your legs stop moving without you realizing it. It makes the hairs on your neck stand up, and you become hyper-aware. We stood like that for around 30 seconds, but let me tell you, it felt a lot longer than that. We all gave each other looks as if to say, "Am I going crazy? Did you hear that?" Arguably, the scariest part was we never saw him. In the ravine, it echoed like crazy. An unseen fear is the worst one that I can think of. Needless to say, we were on edge for the rest of the hike. I never went back there. The area is beautiful and as serene as anything you could ever imagine. But you had better watch your back. This event occurred with a friend from out of town, whom I had invited for an afternoon hunting trip. The location was in South Louisiana, an area characterized by thick woods and tall palmetto up to 6 feet high in some places. The water that we had to traverse to reach my deer stands was at times up to our waist, making the mile-long journey to our deer stands slow-moving. My friend, unaccustomed to this challenging terrain, managed to keep up. Upon reaching the first stand, positioned 15 feet above the ground with a ladder for access, I informed him that I would return to pick him up about a half an hour after dark, as my stand was a half mile past his. We had a full moon that illuminated the water, allowing us to extend our hunting time. When darkness finally set in, I descended from my deer stand with my rifle on my shoulder and began walking slowly towards my friend's stand. As I approached, I shone my light upward, only to find that he wasn't in the stand. Focusing the light on the ground beneath the stand, I discovered him leaning against the tree that it was affixed to. Oddly, he wouldn't meet my gaze, even after calling his name. Closing the distance, I asked if he was ready to leave. When he finally turned to look at me, the sight was unsettling. His eyes were rolled back, and his mouth was wide open as he stood there, unresponsive to my questions. Fearing the unknown, I positioned my rifle between us. He remained in this eerie state, not uttering a word or responding to my questions. Stranded a mile or so in the deep woods, surrounded by thick palmettos and waist-deep water, I was unnerved by the bizarre behavior of my once familiar friend. Desperation prompted me to slap his face, bringing him back to reality. I asked if he was okay, to which he replied with urgency, "Let's get out of here now." Shocked, I had him walk ahead of me on the way back to the truck, maintaining a vigilant watch. Once inside the truck, we departed without exchanging a word. Confused and concerned, I pressed him for explanation. Tearfully, he recounted an encounter in the woods. While sitting in the stand, he heard something approaching through the water and rustling palmettos. When the mysterious figure came into view, he described it as a man who appeared to be skinned alive, devoid of any skin. Terrified, he climbed down and hid under the stand against the tree, hoping that this person wouldn't spot him if it returned. His state of shock and distress, when I found him, was a result of this harrowing experience. A week later, during a conversation with my cousin, who had visited a nearby Indian memorial, I learned about a tribe that historically skinned individuals alive as punishment for serious crimes. My friend, unfamiliar with the area, had no prior knowledge of this tribal practice. The unsettling question lingers. Did he witness the ghost of one of these skinned individuals from years past? I can't say for certain, but the haunting image of my friend that night in the woods is etched into my memory. When I was a kid, my dad had a membership in a hunting club. The old guys used to tell me all kinds of scary stories, and I was scared of the dark, and the woods in the dark in particular. The scariest story was about the old one-eyed man that lived down in the swamp. I don't remember any particulars of why it was scary, but a one-eyed man in the swamp was scary enough for me when I was 10. Of course, the first time I sat by myself and killed my first deer was in said swamp, at the very end of a long logging road. When I shot the doe, I expected my dad and his friends to show up immediately to load the deer up like they said they would. Did they? No. I sat waiting for what felt like an eternity. I knew if it got dark, I was a goner when the old one-eyed man showed up and dragged me into the swamp. I ended up hightailing it up that old logging road about 2 miles to the camp to find my dad and his buddies drinking and cooking supper while I waited for my fate with old One-Eye. I know it sounds silly, but man, was I scared at the time. I hunt a very rural area of land in Michigan. One year, a buddy and I heard some very faint screams while out in the blind. We couldn't make it out, but it sounded like it could have been someone calling for help. We just looked at each other and kind of chuckled, thinking it was one of the dudes in the camper down the road drunk. Fast forward a couple of days, and we heard that there was a report of a missing man and female in our area of the woods. Snow got too deep, and the search was called off. Once springtime thawed everything out, they ended up finding them both frozen to death. Makes me think about what I could have done to help in that situation. This was one of my first outings as a kid by myself in the woods, and I had decided to go out for an afternoon set. I sat past sundown as I was familiar with the trail and knew that I'd have no problem finding my way back. As I was gathering my stuff together and about to climb down from the tree stand, I heard these god-awful screams that, in my young mind, was convinced was a woman getting murdered or some kind of monster. I jumped off of the stand and ran back to the cabin as fast as I could, and I told my father and grandfather about it, who both looked at each other with frightened looks on their faces, and proceeded to tell me about a local legend of a witch that lived in the woods that we were hunting in. I was scared to death to ever go hunting in those woods again, by myself, so I would always insist that my dad or grandfather would go with me. It wasn't until a few years later, when my grandfather had passed, that my dad told me the truth, that it was probably just a fox. They make a horrible screaming sound during mating season. He said that they both knew what it was right away, but my grandfather and him thought that it was funny, and my grandfather didn't want to tell me the truth because he really enjoyed the fact that I would ask him to go out hunting with me every time after that, and he didn't want that to change. During bow season, a roommate of mine killed a large doe around 9 p.m., then waited for me to get home at 12 a.m. to go track it a few miles in the woods. Thick forest made seeing without a good flashlight impossible. We had 4 headlamps, tracked the blood for an hour, then found the doe dead in a stream. We gutted it, then had to pull it a few miles back to the car. 3/4 of the way back, we heard a loud howl, then another one, and another one just 100 yards away. All of our headlamps except for one died. We pulled the doe to the edge of a field about 200 yards away from our car, and in the tree line right next to us, we see a pair of eyes. Then another walk out behind it. Then 2 more pairs of eyes. For about a mile, we had been tracked and followed by a pack of 4 large canine-sized coyotes. As we pulled the doe across the field, the coyotes completely circled us, and we had to hop up on hay bales for a few minutes, because one coyote got within 10 yards of us. Mind you, all we could see was eyes and a silhouette of them. We had no weapons beside a single gutting knife. Finally, the one coyote backed away a little, and we grabbed the doe and just ran as fast as we could back to the car. We shined a light back, and 2 more coyotes joined the pack, equaling 6 total, and they were about 20 yards away by the time we made it to the car. There's nothing like being tracked by a pack of coyotes for a mile in a pitch-black dense forest, then being surrounded and only seeing their eyes and silhouette. After that, forget going into a forest without a firearm. When I was a kid, my dad and I were deer hunting in the Book Cliffs. We found a tanker bunk and started closing the gap. The buck went over a ridge and started working down. We got to the top of the ridge and could see the rack from above. It was a very steep hill heading down to a Forest Service road. We got down and started crawling. After what felt like an eternity, we see an old truck hauling up this road. Mind you, we are wearing blaze orange. We get to within a couple of 100 yards of this deer in a south-facing slope with 0 cover. This deer makes a move up towards us, and my dad and I lay down behind the stump of a bush. The guys in the truck jumped out of the truck and started shooting right in our direction. I heard one bullet sizzle up and to my right. Bullet 2 hits a stump to my dad's left. My dad jumped on top of me, and I heard shot 3 and 4, but did not see where they went. This whole time, my dad is yelling and waving his orange hat. I looked up and saw my dad sim his rifle, at these guys I assume, and then heard truck doors slam and the truck leave out towards town. We end up calling the sheriff in town. This was before cell phones, and have a description of these guys in the truck. The sheriff knew exactly whose truck it was and went to their house and confronted the guy. They couldn't get him for shooting at us, but they did get him on a DUI. And a person in possession of a firearm that was not allowed to have one. I was out scouting deer earlier this year. I was deep into some public lands in rural North Carolina, which can get pretty deliverance pretty quickly, so I was already on edge. I started seeing a bunch of bear sign, scats, prints, etc. So I added that stress on top of whatever I already had. I stumble on a huge mess of bear prints and torn up earth that looks like it just happened, and I immediately start thinking, what the heck? Now I'm going to get eaten by a bear. This is how it ends. I start making some noise, like lots of noise, hoping to scare it off if it's near, thinking it's late summer in North Carolina. That bear can't be that hungry. 30 seconds later, I hear grunting and snuffling off to the side. Heavy breathing punctuated by snorts and the occasional grunt or twig breaking, as whatever it is lumbers along. And whatever it is big. Like, huge. And it's moving right towards me. I dropped my backpack and pulled out my hatchet that I brought along, just in case I needed to clear out a shooting lane, or clear any fallen trees in the road. My heart is pounding, and I'm thinking that if I survive, I'll probably need some new shirts. I'm waving my arms. Hey bear. Hey bearing at the top of my lungs. But it just keeps getting closer. I'm ready. I'm gonna fight a bear. This is it. My Leonardo DiCaprio moment from The Revenant. At least I'll go out fighting. And then, a horse pops its head out of the trees. What the heck? Where did this horse come from? I stand there staring at it. It staring at me, calm as can be. Each other just wondering what the other's plan is. And then he just dips his head and walks off the other way. I took a moment and then kept on scouting. I still have no idea where that horse came from. I was told that you guys might like this. This happened when I was growing up, around 2004 or 2005, when I was about 13 years old. It took place in a rural area, a good ways outside of Uvalde, Texas. The town itself was really small back then and not much to look at. It's just one of those towns that really isn't on the way to anywhere important. My father knew someone who owned a deer lease that was about 1K acres, I think, down outside that area, and was complaining about a ton of hogs that were tearing up their land. Being open season on hogs in the south, my dad thought that he would surprise me that summer and take me down for a week to go hunting for them. Not only did that help him with networking for his job, but also gave us some quality father-son time. I remember the drive down there from Dallas was torture. It was about 7 hours in my dad's hardtop Jeep Wrangler. That car was so uncomfy. I hated it. All I had to do was either stare out the window or try and beat Super Mario Land 2 on my Game Boy Pocket, something that I was never able to accomplish in my youth. The drive obviously took most of the day, so we got there early in the evening. The owner of the land had told my dad that he hadn't had anyone lease it that year yet, and the cabin and the property might be a little rough and dusty. I didn't really care. At this point in my life, I had been in scouts for a couple of years, and spent a lot of my free time in the woods or fishing with friends. Needless to say, I was pretty comfortable roughing it. So after unlocking the gate and driving to the cabin on the land, we settled in. The cabin was pretty rough. Dust and dirt everywhere. Flies. I remember that it looked like some raccoons had gotten into the cabin and messed on the floor. After cleaning up a bit and getting the sleeping bags out, then setting up the cots, we decided to sleep. Something about that night was weird. I never was able to get comfortable enough to fall asleep for any restful amount. I couldn't put my finger on why, but I had that feeling of being watched. I was finally able to drift off for what I guessed was an hour maybe. When I woke up, it was early, about 7 a.m. We decided to scout around the land for tracks and signs of hogs and find a good place to set up a blind. It was the summer and horribly hot in the afternoons, so morning was the best time to be out and about. After walking for an hour or so, we came to an area of trees, lightly dense, and luckily found some signs of hogs. Typical torn up ground where they had been rooting, so we followed them into the trees. I was looking for more signs when my dad stopped me with his arm. I remember looking up and seeing someone standing about 50 yards away. Some of their body was blocked by trees. This was private land, so they definitely weren't supposed to be there. We also had confirmation from the owner before we got to the lease that nobody was there. Not to mention the gate was locked up when we first arrived. The person was wearing some bright colored red jacket. We slowly walked towards them. My dad called out something like, "Hey, we're hunters. This is private land." The person didn't move at all. Dead still. We were about 30 yards away and could see that he was turned away from us with his hands in his pockets. Weird thing was that the person was in a ski jacket and what looked to be ski pants. Now this is Texas in the summer. It was about 98 degrees outside by then. My dad called out again. No reaction. He told me to stay behind him and unsnap the clip to his pistol holster. That's all we had at the time since we were only scouting the area. The rifles were back at the cabin. We approached the person's right side, and then my dad told me to stay put about 20 yards away. I stayed and crouched down, watched him circle around from the man, all the while talking to him asking if he was okay. He finally passed around to the front of the man, and my dad stood straight up with a confused look on his face. I called out and said, "What's wrong?" And he called back saying, "It's a mannequin." I walked over to it while my dad stood there staring, and as I got closer, one thing stood out the most. The clothes it was wearing were brand new. No dust, sap, bird droppings, or signs of being outside for more than a day at most. At that moment, I looked at my dad and I could see him getting worried. Almost immediately after, I felt that feeling again, like we were being watched, and I knew that my dad had felt it too. I wanted to start crying. I remember feeling suddenly so scared. My dad whispered, "We're leaving right now." He grabbed my hand and drew his pistol. He scanned the area the whole way back while I was trying to hold back panicked tears. We got back as fast as we could. I was terrified, so it felt like an eternity, but in reality was only about 45 minutes max. After returning, we packed up and beat feet. We drove back home that day and didn't talk much on the way back. I remember right after we left, my dad called his buddy, the owner of the land, and he was confused. He said that he would go check it out next week when he was in the area. He also said that he had never had an issue with people because his property was highly fenced. My dad normally isn't a paranoid person, but me being young and the least possibly having someone there that we didn't know about, he decided to just be cautious and just get out of there. After we got back home, we talked, and my dad wasn't able to sleep the night before as well. He had the same feeling, but didn't want to wake me up because he thought that I was sleeping too. Turns out that next week, he got a call from his buddy, and he checked the whole property and never found a trace of anyone. No mannequin or anything. That story still makes my hair stand on end. No idea what was happening, but the paranoid man in me thinks that it was some kind of trap or something. Not the creepiest thing that happened to me in the woods, but definitely in the top 3. I was hog hunting deep in the palmettos. I was all by myself this time. The sun was setting and I started to see some hog movement about 200 yards away from me. I started to move that way very quietly with the wind in my face. As I got deeper into the palmettos, I could hear the hogs grunting. I stopped and listened to gauge how far away they were. Then I got my knees taken out by a big fat sow. This was probably the hardest I've ever been knocked on my butt. It was like a car hit me. I could see another hog running towards me, so I took out my .40 and domed it near point blank. My buddy and I are both police officers, so we are allowed to carry a firearm into public land, where the general public is not allowed to. We are from Texas. We went hunting one morning to a new place where we saw a lot of deer activity, about a 2-hour walk from the truck. We both bow hunt in tripods and wear full-body ghillie suits. The location where we hunt only allows bow hunting. About 1 hour after the sun comes up, some random guy started walking around towards our direction, carrying a bolt-action rifle while smoking a cigarette. He makes it about 40 yards from me and I took my headgear off, and I told him some stuff, probably not in the nicest manner. The gentleman walks in closer and decides to point his rifle at me. The rifle was a .30-06 and had 1 round in the chamber. At this point, I decided to laugh and told him to think twice about his decision. My buddy to my left, which he did not see, was a full draw with his bow with a very heavy arrow and very sharp broadhead. I told him to look, and you could see the fear in his eyes. He lowered the rifle, and we both in an instant had him at gunpoint with our handguns. We tied him up using zip ties and called the game warden. The entire walk back, he did not say a word. They met us at our trucks. They took him into custody for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. When they ran his name, he had 2 murder warrants out, one out of Louisiana and one out of Kentucky. He was sentenced to life in prison a year later. We did go back to our tripods, and we both got a deer that day, and a good story. About 4 years ago, me and some of my friends were driving down a rural road in the Maine wilderness. I was driving pretty slow, and we were talking about college. All of a sudden, out of the woods on the left side of the road, a woman walked out in front of the car. She was our age, early 20s, kinda short, 5'3" maybe, and she had blonde hair. She was wearing a flannel shirt over a white shirt and jeans, but there was some blood on her shirt and hands. Not a lot, but a noticeable amount. She stopped on the right side of the road and turned to look at us. My friend rolled down his window and asked if she needed help. She said that she could use a ride to the nearby gas station, and we agreed to drive her there. She got in the back with 2 of my friends and we went on our way. She was quiet until my friend asked if she was hurt because of the blood. She said no, that she had been hunting something big. We assumed that she meant deer, and friend number 2 said that he hunted deer too. She said that was cool, but not what she had been hunting. We arrived at the gas station and she got out and went in. We waited for her to come out, but she didn't, so we left. Now we wonder what exactly she had been hunting, if not deer. Also, I'll add a couple more things. This was at night, around 10 or 11 p.m. Only friend 2 had been drinking, and only a little bit. And we all remember this clearly, and we have all brought it up since. My family deer camp is still a tent camp in northwestern Michigan. We have a 16-foot by 16-foot Korean War-era canvas tent for sleeping, and a Boy Scout wall tent for cooking. Anyway, we used to camp in a small clearing on public property that's about 50 yards from the road. One night, I was woken up at around 3 to 4 a.m. by the sound of the scariest, loudest scream I've ever heard. It was just one long, single scream, but it sounded like a woman was being murdered about 100 yards away from me. Nobody else in the tent heard it, or was woken up by it. To this day, I still don't know what it was, but I have to guess something like an owl or a fox. Another time, I was walking to my ground blind, I think on an opening morning of firearm deer season. I walked up a 2-track road about a quarter mile to my trail, which I have marked with a reflective pen, but I almost never walk in with a light on, as I can see pretty well in the dark. As I was walking, it just felt like I had passed my trail, so I turned my headlamp on to find the reflective pen. After I found it, I was turning around as I shut it off, and there was about 6 to 8 pairs of red glowing eyes, about 1 to 2 feet off the ground, staring at me. I tried shining my light directly at them, but I was never able to see what they were, and they never moved or blinked. I was a bit freaked out, so I just drew my sidearm and continued up the trail to my blind. Now, even 10 years later, every time I walk that 2-track trail, I look at that spot, but I've never seen those eyes again. My family has a hunting property in the mountains where there's no cell phone service, internet, or even a landline. I go there by myself often, and in the event of an emergency, have no way to call for help unless I can get to my vehicle and drive far enough away to get cell service. So I'm very safety conscious. Anyway, one night I was leaving the property after dark. When I approached the gate in my vehicle, there was a loud explosion. My hunting partner and I was not alone this time, had to get out, unlock and relock the gate thinking someone might be genuinely trying to kill us. Later, through asking around, we discovered that some local men who live in that area thought it was funny to set out some tannerite nearby and shoot it when we exited our property. One of them in particular is a severe alcoholic, known for brandishing loaded weapons at people. I'm always concerned that he'll come around whenever I'm there, and since I'm a woman, I worry that he might try to harass me, even worse than he has my male relatives. I was duck hunting with my dad and his friend while I was a young kid on the backwaters of the Mississippi River. It was a late season, and ice was starting to form, and only one other hunter was out that day. The blind was in open water, but ice was slowly building from the shoreline. The water was fairly deep. My dad and his buddy could walk in it, but as a kid, it was just over my chest waders deep, so I stepped out of the boat directly into the duck blind. After a while, someone wounds a duck, and my dad takes the boat out to try to retrieve the downed bird. At the same time, the only other hunter decides he is done for the day and starts heading to the boat ramp. Instead of cutting out the open water in front of us, he breaks ice all the way back, loosening a giant chunk of ice. The wind happens to be blowing from this direction, so now a giant chunk of ice is bearing down on the blind. The ice is not thick enough to walk on, but it's heavy enough to start to cave in the duck blind. Dad's friend gets out and is trying to break it piece by piece to keep it from completely collapsing the blind while I'm in it. And I'm shooting up all my rounds trying to get my dad's attention to come back to the blind. He finally comes back and I get in the boat. A few minutes after, we get all the decoys picked up. The ice completely collapses the duck blind. We move to another location and keep hunting. I ended up shooting a ruddy duck that day. It was my second ever duck, and still the only ruddy duck I have ever gotten. A buddy and I went hunting over a long weekend a few years ago. We hiked into our hunting terrain and stayed in a tent. This was in the middle of nowhere in the Norwegian wilderness, and we had exclusive hunting rights to that area, so we didn't really expect any other people to be there. No cell service within something like a 5 to 6 kilometer radius, and something like 10 kilometers to our cars. We were camped next to a small lake, and didn't see any other people there for the first couple of days. On our last night there, we were eating dinner next to our campfire pretty late at night, so everything outside our immediate surroundings was pitch black. Suddenly, we heard someone take a shot on the other side of the lake with what sounded like a rifle. We thought it was a bit strange, since there shouldn't have been any other hunters anywhere close by, but we just figured that someone was messing around further away than it sounded like. We forgot about it and settled back in to eat. After another 5 to 10 minutes, someone took a second shot, which sounded like it came from much closer to us. This time, the bullet hit some rocks right next to us, like 5 meters or so. We both sort of froze for like a few seconds while looking at each other, and then just ran to our tent to pick up our shotguns. We then ran quite a ways into the woods and just hunkered down. After a few minutes, we heard another shot, and we were pretty sure that it hit our tent, which later turned out to be correct. We obviously had no idea of what to do. We couldn't call the cops since there was no cell service, and it was completely dark, so we couldn't really hike out of there without using flashlights, which seemed like a terrible idea. We ended up finding a downed tree with a little cave-like thing under the roots, and just sat there until morning. We then packed up as quickly as possible, and basically ran back to our cars where we called the cops. The cops took it pretty seriously, it seemed like, but nothing ever came out of the investigation. We still have no idea what happened or who could have possibly done it. There was absolutely no reason for anyone to be out there with a gun, unless they were poachers, which is almost unheard of in Norway. I've never been so scared in my life, and it definitely took a few years before we went back. I've always been super creeped out by this experience, and I've thought a long time about posting it, but it wasn't until I told one of my friends this story that they pointed out that this might be a Men in Black type story. Anyway, here we go. It was my middle brother's 10th birthday party, so this was 2006, and the woods I grew up as my backyard was Seneca Creek Park, which is also where Blair Witch supposedly took place. My brother's birthday party was pirate themed, and I guess my mom had given us chocolate coins for treasure. I don't really remember why, but all the boys at my party, myself and my mom, walked through the woods before having cake. My youngest brother Jesse, 6 at the time, told me when we got back to the house that he left his coins by the bridge in the woods. That part of the woods was where a fork came in the path. Left was the bridge leading to a walking trail, and right was deeper on the path headed near the creek. So I decided I would go and find his coins, and told him to come with me. Oddly enough, my mom warned us not to go, but we still did, and for some reason she let us. The bridge was about a 5-minute walk from the bottom of our hill that was our backyard. We walked into the woods and everything was normal, just like it was when we were there with the group. We finally made it to the bridge, and I found Jesse's coins right away. I was bent down, and Jesse was behind me, and I looked up while grabbing the coin, and there's a man in all white with a white-brimmed hat. I thought it was a cowboy hat, and then a man behind him wearing all white too but no hat. They appeared out of nowhere, and I started backing up right away when I saw the first man because I felt pure fear. He saw me scared and backing off, and he said, "I don't bite." That's when I told Jesse to run, and I was screaming run and we ran home. I didn't even check to see if they were following us, but we ran all the way out of the woods and up the hill screaming because the group plus my mom were on the back deck. And I knew that if the men knew people were listening for us, maybe they wouldn't chase us. We told the boys and my mom what had happened, and my mom said, "See, I told you so." And that was it. It was so scary, and they truly came out of nowhere. They just appeared. My brother remembers this just as vividly as I do. Has anyone ever encountered men in all white in the woods? I never really knew what all this meant, but it was so creepy, and this is probably the best place to try and figure it out. Thank you for reading this far. I'll try to answer any questions. I live in the countryside of France. My village is settled at the top of a hill and surrounded by forests and crops with no stores nor a bakery. My parents' house is near 2 farms, and behind the garden there are large crops. These are essential elements to the story. The bathroom's window overlooks the garden. Before my parents built a veranda, there were curtains, so every time I closed it when I was going to the bathroom, which made my family laugh. "Why are you closing it? No one's watching you." I was like, "We don't know that. It's just in case." Then the veranda was built, and my dad got rid of the curtains and put strips on the window. I got worried, because I love to know that I have intimacy when going to the bathroom. And I even showed my parents that when we were standing at the end of the garden, we can see us in the bathroom. Of course, they laughed. "You're just being paranoid." Weeks passed, and then I noticed a tractor being parked just at the end of the garden. Every night the tractor was there. My parents also noticed it and thought it was weird. We have lived there for 20 years, and it has never happened before. Sometimes we felt like we were being watched, but we shrugged it off, thinking that we were just being paranoid. My dad came to talk to the farmer to get rid of the tractor, and then it disappeared for a while. Today, I was smoking outside, and my mom came up to me and told me, "I think you're right. We are being watched." Yesterday night, I was going to the bathroom, and the tractor was parked in front of the garden with its headlights illuminating the bathroom's window. I turned the light off and went to the veranda and took a picture. Then he left. I'm glad that I was right, but worried because I don't know how long he or she has been stalking us in the bathroom. What are your thoughts on this? Thanks for reading. I was in Blue Ridge, Georgia and young. Must have been 8 or 9. My parents went for a walk, and I decided to stay home due to the neighbor's dog scaring me so much. I no longer remember what it was that caused me to go outside on the porch, but I did. There, a good 50 feet away from the house, was a young buck, velvety antlers starting to grow. As I stared at it, I had the most bizarre vision. It was like someone suddenly switched my eyes to X-ray, and I panicked that lightning had struck the deer, because it was suddenly inverted and I could see its bones through it. Like an actual X-ray, some coloration, you could see the outline of its entire body, and then its bones as if they were painted over its body. An instant later, my vision corrected. The deer was back to normal, and I had a panic attack in the crawl space. I was scared to be near windows in case it was lightning and I would be struck. This has never happened to me again. Before I start, I want to acknowledge that it's likely that this was just a mountain lion. Either way, it's one of the scariest things that has happened to me in the woods. In early March of 2021, I was just barely recovering from a significant concussion, enough to where I could drive again. I still couldn't work for another few weeks and couldn't look at screens or even read, so I was spending plenty of my time just going on short walks and such to pass the time, in ways that didn't aggravate my head. I went to a small trailhead that I hadn't been to before. If it weren't for the trees, I think houses about 1/2 mile away or less would have been visible from the parking lot, so I wasn't exactly deep into the wilderness. I had a weird feeling that I shouldn't go. I was alone, but as always, I was armed with my CCW and figured I was just being goofy because it was a dreary, cloudy day with some chill and a slight breeze. I approached the trailhead feeling very strange, like I shouldn't be there. I saw a single car in the parking area and figured that maybe since a previous car of mine had been broken into at a trailhead a few years previous, I was worried that it would happen again with my car now, being the only other one up there. I backed in and hung out for a few minutes. 2 dudes with fishing poles came from the left, where I couldn't see,
but could clearly hear a rushing river. They got in their car and left, and my "I shouldn't be here" sense persisted. Being an idiot, I still got out and headed up the trail. I had no idea how long it was or where it went, but I didn't really intend on going the full way unless it was short. I just wanted to walk for a little while outdoors. The trees hadn't gotten their leaves back, and it was a dreary day as I mentioned earlier, but that usually doesn't put me on edge. As I walked, the strong feeling to turn back got more and more obvious. I felt myself glancing all over literally constantly. It wasn't even fun anymore to be up there. It's only been a couple of minutes too. I mean, the feeling of dread was so immediately strong that I could still see my car in the parking lot when I finally decided that it was time to go, because it has gotten that strong so quickly. I turned around, hand on my pistol in its holster, and stopped to listen. A few seconds after I turned around, I heard a big footstep off to my right. It was a big snap of a branch that had been on the ground already, maybe 25 to 30 yards away. I'm not sure if it matters that the branch was already on the ground, other than I know that it wasn't deadfall. I've been working in audio for way too long and can tell you a lot about an event simply by how it sounds. That might sound silly, but it's important to know that I could 100% tell that it was a footstep that had, likely accidentally, stepped on a branch that was already present on the forest floor. I waited a second or two after this big snap to head out. I looked over at the place that it had come from, able to see what felt like a decent amount because of the lack of leaves on the trees, but I couldn't see anything that looked alive. Not wanting to trigger a pursuit instinct in whatever it was, I started walking down the trail. I had my sidearm in hand, drawn at that point. My car wasn't far, and I'm a naturally fast walker, so this seemed like the best course of action. I got back to my car in a minute or two, and heard nothing at all besides the nearby river rushing by. Having backed into my spot, I started my car and put it in drive, but had my foot on the brakes. I wanted to see if anything came into sight, and then peel out of there if so. Nothing ever showed itself. Not that I could see anyways. As I left the area, the dreadful feeling went away, and I had a normal rest of my day, but shaken up a little. I don't know what it was, and don't make any claims. As I mentioned at the very beginning, it was probably a mountain lion as this occurred near the Box Elder area of Utah, and they're often seen coming down into the cities. So, one still in the mountains, but only half a mile from some fancy houses, probably isn't too strange. Either way, a few things still strike me to this day. 1. Whatever it was, clearly knew that it had revealed itself when it stepped on the branch, and was smart enough to recognize that I immediately looked in its general direction as a result. The fact that something saw me notice its mistake, and that I still saw absolutely nothing in turn during the middle of the day still freaks me out. Mountain lions are notorious for their natural camouflage, so this still tracks. The sense of dread, number 2, before I even got to the trailhead. I felt this a few times, as you might see in my other post in r/The Truth Is Here. But even then, I didn't feel the same dread like I did here on this little trail. I knew that I was going to be in danger, then ignored that, and then knew there were eyes on me by something that I couldn't see myself. Then that instinctual knowledge was confirmed when there was very clearly a large step taken among the trees to my right. I've had a handful of stories similar to this one that are also 100% real things that have happened to me that I think I'll try to post someday. I keep running into similar situations because I keep going out when I have the sense that I should not. Maybe someday I'll learn.
I live in the heart of the largest ponderosa pine forest in the world. This makes for a beautiful, albeit rugged wilderness that can shift from pleasant to dangerous, empty to heavily populated in the blink of an eye. Phoenix and Flagstaff are separated by roughly 100 or so miles of pretty isolated backwoods driving. There is one stretch between communities where there aren't homes or residential areas at all for about 50 of those miles. This is National Forest for outdoor recreation. The only buildings are ranger stations and one space observatory that is pretty far back into the forest. The observatory has many weird legends about it, like being privately owned by the Vatican, which there is some evidence for. My mom was driving between townships in this very isolated span of woodland when she came upon a boy walking down the roadway. He looked to be maybe 15 years old. My mom doesn't stop for people as a general rule, but she turned around and decided to help the kid out. Only when she circled back around did she realize her mistake. The pedestrian wasn't a boy, but a small man close to her age. He had boyish characteristics, but was dirty and strange. Even his clothes were weird, almost too plain, as if handmade. He tried to get in the car, but my mom kept it locked. She questioned him for a bit and learned that he was an android, trying to make his way back to the colony. He explained that there was a camp of homeless people, what he called vagrants, that were being reconfigured into androids. These androids weren't allowed to drive or interact with humans as a whole. That was not unless they became separated from the rest of the colony. This wouldn't stand out as strange if not for all the other stories that I've heard about this place. A ramshackle place with plywood buildings and other roadside trash coaxed into shelter. Cult and commune are the usual labels. And word is, they all dress exactly the same. In late summer of 2019, I'd say maybe a couple of miles away from Montello, I was walking down in the woods in Marquette County, Wisconsin. I decided to go in the night after dark because there would be no heat, and I didn't want to get heat stroke out there. I was taking a walk on a foot trail some people used and made, but it's not an actual trail on any maps. Anyways, moments before the experience happened, I checked my phone and it was 1:42 a.m. Couple of minutes later, I hear, "Hey bro, can you help me?" from a direction I was facing, and I said, "With what?" They said come closer, which made me choose to run back down the way that I came. And yes, I got chased down and heard, "I need some help, bro." Funnily enough, a deputy was driving by as I floored it out of there, as the dude hit my car with a knife, scratched my truck a bit, and dented it. This happened in September. No, the deputy did not do anything, as I don't think that they really cared. I was camping with my kids when I woke up to the sound of blood-curdling screaming. It was my own kids screaming. They were pointing at the tent door. The zipper was unzipping, and a tiny hand came in and was trying to pull my backpack out. I forgot that there were raisins in it. Raccoons. My kids were terrified of raccoons before this happened, so their screaming was intense. They calmed down after a couple of minutes, and I expected to hear someone shout, "Everything okay over there?" or for a park ranger to walk up, because there were lots of campers and sites nearby, and my kids were screaming bloody murder, like straight from a horror movie. But no one checked on us. I imagine maybe they were all laying there too scared to move, in case they were the next ones to be murdered, and that maybe they are still wondering about the screaming ghosts or unreported murder to this day. Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining me for another restful episode of true, scary stories to help you fall asleep. Today, we are going to be reading true, creepy, deep forest stories. I hope you enjoy them. Also, before we get into the stories, I do want to mention that we do have new merch available on our merch store. The link will be in the description down below. We have a new 80s aesthetic to the merch that we are selling. You can see it on your screen now. I do hope you enjoy it. Also, the aesthetic for today's video, as you can hear in the background, is going to be a campfire with nature and cricket sounds. I do hope you enjoy that as well. And for now, without further ado, lay back, relax, and enjoy these true, scary stories. I've spent most of my life running around the woods of southern Oregon, and I've seen some weird stuff out there. First story. Way out in the middle of nowhere, far from any road, my friend and I stumbled across a large fenced-in area. 10-foot chain-link fence. Inside the fence were all these trees planted in perfectly straight rows. No biggie. The Forest Service does sciencey stuff out in the woods sometimes. What was odd is that every single tree was bent in a specific shape. All of them were crooked in the exact same way. We didn't climb the fence that day because our dogs were acting super sketchy and one ran off. We found him eventually, thank goodness. And despite looking, I've never found that place again. Back then, I was convinced that it was a nefarious government project, a la Stranger Things or Aliens. The vibe was really weird there in our defense. Now that I think about it, maybe someone was growing trees in that shape to make a boat. I did read that people do this. The woods can be spooky sometimes, so maybe it was aliens or Bigfoot. Another time with that same friend, we were again in the literal middle of nowhere, dry camping and hiking with the dogs. We found a small clearing that had a twin-sized, rusty old iron bed frame, a small rusted-out cook stove, and some other rusty buckets and stuff. The odd part is that it was so far from anything, even old logging spur roads. Whoever lived out there really didn't want to be found or bothered. Can't blame them, really. I do have a bunch more stories, if anyone is interested. When I was 14, I found a body floating in the Flint River near Bainbridge. It was winter, so no alligator activity, but any body in water in the deep south is going to be terribly bloated. And this one was. Race, age, and gender were no longer evident to my observation. When I was 19, I came across human remains in the woods surrounding the creek that ran behind my house. It turned out to be a hunter who'd gone missing in the early 80s. I picked up the femur thinking, what a weird looking stick, only to find that it was still attached to other bones. The realization of what it was unsettling when my brain was telling me that it was a big deer. Then I looked closer, and there was a human mandible within a couple of feet. The fact that I was not disturbed by either led to me doing a lot of volunteer search and recovery over my life. I'm comfortable in remote areas. Woods don't faze me, and a body is just a thing. A thing that deserves respect, and an important thing, but I never feel creeped out. I've found, aside from those two, 4 other partial sets of remains, and one recently deceased individual who got lost in Escalante Canyon. That one bothered me, because even half a day sooner could have saved him. It's why I don't do search and rescue unless it's a child. I can't handle it, but I can put the feelings aside when it's a missing kid. My buddy, my wife, and her friend hiked to a remote cabin. The cabin's previous tenants had to be medevaced, so my buddy and I decided to hike their belongings back down the mountain, 3 miles each way, so we could get it back to them. My wife and her friend went on a hike while we were gone. On their way back, they found a decorative flamingo in the middle of the trail. No clue who put it there, as they didn't see another soul. A couple of times I've had people appear in places that no one should have been. One was an old man at 2 a.m. in St. Mary's Wilderness. He said he had gotten turned around and asked if I could use my Jeep to take him to where he wanted to camp. The road is very rough and was just a series of mud pits. I ended up agreeing, no idea why, and drove him about an hour to where he just said, "Okay, this is fine." I dropped him off, took his picture, and left. At camp, I noticed that he wasn't in the picture, just kind of a blur. The next morning, I went to where I dropped him off and I couldn't find him or any tracks. No clue if he was real or if I was just imagining it all. I've also seen markers from where Civil War soldiers had died. And how. Example, Jack Smith gunshot, carved into stones. Not headstones, just the rocks by where they died. I also sat and watched an orb/will-o-wisp with 2 friends for about 30 minutes before it finally went away. In high school in the mid-1980s, we used to go out to the lake and stay the night. We would build a campfire, and then we would just get tired and sleep in our cars. It must have been around 11 p.m. when we decided to go for a hike into the thick wooded area. There was a trail. There were 4 of us, 3 girls and 1 guy. We had flashlights, but we didn't really need them because the moon was bright. Then I heard something that sounded like faint music. I asked the others if they heard it, and they said that they did. It was like music from a jewelry box. You know, that type that has the little ballerina that spins around. We keep walking. Then, right in the middle of the trail, there it was. A white jewelry box with the ballerina. It was just in the middle of the trail playing music. We turned around and started to run. Then we stopped and decided to go back to where it was. It was gone. It wasn't more than a minute and it was gone. We ran back, put the fire out, and we went home. My family and I have a new puppy that we take outside to walk in the middle of the night. This was around 4 in the morning, and she let me know that she had to go out. She's always been very intimidated about going out in the middle of the night, but we never thought anything of it. Just as I was about to bring her inside, I hear this howl, human-sounding screech that sounded like it was right behind me. The puppy and I ran so fast in the house. The scream that came out of my body was so bizarre. I just froze in fear as soon as I got inside. My husband was very concerned and immediately locked the doors and brought all of our kids into bed with us. We were trying to chalk it up to maybe a fox. I would normally talk myself into it just being an animal, but the weird vibe that I got, I can't even describe it. The howl/scream sounded like it was right in my ear. I will never be going outside alone again. This is a story that I only recently remembered again in a conversation with my fiance. When I remembered the story, I was overwhelmed by an uncomfortable feeling, similar to what it was like at the moment. I never fully managed to figure out what really happened then, so I decided to share that story here. My older sister had graduated from medical school at the time, and my parents decided to organize a celebration for our family and friends on the occasion of that event. The celebration was held at the cottage of our family friends, where we grew up, so I was very familiar with the space. Imagine a large empty clearing, a large square surrounded by houses and fields between them. A narrow road leading to individual houses runs along the perimeter itself. And at that time, it was not even fully paved. It was mostly a dirt road. From that main road, which framed the houses in a square, you could go down into the dense forest that surrounded that square. The depth of the forest was great, and when you turned off the main road towards the path, you had to walk for a long time to reach the river, which was a few kilometers away. All this was familiar to me because I grew up there and spent a good part of my childhood playing in those woods. I was afraid of the forest, but nothing more than normal, and I was always careful not to stray from the path so as to not get lost. Back to the story. My parents organized a celebration and invited a large number of people, including my cousin, P. She and I were close in age, and we got along well. As the number of people became tiring for us, we decided to take a walk so we could catch up on life, just the two of us. We were both about 20 years old, and I led her down the road because I knew the path I wanted us to take, down the perimeter, alongside the forest, next to all the other houses so as to not be alone. Everything was normal until we reached one of the turns for the forest that I mentioned. Somehow we both stopped without saying a word and looked in silence at the path that stretched deep into the forest. "Let's go inside." I was the first to speak after some time, even if this is something that's not typical for me. As I mentioned earlier, I was always a little afraid of the forest, especially after I got lost in it once. That was when I was still a child, but they managed to find me quickly after my screams that rang throughout the area. For this reason, I never left the road without my older friend, A, who carried a stick with him, and his hunting dog, May. But now, something was different. "Let's go in there. It won't hurt us," I said to my cousin and stepped inside. "I don't want to. I'm scared," answered my cousin, but I persistently assured her that everything was fine. In the end, she still followed me because I was already 30 steps ahead of her. "Elle, this is not a good idea. Let's go back." P tried to convince me once again, but I walked forward as if in a trance. "Everything's fine," I repeated to her. After some time, when we were already deep into the forest, I finally stopped myself. I could not take a step more. I was paralyzed. It was as if some part of me tried to break away from whatever was pulling me inside. I was overcome with fear. My heart was pounding hard and my breath stopped. It was as if all sounds had stopped. It was daytime, but there was no signs of life. Not a bird, not a rabbit, not a butterfly. Only silence, and those trees that I had a feeling would stretch out their branches and trap me forever in this forest. P was a few steps behind me. "I'm going back. I can't do this," said P and ran the same way we came. Her voice was trembling, and I could feel the panic in it. After another moment, I managed to break away and run after her. We ran without looking back, as if something was chasing us, until we reached the entrance of the place from which we entered. A little further towards the cottage, we finally stopped as we finally felt safe. We did not look back out of pure fear. We tried to catch our breath, and only then did we talk as we were walking back home, fast and still scared. There was something there. We were sure of that. I wasn't afraid at first when I went inside. In fact, it was as if something was calling me, wanting me to follow it. But my cousin's frightened voice and presence tore me out of the trance. It had called me. I'm afraid to think what would have happened if I was alone, if there wasn't someone to pull me back so I wouldn't go too far. I didn't know where I was going. I just knew that we got to that road that I had to go inside. It scares me, and I can't shake the fear that overwhelmed me and my cousin after that event. Any thoughts on what happened here? Why did I go inside and persuade my cousin to follow me? Why did she manage to snap me out of it? And why were we both so scared? There was no sound. There was no voice. There was nothing. Just the unspoken words of something that I heard and my cousin didn't. I'm from Croatia, so Europe, a bit more eastern, not too far from the Serbian border. I'd never been a big fan of camping. Circa 2012, for some reason or another, my friend and I decided to take a Saturday night to camp on private property. We had permission from the owner, on the bank of a small lake in the rural American southeast. The lake wasn't very large, probably only 50 to 150 yards across. Not great at estimating distance. It was more of a deep pond, but it was like 5 times as long as it was wide. And from the perspective of our camp, it consumed the majority of our sight line. The plot of land itself wasn't entirely removed from civilization. We were 5 to 10 miles outside of a small suburb of a mid-sized southern city. It definitely was not easy to access, however, and the only way in was a gated narrow dirt road across a levee which spanned one side of the lake. This road was gated and locked. The owner gave us his code. We pulled the car through and locked the gate behind us. If you've ever been down south, you know how quickly it gets isolated outside of cities. Our cities are small, and the rural people around often live rough and wild. We have dense woods, so thick that they're not worth building in unless you have some connection or attachment to the area. I've heard it was not profitable to cut roads through a lot of it when they were building highways in the 50s. So not much development has happened in the last 100 years, and in some places, since the Civil War. It's not uncommon to go for a 30-minute drive straight out of town and come upon cabins that are obviously off the grid. My friend and I were used to living in the suburbs, so we were just happy to see stars and hear the sounds of nature. We were at our utilitarian camp. Small, Coleman 2-person tent and a blanket. Simply looking around and enjoying the night, when suddenly my buddy sat up real straight. He said something like, "Do you see that guy over there?" He pointed to the other side of the small lake. I didn't see anything. I sat up slightly and said, "Nah, it's just the dark playing tricks on you." He seemed actually shaken. "No, look, there's a bunch of faces behind the trees now." That got my attention, and I sat up fully, rubbing my eyes to try and gain full focus. And then I saw them. Small, round, white faces staring back at me from across the lake. Maybe 15 to 20 of them. All were positioned in such a way that their bodies were behind the trees and only their heads were visible. The best way that I can describe the faces is very pale. Somehow internally illuminated children. I should mention that neither of us were drinking or high. We were too young for that. Not for at least a few more years. We had eaten dinner at home, and were just planning on going to sleep after chilling out for a while. The faces weren't moving. I was kind of sitting there in shock, thinking that my eyes would adjust, and I would see that they were a reflection, bugs or owls or something. But I would never come to that realization. I stared right back at them for what felt like 5 minutes, looked back at my friend, and they were gone. Bodies of water carry sound extremely well, and we heard extensive shuffling from the other side of the lake, and a couple of small branches snapping. It's incredible what your ears pick up on during an otherwise silent night. My buddy was tearing up a little when he said, "What the heck were those?" And I didn't have a good answer. Neither of us slept particularly well. I definitely felt validated in my feelings of disliking camping. But what were we going to do? I tried to do some research on the internet, but never found a phenomenon that could explain that. When I was very young, I was visiting a family friend at their camper in the woods. No idea where. I remember at one point being outside and hearing what sounded to me like a church choir, but we were in the middle of nowhere and it was dark out. No one else seemed to hear it. I still think about it and wonder where I was, and what on earth it could have been. I've just stumbled upon this subreddit, and I've thoroughly enjoyed all the experiences and stories shared by others. I've finally felt compelled to share an experience of my own, and while it may not be as provoking or profound as the stories told by others on this subreddit, it still fills me with a strange and mysterious feeling all these years later. I grew up on Long Island in New York State. My older sister, her boyfriend, and myself often would walk the trails and the beaches at night. On one particular evening, the three of us were on a walk at a Camp Hero State Park. It was a full moon, so it was very bright out. As we were walking the trail, we stopped to relax and look out over the water. My sister's boyfriend sparked up a joint, and we were all partaking and relaxing. Whilst we were gazing out onto the open water, we spotted a small light in the distance. My sister inquired as to what we thought that was. Her boyfriend said it was probably a light on a distant boat. I agreed, and we didn't think much of it. However, as moments passed, we noticed the light seemed to be approaching us, getting closer by the minute. As it moved closer, it appeared to not be on the water, but above the water in the sky. We soon realized it was not a light on a distant boat. We continued to speculate what it was, and I came to the conclusion that it must be someone's small personal drone. But as the light came closer and closer, the brightness got stronger and stronger. If you know Camp Hero, you know that there are cliff edges that hang over the water. There we are, standing there on the edge with this orb steadily approaching us. With the span of 5 minutes, the orb was no longer in the distance, but hanging right in front of us. It was no longer over the water, but rather over the sandy beach. We stood there staring at it. It had a whitish purple glow to it. Despite being night, it was bright out due to the light of the full moon. On this high visibility evening, it became evident that that was no drone. This light was standalone, no machinery of any kind attached to it, and it just hung there about 10 feet in front of us for about 30 seconds. Then, it just disappeared. In such a way that it almost seemed to envelop itself. We all decided to get the hell out of there, and that was that. This was back in 2015-ish. I've since visited this particular park many times since, and have never seen anything like it again. Maybe we were all just a bunch of stoned teenagers and it was some sort of group delusion, but that night will stick with me forever. The park itself is shrouded in mystery, and I can only speculate that the orb was perhaps a remnant of one of the experiments conducted at Camp Hero from back in the day. Anyway, that's my story. Have any of you had any spooky experiences on Long Island? We're certainly not quote-unquote backwoods by any means, but things still happen around these parts. So this is a story my dad recently told me about my grandpa and my great-grandpa. My grandpa grew up in a very rural southern Indiana, but moved to very rural southern Illinois in his youth. So this takes place in Illinois. One night, Grandpa and his dad were hanging out at his uncle's, who lived a couple of miles away. Keep in mind, this is the 40s out in the country, so all roads are just dirt, basically. Anyways, it was pretty late, so they decided to head home and hopped into their old car, going probably about 15 miles per hour through these woods roads. At some point, as they're just driving and talking, they pass something along the edge of the road, standing upright. They both hunted and were very familiar with any animals or other local people that may be around. Neither one of them really said anything for a minute, and then they both looked at each other and said, "What the hell was that?" My grandpa asked his dad, "Do you want to turn around?" And he said nope, and they kept driving. My grandpa said it resembled a big owl or a small person just standing in the ditch. First time posting here or anywhere. Wanted to recount a bizarre series of events from my childhood and figured that this was the best place to do it, particularly because I have very little karma and cannot post much anywhere else. When I was a kid, I lived in Clinton, Tennessee. Both parents worked full-time, so I was often sent over to stay with my grandparents who had a plot of land in the vicinity of, but not right in, Mosheim near Greenville. Both of them had been in East Tennessee for their whole lives, in that area for a good many of years. They had been established at their home for some decades before this story and remained there a good time after. Recently, I had reason to return to that area in Tennessee after having spent the majority of my adult life in Minnesota. Being in and around the area, driving the same roads made me reminiscent about my lazy summer days tucked away at my grandparents' house. Learning to shoot on the same .22 with which Grandpa had taught Mom. Feeding fish at a neighbor's stocked pond, or spotting deer and bear with binoculars from the back porch. When I relayed this to my mom, she in turn told me a story about a time I scared my grandpa half to death, then lied about hanging out with Bigfoot. At first, I had no idea what she was going on about. Then I remembered exactly what happened with startling clarity. New context given by the experience adulthood provides. And no, this was not about Bigfoot or a cryptid. Before we start, some information about my grandparents' land. Their house was on a small hill surrounded by a grass lawn. The lawn gave away to a smallish hay field, then a wood line. Those woods lasted for a good half mile to either side of the home, and a good several miles to the back. I hated the hay field because it was too pokey to play in, but liked to hang out in a creek that ran behind it. To get there, I would like to walk to the edge of the property just in the wood line to avoid the hay. While at my grandparents', the only rules were that I stay where I could see the house, so the house could see me. I was to take a whistle with me anywhere I went. I didn't take the whistle, seeing it as a badge of my regrettably young age, and the best part of the creek was outside of the house. That was the only stretch where it got deeper than my knees, and thus the only part where I could swim. Naturally, I spent much of my time in the water splashing around, skipping stones and being a kid. One day I was playing in the creek when I noticed someone. It was a man, a stranger on the bank watching me. He had long hair, a beard, and pale skin so dirty that it was stained. I could not tell his age and simply thought of him as old. I have no better guess now, as he clearly went through long years of hard living. He wore no shirt, no pants, only a wrap of dirty cloth around his waist that I thought was a Moses dress, thanks to some illustrated Bible stories. Around his neck, there were multiple necklaces made from knotted tatters of cloth, fiber, and string. In those knots were various pieces of detritus, mostly bones, but some flowers and bits of dark glass. When I first saw him there by the creek, I was terrified. Terrified. Frozen still. The man, however, was smiling. He gestured from his squat with an outstretched arm, fingers down, in a kind of "don't stop for me" wave. I didn't react, startled and reeling. Then he splashed at me, still smiling. He did it again. I splashed back and soon we were playing. We both threw water at each other. He jumped into the creek and stomped around with me, laughing all the while. He threw rocks in the water and so did I. I pushed him. He pushed me back. We carried on for some minutes until my grandma called for me. With her voice, a switch had turned off. The man stopped in his tracks, gaze fixed back towards the house. Then, as my grandma kept on hollering, he looked to me. He crept back to his side of the creek, barely disturbing the water, then slid into the brush, completely silent the whole way, holding my gaze. Once he was out of sight, I waited in the water until my grandma found me. She wanted to know if I was alone. I said no. She became very tense, asking who was with me while looking around. I didn't answer. I didn't know how. Seeing no one, she pulled me back to the house without any more words, grip like iron the whole time. At the house, the real inquisition began. I didn't really have new words, the event and this reaction overwhelming my ability to explain. Such silence further irked my grandma, and I was swiftly placed in a corner, held without bail, awaiting patriarchal judgment. Around an hour later, my grandpa came back from work. He was told about my churlishness and was ready to set into me again when I started talking. I told him about the man, hairy and old, dressed like Moses, about how we played and then he disappeared. I remember they digested this for a few minutes before sending me to my room. I was happy to go, and happier still, Grandpa did not yell like he usually did when we misbehaved. Later, I was brought out for dinner. I ate in the kitchen with Grandma, but Grandpa called me to the back porch. He was on the swinging bench, looking out over the hayfield, turned red by the setting sun. He had kicked off his boots and put them next to his shotgun. I knew that was odd for the gun to be out of the closet. Previously, we had used it to shoot bottles. Sometimes I would throw them into the air like they were clay pigeons. These escapades were accompanied with speeches about how the gun was dangerous and only for adults to use. He went through my story again, his tone deadly serious. Eventually, he asked me how Harry was the man, really. I told him very, thinking it was the right answer. He asked where. I told him everywhere like a bear. He ruminated on this and grew more nervous, worried I was in trouble or causing trouble, just wanting the trouble wherever it lay to end. So, when he finally asked me to swear in the name of Christ and on my mother that I was telling the truth about everyone, I said I had been joking. He finally yelled then and sent me back to my room. The family memory became that I had hid by the creek and made up a tale about Bigfoot. At the time, everyone was very upset with me, and I was forbidden from going back to the creek or anywhere out of sight. The enforcement of this rule, like the others, was lackluster. Even so, for a time I didn't go to the creek. In my memory, I stayed away for a very long time, but I am sure it was only a few days, that hiatus feeling interminable to my elementary age self. I did start going to the creek. I took a bucket of toys, mostly Godzilla, and a thick stick plucked from the wood line on the way. I think I was conflicted about what to do if the man came back, imagining either impressing him with my toy collection or clubbing him, or both in turn. When he did show back up, he appeared next to me as I dozed under a tree on my side of the creek. I was once again gripped with terror. He was not smiling, his face expressionless as he lurked beside me, having watched for who knows how long before I smelled him. I scrambled away, leaving behind my stick and toys, coming to my feet a yard out. I stood in the sun while the man watched me from the shade. Eventually, he crouched and started to look through my bucket. I remember becoming indignant as he examined my toys one by one, only to toss them into the dirt. It became too much and I started to lecture the man, telling him about how he got me in trouble, how he was a weirdo, how he stank. At some point, he stopped looking around my things and calmly watched my tirade. Face still neutral, eyes analytic. Once I had concluded my lecture, I sat back under the tree to pout, having become hot in the sun. I remember the man made a noise, a grinding kind of snort, and when I looked over at him, he was chuckling while he inspected the last few figures in my bucket. I wanted to laugh too, but was more determined to stay sullen. Once everything was out of the bucket, he put one figure, Ghidorah, back into the bucket. He then stood to his hunched fullest, took the bucket by its handle, began to make his way back into the woods. I stayed by the tree until he turned, said something, not a word I knew or to this day even know, and gestured with a forward sweep of his hand. At first I didn't comply despite knowing he wanted me to follow. After a few moments he yipped, clicked his teeth, and gestured again more emphatically. With this further prompt, I did get up and come along, the man making approving noises and putting on his smile again. We went into the woods. The man led, but he was naturally quicker and quieter, making it hard to keep up. Eventually he would stop when he lost me, knocking on trees with sticks and whistling arrhythmically so I may find him in the vegetation. He never came back for me, opting instead to guide me forward with the noises. I became lost, having only a vague sense of my grandparents' place being behind me. After some time, maybe 15 minutes, we came to a bald. The man had me wait there, indicated by patting the ground before going into the tree line alone. He returned from a different direction, pulling a sled. It was made from a half of a discarded plastic drum and lined with small pelts and smooth bark. On the back half there rested the fly-covered carcasses, squirrels, possums, and other critters savaged into anonymity. On the pulling end, woven pouches were tied into place on it by the same eclectic cordage that made the man necklaces. He put my bucket on the sled and tossed Guidora in the pouch. He then called me closer with a glottal noise and beckoning wave. I saw the sledge pouches held many odds and ends, dried salamanders, mushrooms, metal bits, glass fragments. From one, the man pulled a square made out of bound-together sticks, just big enough to slip over my wrist. From another, he pulled a piece of fool's gold and a small shard of geode crusted with a bit of purple crystal. These he handed to me with an air of business and a few more utterings of nonsense. He then patted the ground for me to set again. I did so without much bewilderment, understanding we had traded the same as exchanging Pokemon cards at recess. I did not much miss Guidora anyway, as he was a bad guy. The bucket was a loss. In retrospect, I think Guidora was chosen because its dull gold scales resembled something valuable. The bucket for its obvious ability to hold things. The man came back and gestured for me to follow by slapping his thigh. I did this readily. During the hike back, I tried to keep up and pay attention. I did so moderately well, having to be whistled over a few times. I did notice that our path was not straight. The man led me one way and then another, making turns unneeded by the lay of the land. We eventually came out by the creek, but from a different approach than we had left. I could hear my grandma calling for me again, not from up on the hill, from out in the field. The man would not cross the creek but pushed me to do so. I did, but did not go to my grandma. Instead, I crept back to the house and around to the opposite side. There I laid the shrubs by our front door, pretending to sleep. I was found. I swore I had been there the whole time. When I was sent back to my room, I placed my fool's gold crystal and charm in my bedside table for safekeeping. The next day, I went back to the creek to pick up my toys. The man was not there. However, throughout that summer, he did visit me again, to sit under the tree or throw rocks at the water, or yammer softly to himself. I would bring snacks and candy to share, and he would likewise give me stringy dried meat, which I ought not to evade, or honeysuckle blossoms, which I still would eat. Taken from my old bucket, he seldom visited long, and never splashed and whooped like he did on a first meeting. At this point, you may be wondering why I've posted on Backwoods Creepy and not Backwoods Weird but Wholesome, I guess. There were two more occasions I want to account. One gruesome, one awful. The eventful one occurred near the 4th of July. I had brought 2 boxes of bang snaps to the creek. The man was initially wary of the little fireworks, but quickly came to appreciate their miniature pyrotechnics. He took the box I gave him gratefully, even taking the empty box, likely for the wood shavings, which are excellent tinder. During the use of the bang snaps, I had scared a turtle into the water and to the opposite bank. It sat there watching us from the far shore. The man, after stowing the bang snaps in the bucket, noticed the turtle. With little thought, he scooped up a smooth stone and threw it with force and accuracy to the turtle. He then waded over to retrieve the slider. which struggle meekly in his grasp. One leg knocked clean off. On my side of the river, he took from the bucket a new piece of stone. One side was rounded and fit in his hand. The other came to a flinty cutting edge. Working with deft experience, the man began chopping the live turtle above its neck, pulling up on the shell top. The thing struggled and bled as it was dissected, the dome eventually coming free. The turtle dropped to mingle its viscera with dirt and sand. The man rinsed the shell in the river, then offered it to me. In wordless horror, I ran. That evening, I came back to shuffle the dead turtle into the flowing waters of the creek. The shell itself was nowhere to be found. This experience did not deter me from going to the creek, or the man from visiting me again. However, sometimes he would try to call me away from the creek with thumps and whistles. I would tell him I heard him and refused to move. On some occasions, he would join me. On others, he would leave. The last time we were sitting under the tree sharing cowtails. From the woods, there came whistling and the staccato knocking of a woodpecker. The man looked up and whistled back. There were a few more exchanges before he stood, collected his bucket, and beckoned for me to follow. I was curious and felt comfortable with the man as a guide, so I did as asked. He took me back to the bald, a direct path this time, periodically stopping to call or respond to the other in the wood. Waiting for us at the bald was a woman and a child. The woman was dressed the same as the man, topless, wrapped at the waist. She was dirty with long hair and a wiry frame. The child was in a similar state, wearing a sack that went to their knees. The man sat on the ground and the woman joined him, sitting in his lap, but leaning forward so that her elbows rested on her crossed knees. She had dark brown eyes that were fixed to me. The other child would not look up. I didn't know what to do and didn't speak. The other kid lifted their sack to wipe at their nose, and I learned under all that dirt they were a her. The man made a noise and drummed on the woman's bare back. The kid looked at them, still hanging her head, hair covering her face. The woman yammered and swatted at the girl lazily, the man echoing her noises, slapping skin to skin once more. At this bizarre scene, the girl stumbled towards me, stopping close enough that I could smell her and hear her wheezing breath. She was thin, but not emaciated, and slightly taller than me, should she have straightened up. The man and woman fussed some more, and the girl leaned close and pressed her cheek to mine. Her hair was in between us, greasy and cold. She made no move to embrace me, no move at all, only pressing limply against me and breathing so loud it was all I could hear. During this time, the woman had approached. She pulled the girl back by her shoulder with one hand and delivered a flurry of snaps to the crown of the girl's head. The woman then gathered the girl's hair in one hand, using the other to sweep back her bangs. The girl was then made to look at me, face bare. One side of her jaw was bulged out, smooth skin over a lemon-shaped bump. Her mouth was twisted by this deformity. Her nose faced to one side as if affixed sideways and leaked a trail of clear snot. One eye was bulged and roomy, the other startlingly regular. It looked at me, blank and dark brown. The woman gave the girl's head a little shake, spat off to the side, then cooed like a dove as she smiled at me. I fled. There was commotion behind me. I think the girl was pushed to the ground. I did not look back, and they did not pursue. My flight ended at my grandparents' house, my absence unnoticed. I chose not to tell anyone what had happened, wanting to forget, not wanting to get in trouble, not thinking about the girl, the couple, what was intended for me. I spent that August inside whenever I visited my grandparents. I begged not to be taken, claiming it was boring and lonely. Sometimes when I sat on the porch or went from the car to the house, I'd catch a snippet of bird call in the wind or the distant tapping of wood and hurry inside. My grandma could tell something was wrong and made an effort to entertain me in town. My grandpa cared in his own way, involving me in his errands, as he never had before. Eventually, school started. Classes and friends eased me away from thoughts of the dirty man or the people in the clearing. Time did the rest. I think now that of all the people in the clearing were of a family, but their features, white skin, Brown eyes, brown hair are common enough that they could have been unrelated. I am sure they lived together. They knew each other's signs and signals. They used their own words. I know that the Smokies are full of tales of feral people, wild men, and superstition. I also know that they are full of people living in unlikely ways in unlikely places, and that those real people call others kin, and that through the chain of human connection, even a recluse living in a run-down shack is someone's somebody. I guess I'm asking if the people in my story are somebody's someone, or if they are known, or if their behavior rings any bells. The lies, any known intention. I figured here, where the tale would not be discounted out of hand, might be the right place to ask. I was traveling solo around the Olympic Peninsula in Washington State and making various stops in the Olympic National Park. I decided to stop in Quinault for the first time and took a random road that dead-ended at a beautiful spot at the edge of Quinault River. There was an ancient footbridge that led across the river, but it looked like it might collapse if I tried to cross it, so I decided not to. It was off-season, and I was not in a tourist area. I was the only one there. It was so unusually hot outside that I decided I needed to get in that water. I backed my car all the way to the edge of the dead-end road, faced it out in the direction I would need to leave, and started hiking through thick brush down an embankment to the edge of the water. There was no path. It was a pretty rugged area. It was mid-fall, and I didn't have a suit since I didn't plan on swimming, so I took my clothes off and got in the water in my bra and underwear. I had a nice swim, but I could not shake the feeling that I was being watched, even though I was in the middle of nowhere. After about 5 minutes, the creepy feeling was enough for me to want to head back, so I started to climb out, turned my back to the other side of the river, and walked towards my clothes and shoes that I had left behind. When I turned around, there was a big, small man standing in plain view, just across from me on the other side of the river, but higher up on his embankment than I was on mine. He was wearing a poncho made of animal pelts, had long hair full of sticks and twigs, and looked like he had been living out in the wild for a very long time. We stood and stared at each other, me in frozen terror, for what felt like forever when all of a sudden he frantically took off in the direction of the footbridge leading across the water. I grabbed my car key, tried to grab my clothes and shoes, but they tangled up in some blackberry vines, so I left everything and went running for my life, through the thick brush and blackberries, barefoot in my underwear, trying to make it to the car before he made it across the river. There was no doubt in my mind that he was trying to harm me. When I made it out of the blackberries, I could see that he was crossing the bridge towards me rapidly. I got to my car and flung my door open just as he arrived. I locked the doors while he pounded on the hood of my car, just screaming and grunting non-verbally. The moment he went for my driver's side door, I hit the gas and took off as fast as I could. I looked back and he was chasing after me. He must have run after my car for at least a mile until he faded from view. I was bleeding everywhere from running nearly naked through blackberries. I was wet, unclothed, shaking and crying. Had I hesitated for literally 10 seconds longer, I don't think I would have made it out alive. Even typing this story out again all these years later, I am starting to shake. I felt like I was being hunted. That is the only way that I can describe it. I will never go back to that area. Since that moment, I always bring a hiking buddy with me when I venture out into the forest. That day is going to haunt me for life. I've had many years of therapy, and that experience is still as vivid as the day it happened. Have you ever experienced anything strange in and around Florida? Apologies if this isn't allowed. I got to thinking after a couple of weird things I experienced in my hometown, and it had me thinking if anybody else has experienced anything. Back when we were teens, me and my brother were out for a walk outside of our neighborhood. Where we were walking was kind of wooded, but the houses were still pretty close together, yet considerably more in the boonies compared to our place. Anyways, we had almost completed the loop of the area and were around the bend going towards the exit when we heard something odd. I remember there was a helicopter overhead. Around the time, we both heard this weird guttural yell/growl, like right next to us. It was so close. It sounded like a mix between a mountain lion, an angry house cat, and yet oddly human-like all at once. We both just froze and looked at each other startled, and started looking around for the source, but there wasn't a single cat or anything animal-like about. I was pretty freaked out and practically sped walked to the road. All the while, my brother kept asking me what the F that was, but I was too spooked to talk about it. It was like a primal type fear. In an instant we heard it, and I just kept looking over my shoulder the whole way back. Anyways, pretty benign compared to the other stories I've read on here, and I'm sure there's an explanation to the sound, but it did have me wondering, has anyone else experienced weird stuff in Florida? Years ago, I moved from a very small town to a remote valley out in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by national forests and not many neighbors. It was just what I had always wanted. At that point in my life, I had been a paramedic for about 4 or 5 years, and being an outdoorsy, civic-minded sort, I decided to volunteer my services with a local search and rescue organization. For being such a tiny, poorly funded organization, we were surprisingly busy. In the 9 years I was with them, we'd have at least one rescue, sometimes several, every weekend spring through fall. The source of the majority of these calls was the roughly 100 miles of poorly maintained fire trails that were very popular with dirt bike and quad riders. When they'd inevitably get lost or wreck and get injured, we'd head out, track them down, provide medical care, and fly them out in a helicopter, or put them on a Stokes basket mounted to a janky trailer thing that we'd pull with a quad. About 2 weeks after joining, and with zero training beyond what I had learned as a Boy Scout and medic, I got my first call. A group of dirt bikers from the city had lost a member of their party. For some reason, they had put their least experienced rider at the back of the group of a dozen or so riders and took off into the woods. When they returned to the trailhead 4 hours later, the inexperienced guy was missing. They sat out again and looked for him for 4 or 5 hours, then gave up and called 911. The time interval from the initial 911 call until we had a squad assembled at the trailhead was pretty impressive. No more than 20 minutes. But we were already 8 or 9 hours behind the ball. We did a very quick briefing, distributed maps, divided into teams, and then set off. They put me on a quad with the most experienced guy, and we headed out. The plan was for each 2 to 3 person team to take one of the longer trails that ringed the place. Then, after searching those weeds systematically, work our way into the shorter, maze-like trails that made up the interior. This was to be a hasty search. None of that grid search crap. Just riding around looking for clues. I don't know what I had expected exactly. Maybe a few dirt roads through the woods or something. But these trails were an absolute nightmare. They were extremely rugged, technical trails where you really had to know what you were doing and where you were going or you'd never make it out. GPS rarely worked due to the rugged terrain and tree cover. Radios and cell phones were a crapshoot, and the maps didn't account for all the random trails that riders would just sort of make. The only marked roads were fire breaks, and mileage-wise, those were accounted for maybe 10% of the trails. Why this guy hadn't been partnered with someone or put at the front of the group is a mystery. 4 hours into this, I'm caked with mud, bleeding from being hit with branches, exhausted and just effing done. We take a water break and hear broken radio traffic that sounds like the bike has been found, but no rider. It's only a couple of miles from us, so we head that direction. When we get there, the bike is off to the side of the road, along with the quads of the other teams, but we can see them a few hundred feet in the woods. We walk over and find them looking at the missing person, who is very dead. Lips blue, skin dusty, arms spread out like a cross. On first glance, his eyes looked to be wide open and solid white, but when I examined him, I could see that his eyes were actually covered with fly eggs. This dude had been dead a while. It didn't make sense though. His bike still had gas in it. He had water and food, and he was a healthy guy in his late 20s. Why was he dead? It looked like he had simply laid his bike down, then ran into the woods to die. Mission accomplished, I guess. We wrapped him in blankets, then put him on the Stokes and took him to the trailhead where the coroner was waiting. About a week later, I ran into the coroner and asked what the cause of death had been. The pathologist's determination was cardiac dysrhythmia, secondary to extreme anxiety. The guy literally died of fright, which up to that point, I had always assumed was just Hollywood BS. I've always wondered what was going through his head. Was he just afraid of the woods, or of being lost? If so, why did he run blindly into the woods instead of continuing to follow the trail? There's a part of me that thinks he may have seen something out there. I've heard a lot of stories about weird stuff in these woods, and I've seen a few strange things myself, so it wouldn't surprise me. I've been wondering where to share this. It's so weird, I don't even know where to begin. So I've been house sitting for some friends in the rural Pacific Northwest. They live up the hills on a long twisting road, and the house itself is at the end of a long gravel driveway. The house also sits up against a big evergreen forest. I should also mention that at one point the driveway branches off and goes into the woods. I have no idea why. I've explored in there before and there's nothing. The road is too overgrown for a vehicle to get through anyways. Or so I thought. Recently it dumped snow up here, and I've kind of been trapped as my gutless sedan doesn't have four-wheel drive, and the driveway is covered in over a foot of snow, and the road hasn't been plowed. Anyway, a couple of nights ago I was sitting up awake reading. I haven't been sleeping well because I got COVID, and the coughing keeps me up at night. At about 11:30 p.m., I saw headlights outside the window. I could hardly believe it. First, it was late at night. Second, there's been so much snow that most cars couldn't even make it up there. And third, my friends are out of state, and no one else would be coming up here, certainly not at night. I peeked out the window and watched as the headlights, instead of turning the bend in the driveway towards the house, kept going into the woods. What? I was curious, but I'm also a coward, so I didn't do anything as ridiculous as following the car into the forest in the middle of the night. But I couldn't let it go, so in the morning I grabbed my boots and parka and stupidly left the house to investigate. This next part I genuinely can't explain. There was one set of tire tracks in the snow, heading down the rough road into the woods. I followed them about a half mile into the forest, and they suddenly stopped. There was a large fallen tree blocking the road and no vehicle in sight. The tire tracks just ended, and no footprints in the snow either. That's it. I wish I had an explanation, or a better ending than me running like hell out of the woods. But I don't. I'll be glad when my friends get back, because it is super creepy up here. My husband and I were on the way back home from Navarre Beach, heading towards the Alabama line. It was storming really bad that night. As soon as we were passing Blackwater Forest, it slacked up a bit. We both saw Bigfoot walking across the road. By the time we were coming up on it, was almost to the other side. He looked so shocked, like a deer in headlights. I asked my husband if he saw the same thing that I did, and he agreed. I couldn't believe that we had seen it. A couple of weeks ago, he got sad news that our older woman friend that had stage 4 cancer had passed away. Yesterday, her daughter updated everyone with where they were having all the memorial services at, and one of the places just stunned me. They opened a restaurant, and it's called Bigfoot Crossing, exactly in the area that we had seen it. So now I'm wondering how many more sightings. I mean, it's got to be quite a bit. Now I want to go back out and check out the area more. I was stationed in the panhandle of Florida near Pensacola. I was in charge of a team of about 10 guys taking part in an exercise. We were playing the bad guys for this exercise. And on that night, our job was just maneuvering. Mostly walking and driving around pretend villages. Anyways, we grabbed our gear for the night and went back out to an informal staging area to wait around for us to get called into the village. Being a group of young military guys with nothing to do, we started messing around, driving in circles and up and down the nearby dirt trails in our trucks, talking crap on the radios, looking around with our night vision goggles, etc. Because why not? We spot an SUV parked down one trail, which was a bit odd since we were on the military range at the time, but not crazy since we weren't near any of the sensitive or dangerous parts. I drive up next to the SUV slowly, and the guy, setting shotgun with night vision goggles, says there's some weird person sitting in it. He hands me the night vision goggles, and I look over, and holy hell, that person was terrifying. They were in the back on the driver's side. Super tight skin, crazy sunken eyes, thin lanky hair. At first just staring straight ahead, but they suddenly turned to look at us, and I booked it out of there. I practically threw the night vision goggles at the guy next to me. I don't know why, but I felt one of the deepest feelings of fear that I'd ever had. Literally, the only times that were worse were times where I genuinely thought that I was about to die. We drive back to where the other guys were, and I tell them about it. Of course, they think we're messing with them, but eventually we convince them to follow us and check it out. So now there's a convoy of 3 trucks holding 10 guys. We roll past to let truck 2 get next to the SUV. And only a few seconds go by and the radio goes wild with them yelling, "Go, go, go." We haul crap out of there, and all agree to find a new informal staging point to park at. The rest of the night, we'd mess with each other about the decent woman watching us or waiting for one of us to walk off alone, and just generally joking around. But I did notice that no one wanted to go pee by themselves. Anytime someone had to go, suddenly a few others chimed in too. The rational explanation is that it was some drifter in the SUV crashing for the night, probably at least a little high, tired, and confused as crap about the trucks creeping up on them, then driving off real fast. I took a trip to stay in a cabin in the middle of the woods, high up in the mountains of the city of Ranger, Georgia, United States. This neighborhood was 30 minutes up the mountains, away from civilization, and even the cabins were spread far apart. The front deck of the cabin was completely exposed to the woods, so I acknowledged that any animals could stroll along if they pleased. But I stayed there for about a week, and me and my boyfriend sat outside on the front deck every night, very late, and at no point felt in danger. It was peaceful with fireflies out and sounds of crickets every night. Until the 5th night. It was eerily dark too. The moon was covered heavily. It was about midnight, and all of a sudden, I didn't feel peace like I did those other nights. The forest went completely quiet, and I felt a horrible sense of dread. I genuinely feared for my life. I sat there in my chair looking out into the dark forest trying to rationalize and calm myself down, that it was just my mind playing tricks. But all of a sudden, my boyfriend said out loud that he felt unsafe. That's when I realized it wasn't just me. We then both heard a blood-curdling scream, and we pulled out a flashlight to see what it was. Turns out it was a gray fox. They make scary screaming noises. The weird part was that the fox was running and had its ears and tail down like it was scared. This was in June, and I read that foxes scream like that when it's mating season or if they're in danger. Their mating season is winter, and this happened in June. So I do believe that this fox was in danger, or afraid, as well, adding to our fear. The cabin has 3 floors, and we were able to climb out the window and sit on the roof, because we still wanted to be outside and relax. Didn't matter how high up I was, I felt something truly evil and stayed inside. The only other time I felt something so evil, or like someone was watching, was when I had a few paranormal experiences at a haunted house. Georgia doesn't really get mountain lions that often. Maybe a bear, but it didn't feel that way at all. It felt unnatural. I've lived in the backwoods of Northern California most of my life, hours north of the Bay Area. So with that being said, I have a million weird or creepy stories, most of which can probably be blamed on wildlife, but not all of them. This would have been about 2 years back now. I was living in an isolated neighborhood with my parents right at the edge of a thin, dry national forest. Anyway, one night I woke up at about 5 a.m. to the loud sound and purple light of the garbage truck speeding by. After that, I couldn't get to sleep. A few minutes after, I get up and start walking down to the kitchen for a midnight, or I guess early morning, snack. Out of boredom and insomnia, I decide to go into the backyard. It was an unusually warm, dry night for the season, and it felt nice to get outside, but something caught on in the corner of my eye. I looked up to see this huge ball of light in the sky, completely still, just a little bit above the neighbor's roof. I stand and stare for about 30 seconds to a minute, and run back inside completely freaked out. Does anyone know what this could be? It was completely clear, and in Northern California, not a place for weather. So I've ruled out ball lightning, and I'm kind of stumped. So here's a little less backwoods, but more country roads of a paranormal story. Every summer, my family and some close friends would all travel up from Southern California to the eastern Sierra Nevada mountains along the California-Nevada border to the town of Bridgeport. If you've ever been, it's a super cool area. Big biker route to Reno Tahoe. Excellent outdoor camping and hiking into Yosemite high country, rich in wildlife. Crazy old history with native tribes and the gold rush of the West. Has Bodie Ghost Town nearby. And my favorite is the world-class trout fishing. Mark Twain even once stayed in the town way back in the day, which I thought was cool. The town is small and has your typical 20-building Main Street USA to match the field, all surrounded by rivers, lush meadows with cattle and horse ranches, and absolutely gorgeous wooded snow-capped mountains. We would often camp up near Twin Lakes, just outside of town about 10 miles, but always made a point to get to town for dinner at this bar, Reno's, for pizza and beer, at least once during the trip. So one night we do this, and afterwards we're on our way back to camp at twilight. Just light enough to make out the peaks on the horizon, but still densely dark with billions of stars out in force. Now this road back to the camping area would zigzag through the square-cut properties of ranch land. It's a narrow 2 lanes edged by barbed wire and an irrigation canal, and minimal streetlights, if any at all. Literally can only think of one installed by the Dude Ranch out here. So, we drive back to camp, having to use our brights due to the dark, and making sure to keep an eye out for deer. And when we finally pull into camp, my mom immediately asks, "Did you see that kid in the swimsuit on the side of the road?" Perplexed and a little amused by the idea, I say no. Where was this? On the side of the road near the cows. He was shirtless walking along the road. I had been driving behind her and my dad. There is no way I could have missed this had someone been there. Nobody in our car saw him, and my dad said that he didn't either when she initially saw him. Not shocking for my dad, though. However, also not shocking would be my mom seeing something paranormal. It always seemed to follow her, and she was dead, excuse the pun, serious. Even described the color of the shorts, his hairstyle. Said he was walking the same direction we were traveling, so she couldn't see his face and had to be in his 20s. So we half-jokingly jumped to that conclusion that maybe it was in fact a ghost. After all, it was dark and late. Nobody else had seen him. And even in the summer, the Sierras are high enough in elevation and have crazy enough weather to easily kill someone who wasn't prepared for the cold night. Especially shirtless in swim trunks. On a clear night in August, I've woken up to the teens for temperature. And where she was describing was in the literal middle of nowhere in these fields. It takes us about 20 minutes just to drive it at a good speed, let alone walk to camp in the dark. But I guess anything is possible. The next morning, we get up to learn my idiot friend, same one who got scratched in a previous post I wrote, left the cooler out after the rest of us went to bed, and a bear got a buffet out of us. So we decided that we'll make the most of it and go back to town for supplies, some further fishing spots, and get in dinner again. This time, on the way back to camp, I'm driving in front of my parents, zigging and zagging through the fields, when all of a sudden there was a bright set of headlights right on my butt. Looking back, I could tell this had to be some sort of lifted truck, maybe a Bronco or similar rearing up on my SUV. So close at times, I thought we were going to get rammed. I started speeding up a little at first, but this car stays right on me. I'm starting to get annoyed and concerned. After all, this was a 2-lane road at night, that anyone wanting to pass could very easily and safely do so. And there isn't any area you could really pull over without risking pulling into a ditch and getting stuck. So I continue speeding up, but I'm getting concerned because I know the hills are coming up, and there are deer by the thousands in this area. But this car's lights keep pressing. My wife, then girlfriend and friends, start getting a little freaked out as well, thinking about the backwoods BS butthole of a human being that is pulling this. And this continues through the fields until I get to the final turn before it goes from meadows to woods, and I get a really heavy gut feeling, almost like a scream in my head saying, "Slow the F down." So do or die, I start pressing the brakes, hard, fully expecting this truck to ram us. As I do this, we're coming around the corner, and sure enough, there's a pack of 6 or so deer in the middle of the road. I was immediately a little shaken up. It's always a little startling when you see animals out of the dark while driving, especially big ones. And then it dawns on me that I'm not being blinded anymore, and we definitely didn't get hit. I look back in the mirror and the lights are gone. Just gone. No dust in the rear brake lights from a vehicle pulling off the road. Nothing screaming by us in the other lane. And no road for them to even have turned off on. Headlights lighting up the tree or area. And then I see my folks coming driving up right behind us. All of us are dumbfounded trying to figure out where this person went. The deer clear the road, and we make the rest of the drive to camp, and adrenaline immediately gets me a bit irritated. So I start ranting off about how stupid this guy was and how we could have died. Blah, 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 really making everyone feel good. When we get out of the cars, my mom immediately starts giving me the typical parent talk. But I get even more angry when she calls me an idiot for taking off like that on such a dangerous road in the dark, and how lucky I am to have not killed us all with those deer, and how I needed to be more careful, etc. Well, if that butthole hadn't been riding my butt, it wouldn't have been such an issue, I say. "What are you talking about?" she responds. "There wasn't anyone behind you." Oh, how the tables had turned. Luckily, my wife and friends had experienced everything with me, and they start chiming in about the truck. And I start talking about how I finally had enough and listened to my gut and reason, deciding to slow down just as we come to find the deer, and how the truck was just gone. It gave my mom chills, and she apologized but told me to be careful next time, but then started laughing and saying how weird the trip had been. I'll give this to my mom. She never did call us crazy for what we experienced in life, which is something I think a lot of parents neglect to do for their kids. It's funny, because I always heard similar experiences from country towns back east, or folklore of ghost trucks, and thought how stupid it sounded. But now, after experiencing it, holy crap, is it dangerous. Plain dangerous. I'd never wish that on anyone. This road hasn't given us any issues before or since, but I'll admit, I drive it with a lot more caution now. I always wonder if the shirtless guy in the truck were somehow connected, but never found out anything about it. Only God knows, I guess. Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining me for another restful episode of true, scary stories to help you fall asleep. Today, we're going to be reading some creepy backwoods horror stories. I hope you enjoy them. So, without further ado, lay back, relax, and enjoy these true, scary stories. Hi. I know the developers of the game Fears to Fathom probably won't see this, and I couldn't find an email to contact them directly, but I came across this trend and decided to share my story here. Maybe it'll inspire someone, or maybe there are others who have experienced something similar. This is a true story from my life. About a year ago, I was transferred to a new school in Lower Austria, in the village of Krumbach. The building used to be a hotel, but now it houses Krumbach School. It's located on a mountain and is surrounded by dense forest. At first, everything seemed normal, but being near the forest gave me an eerie feeling, especially in the evenings. Things got even stranger when they took away our personal phones for good. Instead, we were given IP phones that only worked within the school. It felt strange, but we got used to it. The cameras installed all over the school and the strict supervision by the teachers gave the impression that we were constantly being watched. About 6 months later, during a lunch break, I decided to call my mom, but instead of her voice, I heard birds chirping. I thought it was a glitch and tried calling again. This time I heard different, strange sounds, as if from some distant, empty place. Then I heard a deep, haunting sound, like the echo of an ancient temple. It gave me chills. In spring, while we were clearing a path in the forest, we found a strange wire, as if it had been set up as a barrier. It looked like it could have been electrified, but there was no power running through it. Thank you for reading my story. If you want to check out more about the place, here's the school website, krumbach.school. I'd love to hear your thoughts, questions, or any ideas. Maybe it could help explain something. Thankfully, I no longer study there. I didn't like the conditions, and the food was terrible. About 3 years ago, I went camping with my friends in northern New Mexico. I've been to this specific camping spot since I was a kid. I never felt scared or anything of it until we went back this most recent trip. We arrived at around 6 to 7 p.m. at night, so it was already dark. So we set up our tent quickly and went to bed, but couldn't sleep because of how quiet it was. There wasn't a bug or bird or animal sound all night, and into the morning, and we were creeped out all night. When we left the following morning, I was taking pictures on the way out, and I recently looked at them about a year ago and noticed something that looks like a being standing behind a tree. I don't believe that it was a burnt tree or log. It looks like you can see a small space between the tree and whatever the object is towards the bottom of the tree. Any ideas of what it could be? When I was younger, I was camping alone on my grandparents' land. I had planned to only stay a few nights, but after this, I left after only one night. I was laying in my tent watching a show, about to go to bed, when my phone all of a sudden died. I thought it was weird, but I thought maybe I wasn't paying attention to my battery. So I got out of my tent to go pee in the woods when I heard, "Josh," from my recently deceased grandpa. So I throw my head around and all I saw was this odd-looking deer about 300 yards away. Its body was very bony, and its eyes looked not right. I heard it again. "Josh." But this time it didn't sound right. It made my blood run cold. It sounded like there was something stuck in its throat. And as I was staring at this thing, it started running after me. So I just started running in the opposite direction, when I remembered my grandfather had a shotgun in the shed ahead of me. So I ran as fast as I could, but I could hear it catching up to me, yelling, "Josh, come here," in this low voice. I just kept running towards the shed, and as I made it to the shed, I whipped open the door and found the shotgun, and I looked towards this thing and saw that it had almost caught up to me, so I started shooting at it. The thing fell to the ground, and all it said to me was in its voice of my grandpa, "Josh, why?" I ran towards my tent to grab my phone and charger to call the police, and I plugged my phone in and ran towards the thing with the shotgun to make sure that it didn't get away. And by the time I got back, the thing was gone. I laid in my tent with the shotgun that night, not getting any sleep, afraid that that thing would come back. And I never stayed there by myself again. I figured I'd post this here to get some thoughts after I've terrified my wife. I want to preface this that I have hunted and hiked in the region since I was 9 years old. I am very familiar with the wildlife and the sounds of the forest. I'm not really a believer in any of this sort of thing, but I don't have an explanation for what happened tonight. I hiked about 1.5 miles through forest and swamp hunting deer today, and got to the pocket of woods and field that I wanted to be in, and climbed a tree to hunt out of. By all accounts, this was an uneventful afternoon and evening until sundown. For about 30 straight minutes, I listened to a rabbit be tortured and just wouldn't die. If you've heard a dog or hawk get a rabbit or hunted rabbits, you know what I'm talking about. When they're distressed, they scream bloody murder. And this just seemed to continue forever. Naturally, this can make you on edge, but I figured a hawk got it and just wasn't killing it. Then the sound of a twig snapping in silence. The rabbit stopped. Through the thicket, I could make out a figure, vaguely deer-shaped, moving through the woods about 35 yards away, so I grabbed my bow. But the undergrowth is far too thick for me to pick out much more than a rough outline. It walked behind a tree and disappeared. The sun is now fully set, and I am in the last 15 minutes of post-sundown light. And I hear in a flat, emotionless child's voice coming from where that deer disappeared. "Help. Help. Help." No fluctuation or distress to the voice. Not said as if it was asking for help. Just a statement. "Help. Help. Help." It said that probably 15 times, and then the woods went silent. There wasn't even a breeze to make a sound. Then, a crack of a limb of a tree snapping, and all heck broke loose in the woods. Squirrels, birds, and deer suddenly shot out of the woods like bats out of heck, sounding like an absolute stampede through the forest. And then, silence again. To make things worse for me, I lost my hat clipped light on my walk in, and had to haul 1.5 miles through the woods back to my truck in darkness. My path only light by tonight's full moon. Update. I went back to the woods this morning. Last night, after getting back to my truck, I called a few friends to let them know what happened, and then had a relatively sleepless night. This morning, I couldn't stop thinking about it, so I decided that I needed to return. I grabbed my hunting dog, called up a buddy to come with, and set out back to those woods. First, I drove around the property. Nobody was parked at any trailheads, so there shouldn't be anyone around. We took a long way around, heading north to get to the woods, a few miles from the parking area, stopping to talk, look for an animal sign, and listen as we go. We approached the woods from the south, keeping on the outside of it in a tall, grassy, wet field. As we approached within 200 or so yards of where I heard it last night, we stopped to talk for a moment and plan how best to go into entering the woods. This isn't some manicured forest that's easy walking. The undergrowth is dense and filled with thorny shrubs and buckthorn. Whereas yesterday and in weeks past this area was teeming with life, deer, pheasants, hundreds of turkeys and their poults, crows, squirrels, and rabbits. Today, this woods and fields were completely silent. As we discussed this, I realized my dog was nowhere to be seen or heard. She normally wears a bell, or the metal pieces of her collar are sufficient for me to hear where she is, but it's silent. She wears an e-collar that I can press a button, and it'll make a beeping noise that I can hear. I press that button, and silence. I yelled for her. Silence. Then, coming from the forest ahead of me, I hear the yelping of my dog in pain. Loud and clearly my dog. I look at my friend and take off towards the woods, calling and beeping the collar, and calling and beeping the collar and waiting. Back to silence. I look at my buddy and he asks, "What are you doing?" as if he hadn't heard it. We stop and wait for a moment on the edge of the woods. I call one more time and finally hear the jingle of her collar coming up to me, completely unharmed from the opposite direction of where I thought I heard her crying. Confused, we distance ourselves from the woods again and continued north along the edge. Again, we neither heard or saw any wildlife. We found a few spots where things were recently killed, staining the ground with rotted blood, but no signs of anything living. Eventually, we turned back, and as we crossed the same spot I thought I heard my dog, my friend stopped. He looked at me in a panic and said, "Oh crap, your dog," and took off running to the woods. I called after him asking what he was doing, and he said he heard her clearly crying in pain in the woods, and was as confused as I was when I said I heard nothing. Just the same as when we first walked by and I was the one who heard it. I could see my dog in the opposite direction, smelling around and totally unharmed. I called to my friend that the dog is fine and was over by me, and we rushed out. For those that might ask what else it may be, I have heard my dog yelping before. That was it. It doesn't sound anything like coyotes or wolves. I know for sure that I won't be returning to that area again. This isn't my experience, but rather my friend's dad. His story goes like this. I was going about my usual hunting trip, turkey shooting. I had a stand set up in a good spot where the turkeys went to rest during the night. I sat posted there for several hours, only breaking focus to relieve myself or eat. Night comes and I eventually hear noises coming from a small meadow area where the turkeys are usually found. I forgot to mention that I use a bow during night hunting, as I find it more peaceful and more productive. Anyway, I made aim and was about to release, but suddenly, something in the back of my head told me to put down my bow and stay still. A feeling of pure fear and adrenaline hit me, and I don't know why. It was just a turkey, right? Well, hours passed, and it's finally 7 a.m. Light out. I get down, get to my truck, and peel out of there like my life depended on it. A few days later, a news report comes on my local paper that a man had been kidnapped, violated, and killed a 20-year-old hiker in those very woods at the same day that I was there, not 30 minutes after I left. This may seem fake, but after this encounter, my friend's dad got rid of his hunting gear and forbids my friend from ever hunting. And he is a hardcore conservative hunter who was a former Marine. I didn't think anything scared him, but seeing his reaction to us talking about anything wildlife related, he goes silent and simply says, "You're not going out there, and if I catch you out there, I'll whoop you." Let me know your thoughts on this story. So I had to share this weird experience that I had when I was younger that still pops in my head time and time again, leaving me confused to this day. So I want to give a little bit of a pretext before explaining this so you can get a full grasp of this. I grew up in the woods with no neighbors and completely surrounded by federally protected land from the wildlife refuge. We were the only house on this long stretch of road that leads to the parkway, so besides cars passing by, it was a very isolated and secluded from society. Let me also tell you, I knew these woods like the back of my hand. I knew every tree and was outdoors from dawn to dusk, even sometimes sleeping in a tent outside. I was a wild, feral child, and rather be out than indoors. So now let me explain this weird happening I came across one day. I was probably around 9 or 10, and I believe it was around September. It was a gloomy day with off and on rain showers all morning. This was my favorite time to go out and walk around the woods. Everything always felt fresh and serene, as you could hear the sound of raindrops tapping on the leaves, and the blue jays calling from all over, and the smell of cedar trees and damp soil. So I make my way to the woods directly behind our house, and walk behind a huge brush pile, and immediately notice something so freaking strange and unbelievable. There was this large stump from a tree that was cut down, and on top of this stump was this decorative foil that was pink on one side and silver foil on the bottom, and it was covering the entire top of the stump. On this foil was yellow Easter grass you find in Easter baskets, and it was spread around the top of the stump and was wet and limp. There were like 3 plastic Easter eggs as well, and some jelly beans scattered around the yellow grass, and some chocolate eggs wrapped in foil, most already eaten with just the wrappers crumbled up. Everything was wet and looked creepy as the backdrop of gray skies, rain, and nothing but trees and an eerily silent forest set the scene. So what immediately freaked me out was Easter was months and months ago, and the more scary fact that it wasn't there the day before. So who did this and why? Remember, no neighbors or people around, and it's located on a part of our property that had a huge brush pile covering that area, making that area a blind spot. But behind that whole area goes right into the wetlands and is all a dead end, and the only entrance to our property was from the driveway, which was on the opposite side. Everything else is surrounded by marsh. Also, whoever set this up was trying to stay hidden and out of sight. The scene of this burns so vividly in my head and always creeps me out and leaves me with more questions than answers. Anyway, let me hear your thoughts. I wanted to share a truly bizarre, terrifying, and unexplainable experience that I had growing up. To make note, My childhood home was a hotbed for paranormal activity. I could honestly write a book with the amount of stories that I have, but this one was different from all the rest. So to start off, we lived on a small stretch of secluded highway in a wooded area. Our home was nestled on a plot of land that was a few acres, and the area surrounding us was federally protected land of the Wildlife Refuge, which means unless your house is grandfathered in, then no one can purchase land or build in this area, so we had no neighbors. Our house was a 300-year-old colonial house and held a lot of history. There was knowledge of Native Americans once residing there, and a lot of old war stories with the Civil and Revolutionary War happening on that land. There was definitely a heavy negative energy in that house and property. You always felt like you were being watched from every angle of the woods, and so many people who visited would become uneasy immediately and state their discomfort and need to leave. My family and I have countless stories we experienced individually or with one another. This particular experience was shared between myself and my two brothers. So, like many nights after dinner, my dad would tell me or one of my brothers to go out back and feed the dog. This was a scary task, because it would be pitch black, and our dog wouldn't be near the tree line of the woods, which, for some reason, that section of woods would give all of us an uneasy feeling anytime we went near it. And it didn't matter the time of day. It was always creepy. But being at night was definitely terrifying. So no matter which of us was told to go out and feed the dog, we would never leave a man behind, and would always go out in a trio, because we knew better than that, because we wouldn't want to be left to go alone when it came our turn. So on this particular night, I was probably around 11 years old, my brothers being 10 and the other 7. So we would always do the same thing. Whoever was told by Dad to feed the dog, they were the one who would carry the bowl out, and the other 2 would huddle close with the person with the bowl in the middle. We would walk extremely slow, all of us looking different directions, surveying the property but keeping conversations very lighthearted, and being silly to keep from getting scared before completing the task. So once we reached our dog, this is where the person holding the bowl would get screwed, because right before you had the chance to put it down, the other 2 siblings would scream something scary like Jeepers Creepers or the Jersey Devil, while running back to the house. So you would be left standing alone before getting the chance to run with your siblings. So on this night, my brother was the one who had to hold the bowl, and as we walked out to head across the backyard, something felt off, like the air felt static and charged, like how it feels before a lightning storm. And we could hear our dog barking like crazy, which was unusual. And as we got into the sight of our dog, we see him standing on his hind legs with the leash pulled completely tight, because whatever he was barking at, he was trying with all that he had to break out from that collar and go after it. That's when we heard loud branches snapping, and looked towards the direction our dog was barking in. We then see this giant black stick figure that was as tall as the trees. It was walking over this huge brush pile, which was why we were hearing branches breaking. The way it walked was almost mechanical in a way, and its presence felt very ominous and gave us a very dreadful feeling. At first, it seemed like it didn't notice us and was just walking by, but then it turned towards us, and that's when we booked it. My brother throwing the bowl of food in the air and feeling like our legs were jello. We all saw the same thing, and it scared us so badly. And unlike many stories you hear, my parents actually believed us. Anyway, fast forward years and years later, and I was having a conversation with my coworker, and we would talk about paranormal topics quite a bit. So during this conversation, she ever asked me if I heard of Native American stick people, and as soon as she said it, I knew what she was referring to. She then tells me about these giant stick figures out in the woods that Native Americans have seen, and are supposedly a totem of evil spirits. And if you encounter one and it goes after you, then it can possess you and cause you to do harm. I was so freaked out because up until then I had never heard of such a thing. But knowing the Native American history of that land, it makes me believe that they are related. Can anyone think of a wild animal in the United States, the Pacific Northwest specifically, that could repeatedly scream for help in a distressed, deep, middle-aged man's voice that's not human? So backstory. I live in the Pacific Northwest, in a fairly populated but still mountain town. I specifically live on roughly 425 feet of riverfront. Last night at around 9:30 p.m., myself and my partner started hearing an initially distant, indistinguishable voice screaming in a state of panic and distress. We live near a populated trailhead, and a few times over the years people have somehow wandered down our road late at night, sometimes inebriated, sometimes in small groups, sometimes transient. So when we started to hear an erratic voice, we got up, started initially checking the perimeters of our house and the road. There was absolutely nobody out there. However, over the course of the next couple minutes, the voice got louder and louder, and obviously closer, and it was screaming at the top of the lungs for help. I say help in parentheses because it was a little difficult to make out. It sounded like a not fully enunciated help. However, whatever it was clearly in extra distress, screaming for its life, yelling help. We could only make out help, with help with a soft P if that makes sense. But the words sounded the exact same way every time. There was no variance or other sounds, just the word help, back to back in the most distressed voice I've ever heard. With how quickly the screams were approaching and a weird echo to them, we quickly realized whatever was screaming for help was actually in the river, actively being pulled down the river current. Our river is wide, fast-moving, and dangerous at this time of year. There was no other way for a voice to be approaching so rapidly, and from the location it was unless they were in the river. We see and hear a lot of kayakers and know how their voices travel down there. So over the course of about 3 minutes, we hear what was a distant cry for help, work up to the point it's so loud it sounded a few feet away, then slowly getting softer until we can no longer hear the screaming. Again, this sounds like a deep middle-aged man's voice, and the screams are approximately 2 to 3 seconds apart, just back to back. At first, we tried to convince ourselves that it was an animal. We do see a lot of wildlife here. A herd of elk practically lives on our property, and we see bears and wild cats. We initially thought a young elk fell in the river, but no. We Googled just about every animal distress call, scream, fight sounds, etc., and nothing even comes close. I've always heard coyotes can scream like people, but definitely not an older man. I've heard bears can yell deep. However, they have absolutely no definition to their calls. And elk are way more high-pitched, and same for all our local wildcats. Even the birds of prey and ravens that can mimic sounds can't sound like this voice did. Initially, I called the non-emergency line because I wanted to convince myself that it was an animal. However, they quickly patched me over to 911 and said that I was the third call for the same thing. So apparently the voice was strange and concerning enough that even more wilderness-raised and savvy neighbors were concerned, and the police department took it very seriously. Then, the more I thought about it, I started to think, if I was in a freezing river fighting for my life screaming for help, I might not yell as clearly as possible due to the pure state of panic, distress, and attempt to stay afloat. The more I thought about it, the more I was sure it was a person. 911 sent out 2 police officers. They were extremely nice, and they took the call seriously. But with just two of them, all they had were flashlights and a chainsaw, and they kind of just walked down to a few spots at the river and peeked around. When our city has genuine suspicion of a person in the river or a lost hiker, they send search and rescue in a helicopter. They did not do this last night. I told my partner I wouldn't be surprised if the next morning when it's daylight someone finds a body at their river spot. But it's getting later in the morning, and I've kept my eye on the police scanner and the local social media pages, and I haven't seen anything. Now, I'm back to really hoping that it was an animal. So tell me, does anyone know of a wild animal that could sound like that? What are the chances, if this was a human man, that he pulled himself out somewhere down the line and got help? Or do we think it's just a matter of time until someone reports him missing, or we find a body down the river? Minor update. Within the last 15 minutes, a helicopter has begun tracing up and down the river and circling at an area a ways past my house. So I'm feeling a little discouraged that it was likely indeed a human. That being said, I haven't seen anything on any social media, and usually my local police posts updates about stuff like this, if it was a human, very quickly. Also, the locals usually buzz about things like this on social media, and I see absolutely nothing posted, so I'm not sure what's going on at the moment. Update 11/27/24. My update isn't super informative, but I know people were interested, so I'm back with everything I learned and processed. After thinking things over, I am absolutely 100% positive that it was a person, or if not human, a cryptid, and not an animal that fell into the river. No animal sounds that I could find were deep enough and made well-formed enough sounds constantly back-to-back like that sounded like help. Even later addressed, peacock was too abstract, goat was too bleatly, and the inconsistent, and it was not a bird. I've worked with corvids, and we do actually have 2 ravens that live on our property, and this was not them. The sound was in the river, low, and traveling with the current, so not where the ravens hang out, and not their voice. I can recognize a crow and a raven voice, although yes, they can talk and mimic quite well. This was not a corvid. This scream for help was extremely distressed and consistently the exact same word over and over again. I'm just assuming because they were struggling, their screams were a little hard to make out the full enunciation of help. I think I got stuck on not trying to overreact, so I tried to convince myself that it was an animal, but it's very clear that it was human to me at this point. I called the park rangers, and they hadn't heard anything about someone falling in, or search and rescue being utilized, so nobody looked for this person, and obviously no body was found or recovered. The river I live on is wide and wild. People die almost every year for trying to swim before the current dies down in the early summer, so it's quite dangerous. That being said, right after my house there is a bend where the river gets wider. More rocky, but also has very flat and fine rock bank strip on each side. So I'm hoping that someone fell in and was able to crawl out at the bank right around the corner. I talked to a couple friends who work in search and rescue, and they also said unfortunately sometimes bodies are pushed down and caught under rocks, especially in wild conditions, so they can go literal years without being discovered. We had no power in the neighborhood. We had just had an extreme storm and the river was at a crazy high and super dirty and full of debris from the storm, so it was an awful time to fall in. People were outside enjoying bonfires down by the river and drinking up the road, so maybe the theory about someone being a little too drunk and falling in was correct. I would like to think if the person didn't crawl out, there would be some sort of missing persons report at this point, but there isn't. But again, my friend who works in search and rescue reminded me that a lot of people solo hike in my area and can be on their own for weeks at a time, and not everyone has a family who would report them missing. She recanted, finding many bodies trapped under rocks in rivers that were not reported that had been there for a while, So again, I really don't have an answer. But my mind stopped being restless and felt positive about someone crawling out at the bank around the corner, and them just being too embarrassed to post publicly about it. So I'm going with that is likely what happened, and that everything is okay. But I guess I can't say for sure. If anything changes, I will update again. Otherwise, I think this is all I'll ever know. Maybe no news is good news here. I remember seeing a post in here, or maybe some other similarly creepy subreddit. Someone's walking in with their friends in the woods, somewhere desolated or abandoned. They hear drumming and weird fake laughter, and find a group of people in brown robes perambulating. I have a particular personal interest in this story due to a scary story that I heard firsthand immediately after it occurred. I'm hanging out with my friend in our New England college dorm, located about 10 minutes off the main campus in a relatively large town in a rural part of the state, when someone we know comes in distressed and out of breath. He explains that he happened upon a man and a woman, both dressed in brown robes. I honestly can't remember exactly how he described the situation. Blame that on all the pot that I smoked in the dorm maybe. Other than the couple acting oddly, they quickly noticed he was present, and immediately, or maybe just the man, started chasing him, so he ran to our dorm as fast as he could. And this was a guy who was on the track team. Something as unremarkable as brown robes isn't enough for me to assume the two stories are connected, but I think that this tenuous commonality is why I'm so fascinated by the video. So I'm back again, and here to share another creepy story. If you've read my other post recently, you know that I mentioned about growing up in the woods, in a secluded area, and that the house and property I live on was a hotbed for paranormal activity and strange occurrences. I honestly believe the land was cursed by Native Americans hundreds of years ago. Anyway, we always had a ton of pets, and even had a small personal farm with all sorts of animals. For some reason, though, we had horrible luck on keeping anything alive. Our pets would die in the strangest of accidents and gruesome ways. Nothing would live long, and we constantly dealt with death. So obviously, with so many deaths, we began to grow quite a large pet cemetery in our backyard. What was strange and unexplainable was what happened after we buried them. So I remember going to visit the grave of a recently buried pet, and noticing that it was dug up and its head was missing. This happened every time, and we all thought that it was a fox or some other wild animal. This would go on for years and left us completely confused and honestly creeped out. One day our dog, who was very old at this point and on his way out, was put down at the vet's, and we brought him home to bury him. We wrapped him in a white blanket and had to dig a very big hole because he was a huge dog, about 6 feet in length, and also weighed a lot. 2 days later, after we buried him, my sister and I are way out back to visit our dog's grave. As we approach, I notice something off. There's a pile of dug up dirt, and there's some white sheet exposed from the ground. Something dug up our dog, and it dug where the head was located and took it from the body while leaving the body still buried and untouched. This immediately scared me to death, because I now knew that this was not a fox or some other wild animal, because there was nothing that would be able to take that head, considering the size of my dog's head. It's completely not possible. This now left us all creeped out and wondering what could possibly do this and why it was doing this. Also to mention, because of the horrible luck we had with animals, we really began to think that there was something wrong with us, and we couldn't understand how this constantly happens and what we were doing wrong. Well, after finally moving from there years and years later. We now had zero issues with pets dying and managed them to all live out to the old age. Thus, we realized it was not us, but something seriously wrong with that property that was impacting the animals. Might I mention, it wasn't just animals either. My baby brother also died on that property. He suffocated while laying in bed and was unable to be resuscitated. Another incident happened in the middle of the night. A priest was driving down the highway when he suddenly struck the telephone pole next to our mailbox, and his car drove up the pole, shooting it up in the air, which he then was ejected out of the windshield and died in our front yard. I remember finding his Bible the next day in the grass. We almost did not make it either, when one cold January night while my dad was away in another state working, my siblings and I, along with my mom, all huddled up in the living room near the wood burning stove keeping warm, while we camped out with our pillows and blankets watching movies. I, who was sleeping, suddenly awoke from my sleep and said calmly, "The house is on fire." This startled my mom, which prompted her to investigate, and it was in fact on fire. We all managed to run out with just the clothes on our back, but the house, which was 300 years old and made of cedar wood, went up like a match and literally burned to the ground, leaving not even a beam behind. If I had never woken up to say that, we would have most likely been killed from the fire, especially with how fast it happened. This land had a history of tragedy, and even in current day, it continues to harvest more negative energy by destroying everything that steps foot upon it, causing more torment and pain. It's been 19 years since I moved away, and I still to this day constantly dream of the property multiple times a month, and my siblings and mother do as well. It's like we can't escape it. This happened like 20 years ago, so the details are a bit hazy. I was in middle school. I lived in an upper middle class neighborhood in a little New England town with virtually no crime. I had just started babysitting, had just taken a whole babysitting course at a local hospital, and after putting up some flyers, I got my first gig. It was at a house in my neighborhood, about a 5-minute walk from my house. They had an older girl, who was maybe 8 or 9, and a young toddlerish age boy. Their mom was giving me a rundown of their routine and giving me a little tour of their house. We went into her son's bedroom, and she said something to the effect of, that's odd. Why is his window open?" and quickly shut the window, and seemed somewhat distracted from that point on. She hurried through the rest of the tour, and then told me to go hang out with the kids while she finished getting ready. About 2 minutes later, she hurries in, sort of hustles us out the door and outside. I'm pretty confused at this point, but being an awkwardly shy middle school-aged girl, I just go along with it. Once we get to the driveway, she pulls me aside and tells me that she went back to her bedroom after noticing that the window was open and saw most of her jewelry was missing. Soon after telling me this, about 10 cop cars come flying in. Cops run out with guns drawn, the whole works. Cops tell me to leave, so I head home pretty terrified. Turns out, the burglar, who had broken in the night before, was still hiding in the son's closet, right next to where we were standing when the mom realized that the window was open and something was off. I don't really like to imagine how that could have gone had she not noticed the open window and left me there for the night with her 2 kids. Needless to say, that was the beginning and the end of my babysitting career. I was babysitting my niece a couple of years ago. She's 6 now, so she would have been 3 back then. I put her to bed, read her a story, gave her a cuddle, and then went down to watch a movie, and I ended up falling asleep on the couch in the living room. I don't know how much later it was, but I woke up to something grabbing my ankle. My eyes shot open, and I freaked out. I shook my leg as hard as I could. Bad idea. She'd managed to unfasten her door, climb over 2 different baby gates, and get down the stairs without giving herself an injury. All to ask me if I could read her another story. We don't tell her mother about the time that I almost drop-kicked her daughter across the living room. I was playing hide and seek with the 3 kids that I was babysitting. They were 3, 6, and 9, and I was seeking. Well, I found the oldest and the youngest, but I couldn't find the middle child. After 30 minutes of searching, the house wasn't that big. I just wanted to die. I couldn't believe that I actually lost a child. It was like a bad movie. So I called the parents, ready to have the worst from them on account of losing their child. I told them what had happened and I'm scared crapless. And they just laughed and said, "Did you specify the boundaries?" The what? Turns out, this stinking middle child hid in a bush in their neighbor's front yard, a place that she had hidden before, which is how the parents knew about it, because I didn't specify the boundaries of hide and seek. Even though the parents weren't mad, I still have nightmares about that. I'm sharing this on behalf of my sister. When we were younger, our parents decided that we were old enough to be left home by ourselves. Most of them worked weekdays during the summer holidays, so we had to babysit our younger brothers. One particular day, I was feeling dizzy and I wasn't thinking straight. I was really tired, but being 11, all I wanted to do was play video games. I grabbed my Nintendo DS and I sat on the couch, while my sister watched TV. Suddenly, I started seizing. I shut off completely. My sister, with no experience at all, rang an ambulance. My parents and grandma telling them what had happened. I was raced to the hospital within 10 minutes of seizing. We did live fairly close. My younger brothers started crying, thinking I had died when they saw me on the stretcher. I was very blue at the time. My parents cried too. My dad has epilepsy, and his family has a history. So it was a horrible feeling that it was passed down to me. However, my sister was calm and collected, serving as the backbone of the family that day. She's never received praise for saving me, despite this happening multiple times. Even my brothers have learned to help out. One even picked a lock when I was seized in the bathroom. I'm on medication and I take them daily, but I'm really indebted to my sister for being a real trooper through my first ever seizure. I was 14, looking after a 10 and 7-year-old, overnight stay at a house in the sketchier part of town. I lived in Winnipeg, so there was some gang activity in that area of town. Everything started out normally, just hanging out, watching TV, until a kid knocked on the door, about 16 years old, and asked if the two could come and hang out. I said no, because I had no idea if that was okay, and I told him sorry. This guy messages the 2 kids that I'm looking after on their phone or whatever, and they want to go hang out with him, but still unsure about it. A bigger teenager wanting to hang out with the 2 young kids seemed weird, even at 14, so I said no. The kids eventually just decided that they were going whether I said yes or not, and left the house while I was in the bathroom. I'm a 14-year-old, scared crapless of the neighborhood, so I never got very far from the house looking for them. I called the mom of the kids right away, and she came back from her party very quickly and found the kids in no time, dragged them back to the house, and I witnessed the scolding of a lifetime. She apologized to me a ton, but I just felt bad about the whole thing. I got paid $100 for it though. I was 11 and babysitting for our neighbor who was going through a nasty divorce. She had 2 sons who were 8 and 1. She leaves to go on her date and says that she'll be back around midnight. She doesn't tell me where she's going, and I have no way to contact her because it's the 80s and no one has cell phones. I'm watching TV. The boys are asleep. Everything's fine. Suddenly, there's a knock on the door. Then banging and drunken cursing. "Cheryl, you stupid woman. I know you're in there. Open the door." I'm frozen looking at the door when the oldest boy comes flying down the stairs and runs to the door yelling, "Daddy's home." I grab him and pull him away from the door. By this time, the ex-husband had gotten into his truck to go get his gun to teach that woman a lesson. He's banging on the door and threatening to start shooting through it if no one opens it. I grab both kids and run out the back door and across the street to my house, where my mom calls the police. When the police arrive a few minutes later, they find the ex-husband on Cheryl's porch. He gets arrested, and I wait with the kids at my house for their mom to show up. Cheryl shows up, is totally unfazed by the story, and doesn't even pay me because she lost her wallet at the restaurant. When I was a preteen, I babysat a lot. Once, I was babysitting 2 sisters. One was about 6, and the other was an infant. The 6-year-old was down the street at a birthday party, and the baby and I were just chilling and watching TV. The parents were off at a movie, and about 30 minutes after they left, there was a knock at the door. I got up and looked through the small window in the door to see this dude in a shirt with an XL energy tag and a clipboard. He gives me this talk about checking a gas meter in the basement. I had this instinctual gut feeling that something was wrong, and I tell him that I'm the babysitter. Give me a minute and I'll call the parents to see if they forgot to tell me about an appointment. So I head to the kitchen to get the phone and call up the mom. I also check to make sure that the back door was locked. She starts freaking out and assures me that they don't have an account with Excel and tells me that they're leaving the theater immediately. I go back to the door and explain that I won't be letting him in. He starts getting pushy with me and telling me that it's really important and it's a safety issue, etc. I didn't see any Excel energy van or car on the street out front, and I'm beginning to get nervous. Luckily, the parents called a neighbor who showed up and demanded that the guy leave the property. The guy ran off and walked around the corner, so we didn't get a vehicle description. But the police came and took my statement as soon as the parents got home. A few days later, the parents were telling me that a similar guy had gone to a neighbor's house and had tried to intimidate his way into her house as well. I babysat 2 young boys one summer. One was about 12 and the other 5. Their mom worked during the day and their dad worked all night. So I picked them up shortly after he got home in the mornings and took care of them at my house while he slept all day. The parents were very close with my own parents at the time, so I knew them pretty well prior to me setting for them. The dad really creeped me out, so I would try to pick up the boys and just leave the house as soon as I possibly could. However, there were mornings where I would walk in and have to make conversation with the dad for 30 minutes because he had made the 5-year-old buffalo chicken wings and Mountain Dew for breakfast at 7 a.m. The child was 5 and already severely overweight. The parents were overly permissive. The dad was the worst and let the boys do whatever they wanted. So naturally, the 5-year-old never wanted to leave and always wanted to stay with his dad. To say the kid had tantrums about leaving his house is an understatement. One day, he laid down on the driveway screaming so loud that I thought that I was expecting the neighbors to call the police. I couldn't pick him up because he was 100 pounds of dead weight, laying face down on the driveway. I had to call the mom after 20 minutes to finally get him in the car. One time, the 5-year-old screamed at me, "Look what you made me do," because he dropped his sandwich on himself. One time I heard him crying bloody murder from another room. I ran to him, and he was clutching his foot and screaming. Thought he had sprained or broken his ankle because of how much he was crying. I inspected his foot carefully for a few minutes, because he wouldn't tell me what happened. I looked at him probably about 15 minutes to tell me that he had stubbed his toe. He also had overtly inappropriate dance moves that he would do at the pool in front of the girls/women. He would also talk down to women and girls and exhibit overly flirtatious behavior at 5 years old. Most people thought it was funny, but it concerned me because I knew that he learned it from his dad. I spent that whole summer being screamed at and verbally abused by an overweight 5-year-old. A few years later, the parents got divorced, and I was asked to be a witness. I said no. When I was younger, I had a bad fear of storms. I was babysitting 3 kids. I was about 13. The youngest one was napping, and the other 2 were eating. They had the TV on, and suddenly a tornado warning for our area came on the screen. I froze. I was terrified and had to take a moment to process everything. The 2 who saw the warning knew what it meant and started really freaking out. Before I could stop her, the oldest ran upstairs to grab her American Girl dolls, and I shouted after her. I finally collected myself enough to tell the child remaining at the table to go in the basement and get blankets. I ran upstairs to get the youngest one who was napping, and of course the light in his room wouldn't turn on, so I stumbled through the room to get him. Remember, I'm terrified of weather in the first place, so I'm completely freaking out on the inside that I have to take care of myself, plus 3 kids and a dog. Finally, I get all of the kids down to the basement, behind the bar that the parents were building. As I sat down, part of the bar fell off, and I gashed my leg open. So now, I'm trying to staunch the bleeding, keep the kids calm and safe, and keep myself calm. I thought I was going to die. The tornado never even came close. We were totally fine. Everything turned out well, but it was still one of the scariest moments of my entire life. I was about 14. We lived in military housing, and there was a new couple with 2 kids who were referred to me. The house was pretty empty. They had only been there a week or so, and the mom was showing me around with the 3-month-old baby in her arms. I was a little worried. 3 months old was the youngest baby I'd ever sat, and the mom thought similarly. They were only going to go to their welcoming event for a couple of hours, and it was right there on base though, so not far. What could go wrong? What went wrong was at the top of the staircase. As her 3-year-old called her, and she was following me down, a strap on her sandal broke, and she suffered a catastrophic fall, taking me out as she toppled, dropping the baby in her arms. Well, I'm not sure how it happened, as I'm not exactly famous amongst my friends for my grace. But as I was being bulldozed over, I reached up and snatched the baby out of the air and held her up high as we fell. I ended up with a black eye and some bruises where Mom essentially tackled me. The baby was completely unscathed. The mom ended up with an open fracture of one leg, right above her knee, and a decent concussion. She didn't act as if anything hurt at all though. She just kept on saying, "You saved my baby. You saved my baby," as the dad called the ambulance. I think they paid me $200 for a 4-hour gig that night, which in 1987 wasn't too shabby. But I don't think that my pulse slowed down for an entire week. I pretty much stopped babysitting shortly after that because it freaked me out so much. Not just the event, but word getting around that I was like some superhero with cat-like reflexes, when I'm pretty sure if that happened again, I couldn't grab that baby if I tried. When I was in high school, I regularly tutored an 11-year-old girl, and the parents had me babysit her and her twin a couple of times. One time, the parents were meant to go downtown to a game and then be back around 12. Around 8 or so, it started raining very heavily. I live in a Gulf city, and storms can blow in fast and turn into flooding really quickly. Once it became clear we were in for a big storm, the parents tried to head home early, but the streets had already started to flood, and they ended up trapped in a parking lot. The parents called, and we agreed that I'd spend the night in their guest bedroom. I had the kids go to bed and set up in the kitchen to do homework and watch Netflix. After a bit of this, I noticed water seeping in from under the back doors. They had a large house with like 3 double doors to the back, so it was a crap load of area. I got every towel in the house and started wiping up the water and using the towels to block the door. After this had been mostly cleaned up, I went back to the kitchen table to watch more Netflix. Not even 15 minutes later, the power cuts out, and all the lights shut off. This freaked me out a bit, but I tried to stay calm. Then the burglar alarm went off in the other room. I pretty much crapped myself. I was in a pitch black house with 2 kids, surrounded by flooded roads that no one can drive on. After a minute, I realized that I was the closest thing in the house to an adult. So I grabbed the biggest kitchen knife that they had and went to go check all the doors. They were still closed and no one was in the house, so I called the parents. It turns out the alarm went off when the power cut out, and I just needed to shut it off with a code upstairs. This happened about 3 more times over the next few hours. After the power came back on, I thought things had chilled out, but then we got a tornado warning. I went and got the kids from upstairs, and we all hung out in the sturdy basement for about an hour until the warning passed. At this point, it was about 2 a.m., and I passed out in the guest bedroom. The parents woke me up when they got home around 7 a.m., and I drove home past giant fallen branches and stalled abandoned cars. It was surreal. I was 16, and my friend Amanda was 14. We were watching her cousins for the weekend. Paul was around 4 to 6 years old, and Stella was 10 or 11. So we watched them Friday, and it went fine. Their mom came home Saturday, paid us $30 and got some clothes and left. So we decided that we'd walk to the convenience store to get some candy, junk food, soda, and rent a few movies. We were bad at making money because we literally spent everything that we made to have a movie night with the kids. So the store was 2 blocks away. Amanda and Paul wanted to cut through yards to get home, but Stella didn't want to. So I told Amanda to take him home, and me and Stella would just take the sidewalk. We could pretty much see their house from the store, and it was around 7 p.m. in the summer, so it wasn't too late. It was literally a 5-minute walk on the sidewalk. So me and Stella were walking. We were almost at the corner to turn onto their street. The house right before the corner was a drug house. Out walks this guy, and me, being my friendly Canadian self, says hi politely. The guy stops and says something along the lines of, "Wait, I know you, right?" I told him no, I don't know him. He looks at Stella and says, "I know her. I'm friends with your dad." Her dad was into drugs pretty heavily. He starts asking why I have her with me. I tell him I'm babysitting with my friend. Probably very dumb of me. He starts getting closer, told me that I was pretty and says, "Oh, are you going home? Why don't I come too? We can all hang out. You teen girls like to party, right?" The guy's eyes were like pin drops. He was clearly high. I grabbed Stella's hand and kind of pushed her behind me, well, holding her hand because I'm starting to get scared, and I wanted to keep her away. Right then, my friend comes outside and sees us and yells for us to hurry our butts up. I look at Stella and just say run. We run, still holding her hand because I don't want her to fall behind. The guy just stood there. Once we got into the house and watched from the window till he left, I told Amanda what happened and we called the kid's mom, but she said that it was fine and that stuff happens. We were in a poor part of town. So I'm still weirded out, and Stella is still a little scared. So we all decided to watch a movie in the living room, which is right where the front door is. I grab a large knife from the kitchen, and I set on the side table. We kind of forgot for a while because we just watched the movie. Like, when I got the knife, I was kind of joking. I didn't think the guy would actually show up. But about a half an hour later, someone starts banging on the door and yelling to open up. Now, normal people would call the cops, but I'm half dumb and half ballsy. I tell Amanda to take the kids into the kitchen, and once they're out of sight, I open the door a crack. It's the weird guy. He was talking a lot. He said something about knowing where Stella's mom lived, so he knew where I'd be. I try telling him that he has to leave, but he just starts to get closer. I should have just slammed the door, but I got scared and backed up. I grabbed the knife as I'm backing up and held it behind my back. By this time, he's pushed the door open and is standing in the doorway. I kept telling him that he needed to get out, and he said something about me being there alone. Since they were hiding, he thought it was me there alone now. Right then, Amanda comes out of the kitchen. Kitchen doorway is right across from the front door. The kids are half hiding behind her as much as two kids can hide behind an 80-pound, 5-foot-nothing 14-year-old. Amanda is holding a huge butcher knife. The guy looks and sees her. I step back and bring the knife that I have out from behind my back and hold it at my side. Amanda yells at him to get out. I tell him, "You need to get out of here before we stab you." Dude bolted so quick that he didn't even shut the door. We called the kid's mom and told her the dude showed up and pretty much forced his way in. We even told her that he didn't leave until he knew that we had knives, and she told us to just lock the door and we'd be fine. We called Amanda's mom and told her. She picked us all up, and we all slept in Amanda's bed that night. Well, Paul was asleep by midnight. Me, Amanda, and Stella didn't fall asleep until well after 4 a.m. We watched the kids at her mom's for 2 more days. Then I went home, and I think Amanda had them another day or 2. I watched them with Amanda a few more times at their house, and nothing bad ever happened again. It's been 9 years. I talk to Stella from time to time. She's told me before that she remembers that night, and that she thought that the guy was going to kill us. And all this because my Canadian butt thinks that it's rude to walk by someone and not say hi. I wasn't the babysitter, but instead the one being babysat by my older cousin. We, my brother and I, were curled up asleep in her bed. She was between us. I awoke to my cousin screaming, "Get out." I said, "Get out." My aunt and uncle came running up the stairs to find the door to the balcony of her bedroom open. She said that she had seen a man crawling across her floor, but she had thought that she was just dreaming. But then he stood up at the foot of the bed and loomed over us. That's when she started screaming. She saw him run out the door and jump over the second-story balcony. Initially, all the adults, her parents and my parents, thought that she had just dreamed it. But then there was a flashlight found at the base of the big pecan tree that grew alongside the house. At that point, everyone realized that it was not a dream. I was maybe 12 years old and watching 2 little girls. I had only watched them once before, so I was still really trying to impress their mom. They lived in a crappy part of town, and we didn't play outside very often. This night, I was to spend the night and sleep on their couch. In the living room, there was a door that led outside to their backyard. The front door was directly across the little townhouse from the back door. Off to the right, looking towards the front door, was a kitchen, and on the left was the stairs that led to the second floor bedrooms and bathroom. When you opened the front door all the way, the door blocked off access to the stairwell. At some point, I fell asleep on the couch and was snapped awake. There, standing in the house by the back door, is a very drunk man. He's dirty, he's drunk, and he's walking towards me. My 12-year-old mind was panicking, and I knew that if I called the police, I'd be attached to the wall by the phone, and I couldn't prevent him from going upstairs. They didn't have a cordless phone yet. I immediately started talking to this man. He says he's looking for someone, and he's going to go upstairs. I bolt off the couch and beat him to the front door. That's when I noticed headlights out front, through the peephole. I see it's a taxi, and I fling the door all the way open and start yelling for the driver to help me. He rolled his window up and shrugged. I don't know how I did it, but I managed to stand in front of the wide open door and block his way up the stairs. He's pushing me hard, and all I can think of are these little girls asleep in their beds, and I remember that he's looking for someone who doesn't live here. I say, hey, Rosie and Trevor are waiting for you in the cab. Look, they're waving at you, dude. He buys it and walks out the front door just enough for me to slam and lock it. I run to the back door, and I lock that too. After him banging on the door for a few minutes, he goes around back and tries to get back in. He leaves in the taxi cab, and I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I never told anyone, never phoned the police, and never, ever went to bed again without locking all the doors and windows. This isn't my story, but my friend Linda's. This happened back in the 70s on a big cattle ranch in the middle of nowhere, Kansas. The farm had a huge wraparound porch that was very creaky, so you could always tell when someone was approaching the door. The kids were asleep when suddenly there came a knock on the door. Linda was surprised since she had not heard any of the normal creaky footsteps, but she opened the door and nobody was there. Linda was puzzled, but thought that maybe it was a mistake. 5 minutes later, the same knock at the door with no creaking sounds on the porch. Once again, nobody was there. When she first told me this story, I asked Linda why she would keep opening the door, and she said in that area, there was really nothing to fear, and it was a kind of community where doors were not locked and so forth. About 5 more minutes passed, with one more disembodied knock, and then it stopped for the night. The farm couple got home very late, so she didn't have a chance to mention it to them. However, the following morning, the rancher called her to ask if she had seen or heard anything unusual the evening before, so she told him the story then. Turned out that something, and they never did find out what, caused an enormous herd of cattle to stampede in the night, and they were ranging all over the surrounding farmland. They assumed that it might have been teens playing a prank, except that nothing like that has ever happened in that area before, and it never did since either. That story has always frightened me. I'm generally not one who enjoys or is good at watching other people, not even for money and free food. But there are 2 times that I did, and both were awful. The first one was my niece, who was around 6 at the time. She was incredibly wild, and well, very crazy at times as well. She'd throw fits over nothing, and it was like watching an exorcism movie. She'd be crazy strong. She'd bite and growl and get very violent. A few months before the night in question, she tried to stab a cop with a pair of scissors. Yes, you read that correctly. So yeah, I was very scared of being alone with a first grader. I noticed that she's been too quiet, so I look for her, and I find her with her dog, a smallish poodly thing. I don't know dogs that well, and a sharpened pencil raised over its head, and exclaimed that she was helping the dog go to heaven so she could get a cat instead. So I save and hide the dog, at which point she goes to the large locked plexiglass cage where my 3 parrots live. She pries and forces the lock open, then soaks my birds with Windex for no reason. Luckily, I caught her, washed them off, and they weren't hurt. Nothing else happened that night, but that was more than enough. I wasn't alone with her again for about 8 years. I was almost positive that she was on the path to being a serial killer, but surprisingly, as a teenager, she's much better and hasn't tried to murder anyone recently. The only other time that I watched anyone was in high school, when I was watching my 90-year-old grandfather while my parents were out. He'd been a little off, hence the watching. Unfortunately, a little off quickly became very off. He started insisting that there were children running around the house, asking where their parents were and yelling at them to leave. There were no children, just me, and telling him that only made him angry. He went back upstairs and came back with a surprise loaded shotgun that no one knew that he even owned, and proceeded to walk around the house hunting the children. He didn't shoot, thank God, but he did leave a lit cigarette on the pile of papers, and then go outside to yell at more things that weren't there. I had to call and beg my parents to come home. Turned out to be an issue with his medication. I realized that this makes it look like I live with a band of criminals, but I swear that that's not the case. Okay, 2 times I babysat, one with an actual baby. He was 1 at the time, and I house sat/puppy sat for a friend another time. I had done a few others, but these 2 were the creepiest. Okay, here's the 1-year-old story. I was friends with his mom and aunt. Actually, more of a friend of the aunt, and I was visiting. The sister needed a ride and asked if I could stay to watch her kid while my friend, her sister, drove to get a few things. I said sure, mainly because she had already put him to bed and it shouldn't be any work at all. This was around 7 p.m. They leave, and about 15 minutes later I hear a thump. Now both of their rooms are next to each other, and my friend has her cat locked in her room, because her sister and I have allergies to the cat. Anyway, I assume it's the cat, and I just continue to watch TV in the living room. Then 5 more minutes go by and I hear a smaller thump. So I go and check on the cat first. I know, kind of a bad move, but I was thinking logically that it was the cat, and I figured if I calmed it down it would stop acting out and not wake up the kid. Well, I opened up the door, and the cat is asleep on my friend's pillow. At first, I thought the little jerk was just pretending or something, and while staring at the cat I hear the thump again. But this time, it's clear that it's coming from the other room where the kid is. I immediately freak out, thinking that the kid fell out of his crib or something. And before I could even close my friend's door, the cat freaks out and hides under the bed, and the kid in the next room starts to cry, which definitely makes me feel like he did fall. So I shut the door and go to the next room, open the door quickly, and he's standing up in his crib crying. I feel relieved that he didn't fall, and I go to calm him down. Now mind you, for some reason the electrical doesn't work so well in her room. The light switch doesn't work, so you have to turn on the floor lamp by hand. So I'm in a dark room, minus the small nightlight, with a crying baby. It then dawns on me, what the heck was making that noise? So I turn on the light and look around. Her closet is open, and some of the stuff seems to be moved around, but nothing that looked like it fell several times or anything like that. So I closed the closet, mainly because the kid was crying while staring at the closet. And being the horror movie geek that I am, I was like, okay, closing the closet. He seemed to have calmed down, and it took me 5 minutes to get him back to sleep. I left the light on and the door cracked open so I could keep an ear out, but not wake him up myself with the TV. Anyway, that lasted about 10 minutes. Then I hear another thump noise. I get up and peek in. The kid is still asleep, so I open the door some more and the closet is open. Now, it's a sliding door closet, which isn't as creepy as a walk-in closet with an actual door. But closets in general are really creepy, especially at night. Anyway, my first instinct is to run, but I man up and go check out the closet to see what could have happened, or whatever. And nothing. I just told myself maybe it's a mouse or something. A big mouse that can open a closet door. So like I said, I closed it up, checked on the kid still, left the light on, and went back to the living room. Not even 5 minutes go by and he's crying. There was no noise this time, so I figured maybe it was a normal baby cry, like the light was bothering him or he peed or something. So I go in again. This time, the closet is only open a little bit. I'm extremely freaked out. I've already texted my friend telling him to get the heck back home. So I go towards the closet door to close it. My hand reaches for the edge, and then I hear a small thump, and then one of those baby police car toys that have the siren effect goes off in the closet. I open it up slowly, and there it was just going off. The kid is still crying his head off, and I know for sure that this toy was not in the closet. So I take it out, put it away, and close the closet door. I put the kid back to sleep and wait in the room with him. He didn't go back to sleep, but I could tell that he tired himself out with the crying fit that he had. He laid there staring at me, almost like he was telling me to get the heck out of there. I felt so uneasy in that room, like someone or something was watching me and it was angry, especially from the area where the closet was. So after about 15 minutes of waiting in the room, I stand up and start to head out. The light then turns off, which is odd since you have to turn it on and off manually since the wall switch doesn't work. I figured the light bulb blew out or something, so I walked over using what little light the nightlight offered as a guide towards the lamp. After I got to the lamp, I heard the closet door sliding open. I don't think I've ever been so scared in my life, and my instincts kicked in, like turn on the light, and I felt for the switch on the lamp to turn it on, hoping that it would, and it did. Looking back, I was both relieved and creeped out that the light bulb didn't burn out, and that it somehow turned off by itself. Anyway, the light was back on. I turned around, and luckily, nothing. Or rather, I didn't see anything there. I grabbed the kid and shut the closet again, shut the door to the room behind me, and held him in the living room till his mom and my friend got back. Almost 9 p.m. At first, she was angry that I took him out of his crib and that he was awake. But I was like, you need an exorcist or someone to bless your house, because things aren't okay here. I don't think she really believed me. She said that she'd noticed some small things happening, but nothing to that effect. That was almost a year ago, and apparently nothing that drastic ever happened again. Weird stuff happens to me and around me often. I've been told that I was a magnet for these things before, so I'm not sure if whatever happened because I was there, or maybe I brought it with me or activated it or whatever. They did do a prayer of some kind to try and bless the house/apartment. Maybe that helped. Well, okay. I think I wrote long enough, so I'll save the puppy sitting story for another time. So I know this is kind of late, but I finally got some free time to sit down and write this. I live in a rural area, and the nearest Walmart and Target are about 30 minutes away, just to give an example. So my friend at the time, who lives in another small town nearby up in the mountains, a town called Wrightwood, asked me to puppy sit/house sit. I agreed. A free mini vacation away from home, and I actually like the dog. A big, sweet-hearted black lab mix named Lainey, or however she spelt it. Anyway, I drove up to the house, saw my friend off, and made myself at home. And after settling in, I took the dog out for a walk. This was about 3 p.m., so the sun was still out, but it was cooler and shadier out. Anyway, we get back home. I make myself some dinner and then feed the dog her dinner. I turn on the TV and ended up dozing off for a bit. When I woke up, it was later at night, around 9 p.m. or so. I get up to walk around and stretch. Lainey was sleeping on the floor next to me and stayed in her spot even after I got up to move. I decided to take a tour of the house since I didn't really get one when I arrived, since my friend was leaving so shortly after I arrived. So it was a decent sized house, 2 bathrooms and 4 bedrooms, including the master bedroom. The master bedroom was on the left side of the house, all by itself, with an ensuite bathroom. The other 3 rooms were on the opposite side of the house, down along the hallway, and at the end of the hallway was the other bathroom. In the middle of the house was the kitchen and dining/living room. My friend had just recently moved in. She was there for about a month, but had only lived in it for like 3 weeks due to business trips. The house also had very big windows too, which made it kind of creepy at night, especially because the windows in the living room, which faced the small backyard, didn't have curtains or blinds. Not that she had any neighbors behind her, but still, it was a little creepy. So I look around. The 3 extra rooms were just being used as storage at the time. One she was going to make into an office, and either one or both of the others into guest rooms. After I was done, I closed all the doors back up like they were. I checked the rest of the house for my lockdown procedure. I turn off all the lights, the kitchen, and go back to watching TV. Midnight rolls around and Lainey starts whining, so I let her out in the backyard to go pee. She runs around sniffing and whatever, usual dog stuff. I'm freezing cold standing in the doorway, asking her to hurry up, when I hear a crashing noise from inside. It gets my attention, and also Lainey's. So I turn around, peek my head in to see if it happened to be the kitchen or the living room. I can't see anything, and just figure that something fell in one of the rooms. Lainey finishes and comes in. I close up behind her, and I decide to go down the hallway to see what fell over. Lainey followed me to the entrance of the hallway, but then stopped and started to whimper. Her tail went between her legs, and she started to growl a bit. At first, I thought that maybe she was growling and scared of me because I didn't turn on the hall light. So it was dark. So maybe she didn't recognize me, so I called out to her so that she would know that it was just me. But she was still scared. So I opened up the first door, and I look around, and nothing seems to have fallen over. I leave, close the door, look over at Lainey, who is now laying on the floor at the entrance of the hallway, still whimpering. I open up the other room across the hall. Same thing, everything looked fine. I closed the door and went into the third room. There, I found a small box had fallen over. I go and pick everything up and move the box elsewhere. Then I noticed that the window was opened a bit, so I scared myself thinking that someone broke in. But I realized how dumb that was because there wasn't anywhere to find in the room, and I would have heard the door opening and closing if they had left the room. I close up the window and I lock it, and I check the other rooms and lock them up too. I go back out to watch TV, and Lainey lays down at my feet and seems better now. I start to doze off again. I'm about to fall asleep, and then Lainey just starts barking and acting berserk over by the hallway, just barking at the dark. I'm half asleep and freaking out, thinking, oh no, someone did get in. I go over and turn on all the lights, and I notice that the third bedroom door was open a little bit, the same room where the box fell. So as a cliche, I panic, go into the kitchen and grab a knife, and then I go to the room. The window was still closed, and nothing seemed out of place. I go, check out all the other rooms in the bathroom, and even the master and its bathroom. No one to be found. I put away the knife, and I see that it's 2 a.m. I decide to head to bed. I was staying in the master bedroom. Lainey came with me, and I closed the master bedroom door. I just had this feeling that I should. I get into bed. Lainey goes to her little corner where her bed is, and I try to fall asleep. I wake up to a huge slamming noise. I'm all disoriented, and Lainey is barking and jumps on the bed and barks towards the door. I get up and try to calm her down. I get my glasses on and go see what it was. It sounded like a door being slammed shut. I get out to the living room. Everything looked fine. Same with the kitchen. I get to the hallway, and all the doors are closed, but in the third bedroom, the light is on. I can see it coming in there at the bottom of the door. I then hear growling. I turn around and it's Lainey. The hair on the back of her neck was straight up, and her teeth were showing like she was getting ready to tear someone apart. I whispered, "Good girl, get ready to attack." I creep over to the door. I waved at Lainey to come over, but she didn't, so I knew that I was truly in this alone. I opened the door, and no one's there. Now, I know I turned off the light, and I know I locked up the house, but the light was on, and the boxes had been moved around, almost like they'd been thrown, but none of them opened up. It was just freaking me out. I noticed it was like 3:15 a.m., so I heard the slamming noise at 3 a.m., since it did take me a few minutes to build up the courage to leave the master bedroom and to open up the other room. I turn off the light, close the door, and go back to the master bedroom. I couldn't sleep. I had the small TV on in my friend's room. Lainey was on the bed with me, and I just couldn't relax. Finally, around 6:30 a.m., the sunlight was just peeking in, and my eyes were getting heavy. It felt like it was okay enough to go get some sleep. So my friend was due back later that evening, so I knew that I had some time to sleep during the morning, then get up and look like I've been somewhat productive that day. So I get my sleep, and finally, Lainey wakes me up whining her usual whine to go pee. I get up and let her outside. I see that it's noon. I go back inside and look around the house. I get to the hallway, and all the doors are wide open. I peek in each one, and no one's in them. I close all the doors and watch TV, feeling like I'm being watched. P.S. Lainey was back inside with me again. So I'm watching TV. I get a text from my friend saying that she'll be home even earlier, and she's actually on her way home now. I'm thrilled, but also worried for her. And an hour and a half later, she gets home, and she asks how Lainey was, and I told her that she was amazing. And then I sort of go quiet and sort of mumble something like, "But your house wasn't." She was like, "What?" And I told her straightforward, "Weird stuff happened last night, and either you have an invisible ninja kicking around boxes in your house, or there's something ghostly here." Well, she finally comes clean and tells me that the house is like 60 years old, so it has a history. An old man passed away there in the master bedroom. Some kid went missing from the house back in the day, and some other weird stuff. I tell her that it felt like something else. I didn't feel the old man's presence, or a missing kid that may have been killed. This was something dark, or at least it felt like it. I don't know. She didn't end up staying too long after anyway. She got tired of commuting back and forth from the city, and ended up finding a place down there for her and Lainey. And by the way, she was just renting the house. She didn't buy it. So she was able to go without having to worry about selling the house or anything like that. I've driven by the house a couple of times since then. I still get a weird vibe from there. Well, that's my story. Probably lame, but it felt scarier for me when I babysat the little boy. The house was slightly isolated, and I was alone except for a dog. At least the other time I was in an apartment complex, so there were lots of people around to hear me scream for help if needed, and I had the kid with me, which I could carry if I had to run for my life. So yeah. Also, I remember that when I had dozed off a few of the times on the couch, I felt like something was standing over me, and one of the times I woke up on the couch, I felt like someone had been touching me or grabbing my arm. It was so weird. I was babysitting a couple of siblings, a brother and sister, and the sister had a friend over to play with as well. The two girls were 5. The boy was probably 7 or 8, a little bit older. I was watching them during the day on a weekend because their single mom had to go into work. When I got to the house, the boy was zoned out watching TV, and the little girls were playing with dolls in another room. The morning went fine. But in the afternoon, as I was making lunch, I hear screams in the backyard. I run back there, and the boy is wielding a seriously sharp kitchen knife. The two little girls have barricaded themselves into one of those plastic playhouses and are screaming in terror, and the boy is madly stabbing the knife through the slits in the windows, laughing. As I run over, I'm shouting at him to stop, but he just keeps stabbing, and I have to tackle him and wrestle the knife away. I ended up getting cuts on my hands in the process, and the boy was kicking, punching, and biting trying to get out of my grasp. I somehow managed to drag him away and throw him in his room and call his mom at work. She comes home a few hours early, clearly angry that I called her and grumbling about how he obviously wasn't going to hurt the girls. She gave him a good smack, but basically told me that I was a bad babysitter. I was not that old myself, only 12 and terrified, so I just nodded and went home without getting paid. My sister was a nanny for a wealthy family. She was having a bad time with kidney stones and asked if I could assist her for a few days. I agreed. First off, it was a really strange family, but whatever, I could handle it. They had a 7-year-old son and a 3-year-old twins, a boy and a girl. The mother is out on a date. The kids are in bed, and my sister and I were up in her room eating dinner and watching TV. All of a sudden, we hear a loud bang. We turn all the lights on downstairs and check the house. Apparently, there was a large bar across the basement door, and it was clear that it had been knocked down. Someone was trying to break into the house. My sister gets on the phone and calls the police. I'm guarding the stairs in case anyone is in the house. I want to protect the kids. The oldest wakes up. We don't want him to be scared. I told her, go upstairs with him, and I would wait for the police. I stayed at the stairs holding 2 knives, in case I needed to defend myself. After what felt like an eternity, the police showed up. They weren't sure if someone tried to break in or not, but they made sure that no one was in the house and took a report. There had been break-ins in the neighborhood, so it wasn't unreasonable to think that someone had tried to break in, and turning the lights on scared them off. We couldn't get a hold of the mother or father. He no longer lived there, but we handled it. A day later, I'm watching the kids in the backyard. The oldest runs up to me and says, "Look what I found." It was a hunting knife. I told him I needed him to hand it to me. I also let him know that he wasn't in trouble. He hadn't done anything wrong, since I was clearly upset. I asked the mother and father. He was visiting, and it wasn't theirs, so we called the police. Unfortunately, I had to touch the knife to take it from the child, so I likely messed up any prints that were on it. The officer understood. She agreed that taking the knife away from the 7-year-old was the best option. It was found by the basement door, so clearly someone had tried to break in. I was pretty freaked out. The one thing that I was pleased with was finding out that I had the ability to stay calm under pressure. I was able to put the kids first, think clearly, and do what I needed to do. I can't even explain how happy I was to leave that place and never go back. The family was incredibly strange, and I felt really bad for the kids. I was babysitting my little sister while my grandparents were out of town. We lived with our grandparents. When we hear my grandparents' bedroom door open, I grabbed the only weapon that I had, a mini Yankees baseball bat, and was just sitting with my sister quietly in my room. We heard someone walk down the hall to the kitchen when I called my uncle to come check on us. This whole time, I wasn't completely convinced that what I was hearing was real. So 10 minutes later, he arrives and comes in through our front gate. We had a large outdoor courtyard, and he comes and searches the house. We go into our grandparents' bedroom, and their sliding glass door to the courtyard was open, and the chair in front of it was pushed forward, propping up the blinds. So someone had clearly entered the house, but my uncle searched the house and no one was there. We assumed that whoever it was had probably left the house when he heard someone come, so my uncle left. After that, my sister and I were in the kitchen eating some food when the doorknob to the garage door starts rattling. First softly, then harder. The knob was broken and almost impossible to use, so I grabbed my sister, ran out the front gate, got in my car, and left. I have never been so scared in my life. United States Merchant Marine here, sailing 4 years as of 4 days ago. I witnessed an earthquake while on board. First off, easily the scariest moment of my professional career so far. In transit along the west coast of Mexico just after lunch. Just working through my noon duties. Just my AB and myself on the bridge. All of a sudden, the ship starts shaking, slightly at first, gradually building into a serious, violent pounding shake. The best way that I can describe it is that it was similar to airplane turbulence, just slower and harder shaking. Of course, I'm shook. It only lasted about 30 seconds, but it was terrifying. My AB and I are on both bridge wings looking to see if there's something in the water that we could have hit. Maybe a submerged container? I'm verifying our position in every way possible, making sure that we didn't just sniff the bottom somehow. Being the navigator on board, I'd be in deep stuff if this were true. Better dust off the old resume. Captain comes up to the bridge. What in the heck is going on? Engine room gets called. They start checking the void spaces, machinery spaces, and bilges. Chief mate comes to the bridge, gets the bosun and the deck gang to start sounding all the tanks. Phones and radios are going off left and right. Everyone is asking me what happened, and I've got no answers for them. After about 15 minutes, things start to settle down, and nothing seems to be out of the ordinary. Captain heads down to his office to call the office, and presumably sign me off the ship. He comes up about 20 minutes later with a printout from the internet. About 15 miles away from us, there was a 7.5 magnitude earthquake under the surface. The amount of relief that washed over my entire body was almost orgasmic. Nothing seemed to be damaged in the aftermath. We all had a good laugh about it later. The captain said that I was white as a ghost when he came up. Giant spears plunging in and out of the sea are the scariest things that I've ever witnessed at sea. In the Gulf of Alaska, I've seen some stuff, but one of the most terror-inspiring things that I've seen are what can happen with some of the loose logs from the logging trade. Sometimes when a big log gets loose from a raft, it becomes partially waterlogged and floats small end up. So you have this 4-foot diameter telephone pole in the sea, sticking up 40 feet in the air. No biggie. It shows up on the radar and is easy to spot. Now give that pole 20 years of floating around or so, it rots in such a way that it becomes filed to a point by winds and waves, and looks quite menacing. Now put it in a gale with 25-foot waves, 50 feet through to peak, and it becomes a towering spike of death that shoots up from the sea every 15 to 20 minutes. Out of nowhere, 60 feet into the air, only to plunge down into the dark depths waiting to skewer some unsuspecting boat in a few minutes when it thrusts out of the ocean again. It is a genuinely terrifying sight. Rare, but not so rare that I haven't seen two in one season. While based in Gibraltar, doing my sailing qualifications, we would regularly sail over to northern Africa and back to clock up miles. I was on a rotating shift as captain on a trip to Melilla with one teacher and 4 other students. I had been seeing empty water bottles bobbing in waves for some time. Although trash in the Mediterranean is unfortunately common, this had caught my attention. When just as dinner was being served, I noticed something on the horizon directly in front of us. As we got closer, it became apparent that it was a life raft full of immigrants trying to get to Europe. With no shelter and no means of propulsion, it was about 40 people just bobbing around in the sea miles from any coastline. A very serious group discussion began to take place about what action we were about to undertake. We were 6 people on a 38-foot sailing boat, days from the closest port, with limited resources and no radio contact at the time. Do we change course and try to make radio contact and raise the alarm? Do we make contact with the group and provide what assist we can until help arrives? Do we attempt to tow them back into a port on the African coast, the closest land, and risk guaranteed arrest upon arrival? We closed to about 2 miles, and I dropped the sails and began motoring to stay within close visual contact with the group as we continued to discuss what to do next. I was strongly arguing to make contact and tow the raft back to port, as you never leave someone at sea. Every sailor you know, render all possible help when it's safe to do so. Consequences can be dealt with after everybody's safely ashore. We were close enough to see the fear and doubt on each other's face, when out of the haze came a 70-foot Spanish Coast Guard vessel to save the day. They pulled up alongside of the life raft, dropped a net over the side, and had everybody climb aboard. Although we had been trying to make radio contact and send out emergency transmissions constantly in both English and Spanish, the Coast Guard never acknowledged us, either before or after they arrived on the scene. Once everybody was aboard, they promptly turned back towards Spain and powered off into the haze from which they'd come. We dodged an international incident that day, and I will never forget how lucky I am to be born in the country that I'm from. I was on a small sailboat about 100 miles offshore. I hadn't gotten any sleep in about 60 hours because the swell was so bad, and I don't think anyone else had either. So the captain had us doubled up on watches so no one worked alone. I came on watch just after sunset and relieved the skipper who went below to heat up dinner. The next thing I know, there's a commotion below, and the skipper sets the stove on the companionway and flames pouring out of the wrong part of it. I looked at the fire. What a weird stove, I thought. It didn't do that yesterday. I looked at the helmsman. He looked at the fire, then looked at me as if to say, "Is that real?" We both looked back at the flaming stove. Stoves aren't supposed to do that, I thought. Then we looked at each other again for a moment. Then back at the flaming stove. I watched it for a moment more. It's kind of pretty, I thought. Then the skipper stuck his head back out the hatch and bellowed, "Well, get it off the boat already." I suddenly snapped out of my daze, picked the stove up by the end that wasn't on a fire, and threw it overboard. It sailed end over end through the air, trailing flames until it landed with a splash, and for a few moments bobbed and burned like a torch on the open sea. And then, with one last belch of flame, it sank. I looked at the helmsman, then at the owner, and the gravity of the situation sank in. We had just escaped a major galley fire by the narrowest of hairs, and we were so doggone tired that we hadn't even realized it in the moment. There was no damage somehow. There were no injuries. All we lost was the jettisoned stove. There weren't even any scorch marks on the galley. And yet, if things had gone ever so slightly differently, we were minutes away from having to launch the life raft and abandon ship in the dark. As it was, we got out the backup jet boil, finished heating up dinner, and ate. I finally got some sleep 4 days later when we made it to port. Last year, I was at the beach with my parents. My dad and I go scuba diving a lot, and I go snorkeling alone quite often. This day, a storm was coming over the horizon, but it was still far away, and I figured that I have enough time to go snorkeling for a little bit. And I'm snorkeling down about half a kilometer down our extremely rocky beach. Depth, 6 meters. If a wave threw me on the rocks, nobody would find me, nor would I stay alive. That's how sharp they were. And suddenly the wind starts to pick up. I'm oblivious. Suddenly it goes dark. The storm clouds finally came about, and I realize that I'm in a pickle. I start swimming back, slowly snorkeling, when suddenly I swallowed huge amounts of water through my snorkel. I pull my head out of the water, and I see nothing but waves. Huge waves. I can't see the shore. In the end, I got back to shore safely before the storm hit. If I stayed in a little longer, I would have been lost at sea. My brother and I, as well as a couple of our friends, were sailing on 2 people sail-driven catamarans in the Gulf of Morbihan, off the coast of Brittany, France. He was sailing with his friend, and I was sailing with mine. It was a clear, sunny morning, a bit of a rare event in the region, which is usually rainy and foggy. We were not far off from each other, maybe 20 to 25 meters away, catching the winds, making some good speed and distance. At some points, I turned behind me to look at their catamaran, my brother and his friend Pierre, and it's as if I had seen it all happen right before my eyes. My brother was half crouched, maneuvering the ropes on the sail, and had stood up just a little to take in the view. Right behind him was the huge side mast, which was swinging fast towards him. I could not let out a word out of my mouth as I watched him get hit in the bag and flung overboard. The speed that we were going at, it's almost as if he became a dot in the sea too quick. There was little time for me to maneuver the catamaran back to him, and Pierre was pretty much manning his alone and unable to get a decent grasp on it all, as he was a beginner. I jumped up. I was steering out back on my catamaran, away from flying sails, and motioned this nearby speedboat as I screamed for help, pointing them towards the direction of my brother, whose head we could see in the distance bobbing up and down. The speedboat just slid effortlessly fast near him and rescued him. Those few seconds, maybe a minute or two, were very scary, but luckily he was wearing a life jacket, and our elementary school teachers had hired a really good sailing instructor company for our sea trip to Brittany, at the tender age of 8 to 9 years old. Sorry for the bait and switch. It felt too good to pass up the opportunity of telling a scary sailboat story from the perspective of a child. It was way less scary than it looked, really, but still pretty adventurous. We were really far from shore. Two friends and I took a trip to Indonesia a few years ago. We booked a 4-day boat trip to the Komodo Islands and discovered when we got to the harbor that our vessel was a bit smaller than we'd expected. There were 6 of us on the trip and a handful of crew, including a kid, literally, on work experience. On the second night of the trip, after 2 days of sun and calm seas, we sat and watched the stars as the waves slowly grew until it clouded over and the sea was too rough to be outside. The work experience kid was seasick, and he went to sleep in a blanket indoors on the deck of the boat. We all eventually went to sleep. I slept fitfully for an hour before waking up to a howling gale, our tiny boat being tossed about like a toy in the storm. We were sleeping on a raised section, so I climbed down to find one of my friends sat shaking on the deck as he watched the work experience kid slide back and forth, wrapped in his blanket. I looked out the portholes to see the sea one second and the black sky the next. I tried to reassure him that it was nothing major, whilst absolutely terrified and wondering what I would do if we capsized. This was when we noticed that a couple of the crew members had appeared and were now kneeling on their prayer mats, praying. Obviously, this freaked us out. My friend began to shout and scream, in no uncertain terms, telling me that he didn't want to die at sea. I pictured a newspaper story detailing the deaths of 6 travelers. I might have said a prayer at some point, though I'm usually not one for that. A fellow traveler came down and passed us each a biscuit, and I found this calm and reassuring. However, he was still wondering about whether we were about to drown at sea. We'd already heard that he worked on boats and told us he'd been on much heavier seas and that it would be fine. But he still appeared somewhat shaken. The storm did not abate, but as we had as of yet not been thrown into the sea, we decided to go back to bed. Eventually, I managed to fall into a restless sleep. We woke up the next morning to the gentle murmur of small waves, and we go back outside to find ourselves moored in a beautiful lagoon with a white beach on a calm sea. And that is the story of how we nearly drowned. When I was about 6, I went for a walk along the beach with my mom and sister, who was 1 year old at the time. My mom was pushing my sister in her buggy. I was cavorting and gathering shells. All was good. We were near a lighthouse, which had a sunken tidal path to it. And long story short, my mom had misread the tide times that morning and hadn't read the sign at the top of the path. About halfway through our walk back from the lighthouse, the sea suddenly becomes way closer than it should be. I see nothing wrong with this, being 6, but my mom immediately and justifiably freaks out. She rushes along the path with the buggy, yelling for me to keep up, but I got distracted trying to gather my bucket of shells. Now, I don't remember exactly how it happened, but I ended up on my own at the bottom of a really steep slope, with the water literally at my heels, and my mom shouting and crying from the top of it for me to run up. I was terrified and absolutely frozen, and I remember distinctly just thinking that I was going to die. It was getting dim. Nobody was around, and my mom later told me that she desperately was trying to find some way to get back down the slope to get me, without putting my baby sister in danger as well. I eventually snapped out of it and climbed the slope really slowly, using these smooth metal things that were laid into the path as handholds. By the time I got to the top, the path was completely covered by water. I was fine but shaken, and my mom never took us down that way again without triple checking the tide times. Gave me a lasting, healthy respect for the ocean. Tides can come in quicker than you ever expect. Don't play around with them. I used to live in Jamaica and loved being very close to the ocean. However, one night I had a strange experience. I was listening to some music with a friend on the veranda of my villa that backed up directly to the sea. I have a habit of staring into the ocean at night, as it's terrifying yet intriguing. I'm doing my usual thing, looking into the sea, and I think that I see movement. For a split second, I thought that it was a fisherman coming in late, but I immediately ruled that out due to a lack of engine noise. The object rose out of the water with grace and elegance. The part that I could see out of the water was only about 1 foot or less in height, and about as long as a mid-sized sedan. It had an arc to it, and that led me to begin thinking about a large marine animal such as a whale. I don't think that this could have been possible, as the object was about 40 feet from a solid coral cliff face. Maybe it was a drug sub? Jamaica is often used as a stopover for the drug cartels from Colombia to refuel, but I think that a surfacing sub would still make noise, and that still doesn't explain the proximity to the land. It sunk back into the inky blackness, never to be seen again. The silence of it all is what shocked me. I still shudder to this day at the thought of what I saw. My wife grew up in Miami. When we were dating 20 years ago, her folks took us to the Bahamas on their 32-foot boat. It was a lovely trip. They decided to do a midnight crossing to come home, as we'd lost one engine and the seas would be calm. All was well for the first couple of hours, so her dad went to catch some sleep and let the mom drive. It was the open water around 2 a.m. when we saw a single white light in the far distance ahead of us. 20 minutes. 30. 40. The small white light was getting larger. Closer. No doubt it was another boat, but its angle of approach wasn't clear in the pitch dark. My then girlfriend and her mother began discussing the lights on the approaching boat. Red and green lights on either side of a vessel are an indicator of its approaching or departing. Clearly it was approaching, but they couldn't see the colored lights yet to know which way to steer to safety. Naturally, they began arguing, and me, being raised in Atlanta nowhere near maritime activity, I couldn't offer a single bit of help. Based on her perspective of the other ship's lights, the mother made the decision of which way to go. She cut the engine down and made a hard right away from the oncoming boat. The dad had felt the deceleration of the boat and came up to investigate. As soon as he arrived, so did the other boat. As it did, we all quickly realized that not only had the mom misinterpreted the direction of the other boat, we also learned that it wasn't actually a boat. No, the mom had slowed down to a crawl and had steered us directly into the path of an oncoming oil freighter. "What are you doing?" the dad asked, more calmly than one would expect. "Speed up. Speed up." He reached forward and slammed the throttle to full. The 32-foot boat lurched ahead, speeding as fast as it could on its one engine as it cut directly in front of the other freighter. A quick fact about freighters: these things are a few thousand metric tons of dead weight and take about a mile to stop. We never had any communication with the captain or crew of the freighter, but we assumed that they saw us and didn't want to crush our tiny boat. Even so, they couldn't have stopped in time anyway. We passed probably 50 yards in front of the freighter. That seems like a lot of distance when you think about half of a football field, but it isn't much at all in the open ocean, when the passing of a massive freighter could suck a boat our size into and under itself if we became caught in its event horizon-like wave. As we moved beyond its path and it passed behind us, I craned my neck up and up and up. I stared in awe at its huge black hull towering over us. It was terrifying and surreal, and I never want to be that close to a freighter in the water ever again. I'm not a sailor, but I've spent more time out at sea than most because of my fondness for most boat-related stuff. Even though I enjoy being out there, it always has kind of an eerie feel. I live in the south of Norway, and the North Sea is really dark. Even on the most beautiful days, you can max see a meter down. Well, this one time I was out by myself, in a pretty small, about 14-foot-long boat. It was one of these not sunny but still adequate weather days. Well, long story short, I lost control over the engine, and my boat spun around, landing me just underneath it. As I saw mentioned in another post, I have never felt as vulnerable as just then, floating at the top of a big nothing. You know there is nothing for possibly hundreds of feet underneath you. Probably the worst part of it is when you have to duck under the boat to get up and away. You just stare down into the abyss. You can choose not to look, but then it's almost worse. There are no big sharks or anything of that nature here, but still, you just feel like there's something down there, down in the dark. I managed to keep calm, and after about a half an hour someone must have spotted me, because I was soon picked up by the local SAR boat. I still don't like to look down into the water, but I will continue enjoying the sea, as long as I am above the surface. Not sure if this is considered creepy, but it's kind of unnerving. I was active duty Navy for 4 years based on a destroyer out of Japan. I'd say that I'd seen it all, but this story really stuck with me. We were putting around when we get a distress call from a cargo ship about 100 miles or so away. It wasn't them in distress, but another boat, and they were relaying it out to get some help. We responded, met up with the cargo ship en route. There was something cool about that. A United States Navy warship meeting up with a cargo vessel from like Australia or something to rescue some Thai fishermen. By the time we got on scene, another ship was there and was doing circles looking for the crew. We found the fishing vessel about 90% submerged underwater. Only the bow was still above the water. Unfortunately, we were not able to find any crew members. We found a few empty flotation devices but no crew. We stayed on scene, looking around for a few hours, even sending out our choppers. Ultimately, we had to call it, as we had another prior mission to take care of. We left the cargo ship and the other ship to look out, but really, I don't think either of them found anything. To this day, I'm not sure what caused that fishing boat to sink, and it's sad to see the boat, but no crew. I was serving on a Coast Guard vessel in the Barents Sea in the late 1990s. This is an area very rich with fish. So a big part of the Coast Guard's job in the area was policing, rescuing, and inspecting fishing ships. The closest coastline to the Barents Sea is the Russian Kola Peninsula, so the majority of the fishing vessels there were Russian. One day while patrolling the area, we noticed a fishing ship moving in a strange pattern. Usually, the travelers would move like a herd, following the fish stems. But this vessel would keep moving in and out of the fleet, and often moving right up next to other ships in the fleet, before moving out again. This seemed to us as a very strange behavior for a fishing ship, so we decided to send out a boarding party to inspect the vessel. I was on this party. When we came aboard, to our surprise, there were no fishing equipment on deck, and it didn't seem like a boat had been trawling at all. Still, we had to do a proper inspection and see what was in the cargo. When we moved inside the boat, we noticed that a lot of the lights inside the boat were changed to red, and there was a smell of old booze and sweat, instead of the normal smell of fish. We came into the cargo hold. It was even stranger when the cargo also turned out to be empty, so they were not supplying the fleet, or taking their catch to shore. On our way up to the bridge, we suddenly figured out what was going on. One of the crew, luggers, had no door, and the bunk beds inside were filled with scantily dressed Russian girls. It turned out it was a floating brothel servicing the fishermen out at sea. This might not seem much to some, but to an 18-year-old Norwegian, it made me realize how good my life was, compared to these people living right across the border, especially considering both the girls and the fishermen were around my own age. I also have another story. This one's not mine, but my father, who was a commercial sailor from the 50s to the 70s. He was on a tanker crossing the Pacific Ocean. They were far from land and kind of in the middle of the ocean. The Pacific Ocean is big, very big, so the chances of meeting other vessels out there is slim to none. Still, one night when it was completely dark, dots started to appear on the radar. This was in the 60s, so radar technology wasn't even close to what it is today. So my father went out to the bridge wing to see if he could see any lanterns. Nothing. When he came back to the bridge, he saw that the radar was now completely covered with dots all around the ship. Big dots too, but still not a single lantern in sight. My father thought it must be a malfunction or some weather causing it. Still, the water was flat and the weather seemed calm, so he made a call on the radio for any ships in the area. Immediately, he got an answer from an American voice. It turned out that he had managed to cross paths with an American carrier group on maneuver in the middle of the Pacific. He then requested if they could turn their lights on so he could maneuver safely out of their fleet. Suddenly, within a few seconds as he described it, it was like a whole city materialized out of the darkness around them. From horizon to horizon, there were huge carriers, supply ships, escort ships, and whatnot. The contrast of being all alone in the vast ocean for days to this was very strange. He managed to maneuver the tanker through the myriad of ships, and when he came to the outskirts of the fleet, suddenly, as soon as they appeared, the whole fleet went completely dark again. Gone. Once again, the ship was totally alone in the vast dark ocean. He described the encounter as the strangest feeling that he experienced during 30 years at sea. I'm not a sailor, and I wasn't on the ocean, but I was on a cliff overlooking the water. It was California, and I was traveling with my family for a road trip, so we decided to stop and see the views. The parking area was blocked off from the view by trees, and we had to take a trail to see the views. Me and my brother, ages 19 and 15, decided that we would run all of the way there, but my brother is faster than me, so I lost sight of him on this extremely steep downward slope. I came to a fork in the trail, but I didn't know which was the one that he went down, and I didn't receive an answer when I called his name. I went right and followed the trail all the way down to a cliff at least 50 meters above the water, still calling his name, and he still never responded. Looking down, there were jagged rocks in the water below, so falling was guaranteed death. The wind picked up, and I had to actually press myself against the rocks to stop it from pushing me over the edge. It continued to get faster and faster, but then suddenly stopped. I don't know how, but the air went completely still, and I heard a faint voice of a little girl, maybe around 5 or 6, crying and screaming like she was terrified of something. There was nobody else around me, and there were no other voices that I heard. So I started calling for the little girl. She was clearly starting to call out, "Mama, Mama, I'm scared." And I followed her voice to this slightly jutting shelf that started to lead down the cliff. The rocks were covered in sand and were slightly damp, so I knew that it was dangerous, but I continued on anyways. Maybe about 6 meters down, there was a sharp 90-degree turn against the cliff that I couldn't see around, but my instincts were telling me to get back. I slowed down, but still inched my way to this turn, and looking over was a perfectly vertical drop into the ocean below. Even if I took even one more normal-sized step, my foot would have stepped right over. I still looked around to see if there really was a little girl somewhere, but there was nowhere that she could have hidden, so I went back up. I could still hear her voice, and it sounded so close to me, but I could not see her. My brother eventually caught up with me, since he went down the left trail, and the voice stopped. Upon asking him if he saw anyone or heard the voice, he just shook his head. Creepiest experience I've ever had with the ocean. My mother and great-grandfather were in the shallow end, just enjoying the ocean, when all of a sudden both of them just fell abruptly. No waves. Then I just noticed a whole lot of random people fall too who were near them. They all had trouble getting up, and my mother described it as constantly trying to get up, only to be forced down like a magnet. Her main concern was my great-grandfather, of course, as he's extremely old and frail. So, she eventually got up and helped him up as well as all the other random people. No one was drowning, and no one was panicked. But then my dad quickly claimed that we just encountered a rip current, and that thank God it wasn't serious enough to where they got pulled all the way to the deep ocean. Rip currents are terrifying once you really look into them, and thank God that day was nothing severe. This and sea creatures are the main reasons why I don't like going to the beach, as in being fearful. When you're stuck in a rip current, do not, and I mean do not swim against the current, as in swimming straight towards the beach. You're going to get nowhere and tire yourself out. Be calm and don't panic, because if you panic, then you forget that you know how to swim. And don't think about sea creatures either. And don't even care if water keeps going on over your face, or if you swallow water, or if you occasionally can't breathe. Just swim, 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 swim to the side or diagonally. And I mean do it for a good while, not quickly. Eventually, you'll be out of the current and back on shore. I was once at the beach with my brother and cousins, just having a grand old time, swimming and letting the waves crash against our bodies. I've never been physically gifted, but I'm a good swimmer, so when we all decided to start swimming farther away from shore, I was pretty confident of being able to get back. And so we went on, the shoreline becoming a mere line of sand in our eyes, and the rest of our kin the size of ants. Before we realize it, the sun was beginning to set, and in what seemed like only a few minutes, the waves, which were already very tall to begin with, easily tripled the size of 15-year-old me. When that happened, and our mothers became aware, they hurried ahead of us to go back to shore, and funnily enough, nobody hesitated. The task was easy, for my brother and cousins, all of whom were taller and older than me. So I tried to follow them. I swam and I swam and I swam. No matter how much I seemed to swim, I was no closer to the shoreline than I was before. In fact, it wasn't long until I realized that I was actually further away. The waves had begun pulling my body backwards into the ocean without me being aware of it. I could even hear the lifeguard's whistle, telling others to get out of the water. That's when I felt that particular heartbeat in my chest. The one that you feel when you're about to ask the girl you like out. The kind that you feel when you're going to reveal to your parents the bad grades that you got at school. The kind of heartbeat that indicates fear. As soon as I felt it, I realized that I was in big trouble. I was going to become another one of those drowned kids at the beach. Tales mothers told their sons as a way to keep them close to shore. My brother was completely out of sight, along with my cousins, and I was still there. Trapped by waves that constantly grabbed my feet and pulled me deeper into the ocean. I was panicking. I wasn't sure when or if my family would go to the lifeguard for help. Against uncertainty, I decided that I had no choice but to keep trying to swim back to shore. And that I did. It was hard, very hard. And if you ask me how I did it today, I'd tell you that I'm just clever. Or maybe The problem wasn't as bad as I had believed it to be. Once I was able to calm down again, I knew that all those tales of drowned people always went bad when they started panicking. So I took a deep breath and began doing this little technique. Whenever the waves pulled, I'd swim slowly, trying to maintain the ground that I was in. And when the wave pushed, I gave it all. I swam as fast as I could, thinking and knowing. To this day, I have no idea if I was right, that the momentum of the waves plus my efforts would help me reach the shore again. Soon, I could feel motes of sand running across my toes again. Only a few seconds had passed before my chest laid on a thin sheet of sand, and a few more passed before I could walk on it. It felt like pure bliss. I felt like aquatic Bear Grylls for being able to come up with such a solution, and was eager to tell my mom and cousins about it. Soon, of course, reality hit me again. I was received with a slap by my mother, who continued to rant on about how she had told me not to go so far away, how they were about to call the lifeguards, and how dumb I had been to disobey. My kin laughed at me as my mother yelled, and I soon learned that I had only spent 5 to 10 minutes at sea. So yeah, it didn't last as long as it felt, but still, a scary experience nonetheless. Quite a few years ago, there was a tropical storm coming up the coast. It didn't make landfall, but it was close enough that we got the rain, wind, and huge waves. Onshore winds were probably around 25 to 35 miles per hour, and waves were hitting 8 to 10 feet. It was so insanely choppy. Never in my life have I seen the waves that big and close together. We call them high and tight. My brothers and I went to go surf, but it was too choppy, so we grabbed our bodyboards and fins and paddled out. 5 minutes in, my one brother got out, since he doesn't live on the coast and isn't the strongest swimmer. He also didn't have fins, so he watched from the beach. My other brother is on the beach patrol, but he was off that day, so the on-duty lifeguards pulled everyone out because of the rip currents and waves, but let us go in. We took a few waves, having a great time, but starting to get worn out from constantly diving and fighting the waves, trying to get back out. I dove under a wave, and as soon as I came up, I saw the biggest wave of my life cresting. I knew it was about to come down hard on my head, so, like an idiot, I ditched my board and swam to the bottom. Not the best idea to ditch something that floats, but I had fins, and probably wouldn't have been able to hold on anyway. The wave slammed me into the sand. I rolled head over heels for what felt like an eternity. Just as I got my bearings and started to come up to the surface, I heard another wave pound right above me, and the same thing happened. I tried coming up. Another wave. Finally, I could tell that I was getting close to the beach because I was being dragged across the sand. I was able to hold on to the sand while the water went out, and was able to finally breathe and stand up. I called it a day after that. My back was bleeding from being dragged across the sand, and my legs felt like jelly. It probably wasn't more than 30 seconds, but being underwater and not being able to come up for even that short amount of time is insanely scary. I was on a snorkel cruise thing in Hawaii. We were following this rare seal and got far away from the boat. So I took one last big breath and swam as far down as I could, just to sit and look around one last time, and really just take in the experience. As I'm down there, I see this big glob out in the distance. Then slowly, it becomes larger and larger, and after it breaks through that blue wall, I realize it's a shark. I was frozen with fear. It was like the scene in Jaws when you can barely make out what it is, then it slowly becomes a reality. I panicked and went to the top, looked for my wife, but everyone looks the same with goggles and splashing around. so I just sat there and watched it as it seamlessly cruised around doing shark stuff. I never felt so vulnerable. I finally find my wife and tell her that there's a shark nearby, and in a hippie free spirit voice says, "Yeah, it's the ocean, bro. That's gonna happen," which calmed me down a bit. But I went back to the ship terrified and looking all around me the entire time. One time for New Year's Eve, my family went on a boating trip to Tangalooma Island, Australia, from the 30th to the 1st. Unfortunately, we decided not to check the weather, as it had been beautiful all week. As we went up the coast in our boat, a 45-foot Rivera, we almost got stuck in a couple of sandbanks. We weren't the most experienced, but my parents were trying their very best, and it wasn't too bad. We reached Tangalooma in the late afternoon and decided to save the beach for tomorrow, and we just swam around the boat because us Aussie kids are fearless apparently. Basically, we just enjoyed our little holiday, sunburns and all. Skip to the 1st. It started pouring rain the night before, keeping my dad up every few hours to monitor the anchors and position of the boat. I slept through the night and woke up midway through my parents trying to escape the storm. I woke up to the roof of the cabin falling on my head as we fell down one of the troughs, the deepest part of the wave. At one point, we were submerged by a wave, and my dad wasn't sure that we were going to make it out. Not something you want to hear, to say the least. At this point, the waves were 1.5 meters tall, and the troughs were roughly the same. In other words, really bloody big. My dad managed to swing the boat around, which might have capsized us if it hit the side of the boat, and we rode the waves back to the island. We made it back and quickly ran out of supplies, most importantly water. But after some deliberation with the security guards, we were allowed to enter the resort on the island to buy water, food, and seasickness tablets. Originally, we weren't allowed because we hadn't booked a room, which is understandable, I suppose. Once the weather changed for the better, we headed home. We learned that it was a part of a cyclone. I think that's the right term. Apologies if I'm wrong. From the news, and that many people weren't as lucky in escaping the storm. To be honest, I'm just happy to be alive after that experience. I was scuba diving at the Belize Barrier Reef on a mission trip. My mom was one of the chaperones for everyone and insisted that I wear a life jacket for my safety. I was 16 at the time and had taken swimming lessons. One stop was really weird because two different bodies of water were meeting but not mixing. We swam way far away from the boat and close to the line where the water met. The current here was rather strong, and due to the life jacket, my feet were just above the ocean floor. Therefore, I kept being pulled along by the ocean currents and would keep having to right myself. After having this happen multiple times while talking to my friends, I felt burning all along my back and legs. I spun around on instinct and was then pushed by the current into fire coral, which I had just felt on my back. It was a faded orange look, and it just scratched me. However, as I looked at the scratches, little spots of red began to appear, get bigger, and eventually fill up the entire wound area, and I was bleeding. We were all like, "Oh, this isn't an emergency, right? Don't we need to go back?" Then, approximately 100 to 140 feet away, we saw about a dozen or so of what were unmistakably shark fins appearing out of the water on the other side of the ocean heading towards us. It took me about a second to remember all the facts about sharks that I had read as a child, about sharks being able to smell blood in the water from far away. I booked it as fast as I could swim, which was slowed down because of the life jacket. My friends soon followed. Thankfully, none of the nurse sharks we played with earlier were nearby. When we got on board, the guide told us all of those were hammerheads, and he didn't want to tell us before because he thought that we'd be too scared to go, but they're harmless unless you're bleeding. The guide then rubbed rubbing alcohol on the fire coral venom wounds, which hurt worse than the initial wound. I went swimming down in the Gulf. That stretch had 3 sandbars just offshore, with the water getting deeper, waves getting higher, and current getting stronger the further out you went. I was with a guy on our first real outing together. He had never really been swimming in the Gulf before, and I wanted to show him the sandbars. We swam out to the first, going from maybe 6 foot to standing in water at our knees. He looked out and saw the second sandbar, maybe some 100 foot away, and asked about it. Well, I've never been out that far, but sure, let's do it. We get out there easily enough. Water was quite deep as soon as we stepped off the first sandbar, enough that I couldn't dive to the bottom. The water at the sandbar is rough, and we almost get pulled off a couple of times. He sees the third, and is all gung-ho about going out. Nah, there ain't nothing after that but open water. Let's head back, I say. I didn't tell him, but I was getting pretty concerned. We were a long ways from the beach at this point, and the undercurrent was super cold and super strong. I casually mentioned to him that we need to make sure that we swim at the surface. We start swimming back. Now, I'm a decent swimmer, and I'm used to open water swimming. He wasn't, and had never been. We're pulling forward. The current is trying to pull us back. I'm struggling to make headway, and he's falling behind me. We're both getting tired, but if we pause, we'll get pulled back to the second sandbar in under a minute. I stop briefly to pull back to him and ask if he's okay. He nods. At this point, I realize that there's a good chance that he may not make it, which means that I have to leave him on the second sandbar, hope that he doesn't get swept off, or if he does, he gets caught by the third sandbar, and head into shore myself to get a rescue. I also realize that if I go back to the sandbar with him to let him know what's going on, I may not have the strength to get back to shore. Thankfully, adrenaline for him kicked in, as well as a strong sense of not wanting to appear weak to me, and he reached the first sandbar about 30 seconds after me. We caught our breaths and made it back to shore pretty easily after that. That was the first and only time I've actually been afraid or uncomfortable out in the Gulf or the connected bays. And I've been in water with sharks and gators, and even gone down a deep hole while wearing waders once. The power of the water, not even too far off of shore, really starkly showed the smallness of our bodies. My family has always gone to the same vacation spot in the summer since my dad was in the 5th grade, and it's the shark bite capital of the world. Not many fatalities though, luckily. Anyway, when I was younger, I would surf a lot when I was there, and one time, me and my friend were out waiting for a wave, and we both saw a shadow swim under us, and we immediately knew that it was a shark. It's pretty typical to see sharks there, but mostly just black tips. So we just caught the next wave and rode it in and went back out after. Then another surfer informed us that it was a bull shark, which definitely makes it a little more scary than if it was just a black tip. Also, another time that we were there, we went on a boat on the river. We stopped somewhere near little islands and decided to walk/swim from one island to another. This river area has a lot of marine life that is not afraid to come up to people. So I was a little timid to swim across, but everyone else was doing it, so whatever. Well, everything went just fine, and we got back on the boat. But an hour later, someone had caught a 400-pound bull shark right where we had walked and swam. I will never swim in that river again. Hello. To start this story, I want to say that I have not seen anything like this in my life. At the time, I was 15 years old, pet sitting a friend of mine's dogs. While they were out of town in Benson, Arizona is where this took place. This property had a lot of acres, and it took about 15 minutes to get to their little house right in the middle of the property, about 75 acres. At the time, it was about, I want to say 10 p.m. My friend had 8 dogs, and they usually stayed outside for the most part, because they were big watchdogs who seemed to have been able to defend themselves in the past. Before everything happened, I was inside of their tiny home, making food, and when I heard their biggest dog start squealing kind of quietly, very scared and in pain, but loud enough for me to hear, I knew the sounds were unusual that this dog was making. I shot up and ran outside to see what was going on. I thought maybe the dog might have hurt himself or something similar, but this was not the case, and I ended up seeing a 5 to 6 foot tall, pale, very skinny creature hunched over this dog, sucking on its head. I was very stunned, almost too stunned to speak, but I managed to shake that feeling off. I start yelling at this thing because the dog started yelping loud, and I'm telling the creature to get out of here and trying to scare it. And I run over to her dog as fast as I could because I've heard of these things before. Perhaps a chupacabra. And I know that they would likely eat a dog if I didn't do something. But I stop about 10 feet in front of it to see this creature jump up and run as fast as it can away. I couldn't help but keep looking over my shoulder the rest of the time that I was there. I also didn't let those dogs out at night, and I didn't care to go out there either. So when my friends came back, I told everyone what happened and what I saw. It felt like everyone was just as frightened as I was, and made me even more unsettled. I ended up leaving that desert and did not look back. I still don't know what to make about it to this day, except that I know that it was something. I was talking with my stepmom about late-night driving experiences, and she told me about an encounter that she had in Leroy, Montana, on a road trip from Washington to North Dakota. She was on Route 87 and she was running low on gas. The Fort Benton exit had a lot of construction going on, and she couldn't see any way to get the gas stations from the exit ramp, so she got back on the highway. After a while, she saw an exit sign for Leroy, Montana, and it said that there was gas and food available. She took the exit and saw another sign reading Leroy 5 miles. At this point, they had no service and were relying solely on an atlas. The road took them through a dark wooded forest, and after a while, my stepmom realized that the odometer had gone up 15 miles, and they still hadn't found any sign of a town. But she kept driving and waiting for her friend, who was holding the atlas, to say something. After a few more minutes, her friend spoke up and said that she thinks that they passed Leroy somehow, and my stepmom agreed. They found a fat shoulder to turn around, and as they were pulling off to make their turnaround, they both had an image flash into their heads. A man standing in the middle of the road. Neither of them actually saw him in real life, but both could describe the man in exact detail. He was tall, with a brown flannel, and what looked to be a scythe, broken in half, with the handle wrapped in a white bloody cloth. He also had a thick scar across his forearm. While that by itself is weird enough that my stepmom planned never to go anywhere near that place again, for the next 8 months she received frequent phone calls from Leroy, Montana. After my own research, I've come to find out that Leroy is a ghost town unmarked on Google Maps, unless you specifically search it up. Me and some friends have already planned to go to Leroy over spring break this year and see if we can find anything. I'm posting this here to see if anybody else might have seen or heard of anything similar in the area, or any insight as to what might have happened. I was homeless for a few years from 18 to 21, and I used to stay in a tent with my ex. I always had to end up moving my tent spot eventually because the cops would find us. Either way, I had spent a lot of the time in the woods at night. One night when walking back to my tent, I heard something down the trail a bit. I shined my light in the direction of the sound to be met with glowing eyes reflecting my flashlight. However, where the eyes were made, it was so whatever I was looking at was taller than me, and I'm 5'8". There is no animal that tall in my area. I turn to my ex and tell him to start going to the tent faster. He could tell something was off, so he asked if I was all right. I told him that I'll tell him when we get back to the tent, because I've always been told not to acknowledge such creatures or spirits, as it gives them more power. Then some nights there would be smacking on our tent. It would hit all sides of the tent. We would look out the tent windows and check outside the tent, but we would never find anything or hear any footsteps. Another night during the summer, we had decided to go for a small hike at night because it was way more of a tolerable temperature. About 15 minutes into the hike, I had started feeling paranoid, like I was being watched. About 5 minutes later, I heard a maniacal laugh coming from somewhere in the woods. I couldn't pinpoint which direction though. My ex asked what was that, and I loudly said, I don't know, but whatever it is needs to stop. As soon as I said this, multiple maniacal laughs now started. My ex and I turned around and walked back for what felt like the longest 20 minutes. Another time, I found a severed coyote head with something hung in the tree beside it that had a tooth in it. And lastly, one time, I was with my friend parked on the road far into the woods so we could smoke. The passenger window was down, which is where I was sitting. The woods were right next to me. Again, the feeling of being watched overwhelmed me. 2 minutes or so later, I hear a hello, and then, John, coming from the woods. I tell my friend to turn around and we need to leave. I didn't tell her why, because like I said, I don't like to acknowledge these things until I'm far away from them. That's all that immediately comes to mind at the moment. Thank you for reading. So the other night, on a mountain trail that I've gone to for years to watch the sunset, I felt like some guy was tracking me back to my car. The first time in my entire life of hiking alone, and I've done some sketchy stuff alone at dusk that I felt uneasy. So the mountain trail I go to is huge with many different side trails on it, but there is one main trail that goes straight up and down the center of the mountain, which is usually pretty quick to get up to watch the sunset. I've done it hundreds of times at this point, for years now. I've watched the sunset and walked back to my car in pitch black many times. Never felt uneasy the way that I did that night. I get to the peak, walk back down a little bit to my usual viewing spot of the sunset, and suddenly some guy, also alone, comes off one of the side trails. I think nothing of it. Exchange a few words from a distance. Guy gets on his way, and I can see him even as a small dot as he gets down to the bottom of the trail. But I'm thinking, well, there's only one way out of here and he knows that I'm still up here. So I knew that I wasn't sticking around for it to get dark. The minute the sun goes behind the mountain, I start my way back down. As you get closer to the bottom of the trail, there's a section that narrows and is nothing but woods and trees on each side, before it opens up again to a huge open dirt trail in the parking lot. Heads on a swivel the entire way back down. I get to the creepy dark narrow part just before the open trail to the parking lot, and I hear someone making a noise. Like a weird noise that someone would make just to themselves, but loud enough as if they wanted me to hear it. But I see no one and keep going. I get about halfway out of the open dirt road, almost to the parking lot, and I turn around, and someone is decently far behind me out of nowhere. I don't look back again. I pick up the pace, get to my car, and book it. There was only one truck left in the parking lot by the time I got back, and it was on, and someone was definitely in the driver's seat. Call me paranoid, but again, I have never felt uneasy or like someone was following me like that ever in my entire life. And I've done about 80% of my hiking completely alone, and a lot at night. Like deep woods type stuff on sunset and dusk, and never been scared like that before. My 3-year-old son suffered from chronic ear infections last year, which led to him having high fevers. I slept with him on this particular night because I needed to give him Tylenol throughout the night to keep his fever down and to keep him comfortable. I set my alarm to wake me up at around 2:30 a.m. When I woke up, I went into the kitchen to get the Tylenol. I noticed a bright light shining into the apartment from our deck door, which also illuminated part of the woods behind the apartment. When I went over to see what it was, it turned out to be a car with those bright LED headlights in the parking lot, to the far back right of the apartment. I figured they were dropping someone off. I saw movement of what resembled a dog walking around near the woods. I started to think that the lady who usually walks her dog, a cute little corgi, in that area, purposefully faced her car in that direction so that she could see while she walked her dog. As it got closer, I realized that there was nobody out there walking a dog, and there was no dog. I don't know what it was that I saw, but I'll describe it in the best way that I can. At first, it looked just like a dog, corgi-sized, but as it walked closer, it looked like your average house cat. Then it looked like a black bear, and then it looked like a koala. I live in North New Jersey, farmland and lots of woods, and there are no wild koalas here. At this point, my heart is pounding out of my chest and I'm scared. The fear I felt was like a primal type of fear that I've never felt before. I ran to my bedroom to wake up my boyfriend, and I shook him awake very roughly. I said, "You gotta come see this." He was a bit annoyed with me. When we look outside together, we see this thing getting closer, and it looks like a skunk now. White stripe down the center with the perky, fluffy tail. I said, "Oh, it's just a skunk," with a little chuckle. I felt a bit embarrassed that I woke him up over a skunk, but at that moment I also felt relieved. However, I was mistaken. As it walked, it looked as if it was struggling to find a form. I thought it looked like it was falling apart, but also coming back together again at the same time. I know this doesn't make much sense, but it's hard to find the words for what we saw. After the skunk formation, it looked almost like a person crawling on the ground, with some type of fur or skin attached to them around the leg. Then it changed again and looked like a raccoon, a groundhog, a black bear, a cat, a koala, a deer, and a skunk. The part that stuck out to me the most was that whatever it seemed to be coming apart or shedding, but at the same time it was growing. Whatever had their headlights on turned them off as soon as it went deeper into the woods. This happened pretty quick. I'd say it was only about a couple of minutes from start to finish. He ended up going back to bed, but I couldn't sleep after that, so I grabbed a flashlight and shined it into the woods to see if I could see it again, but it was gone. I also opened the door to see if I could hear anything, but I couldn't. It was very quiet. I had a very hard time going back to sleep that night. My boyfriend wasn't scared, but he was confused and stunned. He didn't know what to make of it. I was scared and creeped out. I know that if I hadn't woken him up to see it for himself, he most likely wouldn't have believed me and would have chalked it up to me being groggy from just waking up, or it just being an animal. Unfortunately, I know what I saw, and I'll never forget it. I grew up in Belgium, Europe. Since I was young, I've been with my friends in the Scouts. It is mixed in Belgium. We don't have boys and girls separate usually. We start Scouts when we're 6 years old, and then we go through all the groups until we're 18. That is when we become Scouts leaders. I'm saying this to give you a little background on me and my friends. We are people who I would consider very close with nature, camping, and overall used to a lot. I would not say that we are your typical rough outdoors lumber type of people, but we can manage ourselves well through a forest. Back when we were around 16 years old, one of my friends invited our group to go wild camping in the forest that we have close to our homes. It's not your average American national park. I wish it was, with stories of Bigfoot or worse, but it definitely has its own charm and legends. We got a centuries-old tale about werewolves in our forest, and a couple of legends about witches. It's not a huge forest, but one can easily get lost if they're not familiar with its trails, and all the trees look the same. This being said, to describe it the best I can, we were very familiar with the forest since we were small children playing in the tree line, and afterwards as teenagers being blindly dropped with nothing but a map in the middle of it by our leaders. I do not know whether this game is popular in other countries in the Scouts, but in Belgium, it's very well known, and quite safe actually. We don't have bears or, until a year back, wolves. And when dropped, we would carry lights, so just in case anyone didn't manage his way in or out, they would get spotted easily by a searching party. Again, this is not a national park, so it's not as big as a person could go missing for days. That being said, again, we were very familiar with the forest, and we were all locals from the village nearby. So we started our camping journey with our bikes from the village to the entrance of the forest, and once there, we would continue to go deeper and deeper into parts of the forest on foot. Since it was an area with lots of hills and few trails for bikes, the mood was good. It was beautiful, although a bit cold. Autumn evening with a few clouds and a beautiful sunset. We hiked our way through the forest until we got to a small clearing with some grass, and prepared our tents for the night. We made a small campfire. We always learned to be safe, never putting in danger the forest. And we ate some beans and sausages for dinner, together with some tasty Belgian beers. At around 11 p.m., we decided to call it a night, and we each went to sleep in our tents and sleeping bags. Everything seemed like a normal camping day in our forest. Then, suddenly, at around 1:30 a.m., we woke up to the sound of what seemed to be like drums. A couple of us got out of our tents with our flashlights, asking what was going on. Our forest had always been quiet at that place at night, and during the day, the only noise you could hear were the critters. So you can imagine the surprise of hearing drums in the middle of the night. We were located on a flat area of the side of a hill to have a beautiful view in the morning. And at the other side of the hill over the top, we saw light and smoke of what seemed to be a bonfire. We figured that had to be the place where the drum noise was coming from. So the ones who had gotten out of our tents decided to just go over there to see what was going on. and maybe to talk with the people who decided that it was a good plan to be making noise in a calm forest at 1:30 a.m. We hiked over the hill so that we could have a glance at the people, to know who we were dealing with first. We walked about 15 minutes before we could actually see the bonfire. It was located in a small circled clearing with lots of trees and bushes around. We crouched towards the bushes in the tree line to get a good look of what was going on. And that is when we saw the people with the drums. A couple of them. I recall a group of 5 or 6 sat around the fire playing the same tune on the drums the whole time. And another group of people was dancing around the bonfire. Although I say dancing right now, I mean people making weird, unnatural movements, almost as if they were having spasms. And honestly, the best way to describe it is bodies contorting. The people dancing around the circle were wearing suits. At first glance, it would make it look like people dressing to be one with nature. A second glance would make it look like pagan suits, almost like the original celebrations of Halloween. This was when we realized that whatever these people were doing, whether it was some sort of gag or seriously some sort of ritual, we would be better off if we did not confront them. So we decided to back off and go to our camping spot as quiet as possible. Once there, we decided to wake the rest and tell them what we had seen. We packed up the same moment and left to the entrance of the forest, got on our bikes, and we all went back home. We have since still frequented the forest, both for scouts and in our free time with friends and family, and we have never seen this circle of people again. However, it has stuck with me ever since, and I will never forget how we felt out of our place in the forest for the first time in our lives. It is the first, and luckily the last time, that we did not feel welcome in our own forest. Okay, so this happened when I was around 14 or so around 1999 or 2000-ish, and I lived in southwest Georgia at the time, outside of the small town of Moultrie. I was at my buddy's house for the weekend. We'll call him Joe. So some random other teens that were a little older than us show up at Joe's house, allegedly running from the cops after they stole a parent's car and wrecked it in a ditch. They came up to us on foot, so the story might be true. I'm not sure. They wanted to go camp out in the woods to evade pursuit, so Joe and I say screw it and go with them. We borrowed Joe's dad's tent and started walking off into the fields and woods. Given this area is not super isolated, but there was a wilderness to the air that I cannot describe. We go maybe a mile or two back and set up camp 50 yards away from the turnaround / end of the dirt road. There was 5 of us guys, including me and Joe, and I only remember one other dude's name. Let's call him Mike. The names don't really matter, but I'm just adding any detail that I can recall. Anyway, we mess around in the woods for a while. We started a fire and ate some snacks. We didn't have any drugs except for a bottle of booze, small enough that not any one of us could get drunk off of it, but we share sips anyway. Night comes around, and we've got this 6-person tent for us. I can't say if I ever fell asleep or not, but I laid down with everyone and it got late. I'm not sure what time exactly it was, but likely late night or early in the morning. I begin to hear footsteps in the woods some ways out. I hear this walking in the woods. At first, I'm like, it's an armadillo. If you aren't aware, they can sound exactly like a person while foraging for food. But no, the steps are approaching our camp directly. So at this point, I'm like, what the heck? And without moving because I'm terrified, I look around to see if the other dudes got up, and I missed it. No. 5 dudes in the tent. My blood freezes, and there's no sound outside except this thing walking, and it's now right outside our camp. As I attempt to breathe without making a sound, either a very pointed finger or a knife slowly starts from one point on the tent outside and drags very slowly across to the other side. So, I promptly crap myself and hold my breath. The walking sounds stop about 3 feet on the other side of our tent, and they never start again. Daylight slowly fades in. The steps never returned. I have this dazed feeling as if I've been up all night as sunrise happens. One of the guys gets up and slowly others do too, so I get up. No one is talking. No one is talking, but everyone looks exhausted. Eventually, one of us asked the others, "Did you hear that last night?" Apparently, 4 of the 5 guys were all awake during the invisible stalker, and we're all like, what the heck? The 3 guys who were running from the cops allegedly say that they wanted to call a friend to pick them up and go score some pot. They leave Joe and I at the camp to guard their stuff. Hooray. Now I'm paranoid at this point because I think there's some guy out there waiting to gut us. But I only have a small pocket knife on me. I take it out as they walk down the road to call for a ride. Joe and I are sitting on this discarded door that someone ditched on the edge of this dirt road turnaround like a pair of jerks when we start hearing the walking sounds again. But across the road on the other side in the woods this time, we see no one and nothing there. But it's daylight now, so I'm like, meh, it's an animal. The dirt road goes off and curves to our left, and sounds approach that slowly, but the same pace as before. The sounds stop. We're looking at the road. Absolutely nothing there, and the sounds pick back up on the other side of the road. Now I'm scared. I notice Joe has his head buried in his knees, like an ostrich burying his head in the sand. And since I'm scared for the second time in the past 12 hours, I also put my head in my lap. I also place the pocket knife in open and hold it closely. The steps are now slowly circling me and Joe, to say that they went kind of behind us at that same slow pace. They get directly behind me, but maybe 30 feet away. They slowly walk up to my back, my spine tingling more and more the entire time. I'm pouring sweat, and as they approach directly behind me, I jump up and swing this little baby pocket knife around like I know what I'm doing. Time slowed down during this little bit, as I'm swinging the knife at a puff of air. The car with our other 3 guys is coming around the corner of the dirt road to pick us up. Joe and I run to the car and jump in. The 3 dudes ditch everything that we had at camp. No one asks Joe and I what was wrong, but I could tell that they were looking at us and knew something else happened. Joe and I never said a word about it. My husband and I were hiking to a small lake off of a lodge road in Colorado. It was a very short out and back, about 4 miles total, and we were the only car in the small dirt lot at the trailhead. The trail followed an old mining road and had a steep incline on one side and a granite ridge on the other. We both felt very off, but foolishly kept on hiking, eager to see a remote lake. At one point, my husband saw a shovel leaning against a tree on the granite ridge, but chose not to tell me. Before the lake, the trail narrowed and led us through a thicket with the lake on the other side. Right before the thicket, we stopped in shock. The trail was completely torn up, and there were man-dug holes. They were large holes and about 1 to 2 feet deep. We should have turned around immediately, but again wanted to see the lake on the other side of the thicket. So we walked around the holes, got to the lake and paused to take a few pictures. We weren't going to bother relaxing at the lake because we were both very unsettled by the holes. As we turned around to leave and head back through the thicket, we both stopped and looked at each other. The look we exchanged confirmed that we both smelled it. Cinnamon gum, strong enough that the person chewing it had to be close. There was a little wind, and turning around after the lake must have blown the smell our way. We silently walked back through the thicket and back over the holes in the trail that now seemed much more ominous. The hike back was a terrifying 2 miles. My husband, who is 6'3", pulled out his foraging knife, and I did too. I also pulled out my bear spray. I keep it around for people more than bears when hiking alone. We both assumed our tires would be slashed when we got back to the parking lot, but thankfully they were not. Once we were safely away from the trailhead, my husband told me that he thought he saw someone tracking us from the granite ridgeline on our way back. The lesson: if it doesn't feel right, it probably isn't, and you should leave. Back when I was younger, I did some survey work for a logging company in Alaska, and I was fit and liked to hike. They sent me in first to check out the terrain and figure out the best ways into the area that they wanted to harvest. I always traveled light, just a backpack with a U.S. Army mess kit, some MREs, a few spare clothes, a fire kit, a bivouac sack, an axe, a knife, some bear spray, and my late granddad's revolver. I also used to cut me a nice thick hiking stick. With all that gear packed, I set out on foot. The first night was largely very quiet, and I got a good night's sleep. Only one time I woke up to what I thought was the wind rustling through the forest, and I didn't think much of it. The next day I arrived at the designated logging area and started to do my work. Around noon, I started to get that eerie feeling of being watched. I had had this feeling before, but I always blamed my imagination for it. Well, it grew more and more over the day. Right when I was about to set up camp for the night, I heard some rustling in the brush again and caught a glimpse of something big huddling out of sight. Needless to say, I skipped setting up the camp and booked it out of there. I walked about 10 miles until I was too tired to move on. The feeling of being watched had stopped, and I deemed it safe to set up my camp. I woke up in the morning, and the first thing I saw were bear tracks of what I think was a huge grizzly going all over my campsite. I've never broke up the camp this fast again. I made sure that my revolver was loaded and within arm's reach at all times, and I kept my bear spray at the ready on my way back. But nothing happened anymore. I told the logging company about my encounter, and they said that they will take the necessary precautions. A few months later, when the logging operation was in full swing, a worker was attacked by what was later described as a huge male grizzly bear. A year or so later, hunters in that area shot one of the biggest grizzlies I have ever seen, and judging by the size of its paws, it could have been that very bear stalking me on that hike. I shared this story on another subreddit a little while ago, so I'm just pasting it here. It wasn't unsettling to me during the experience, but thinking back on it, it is very weird. My mom and I were visiting family and staying in a cabin at my uncle's ranch. There's a main house, a bunch of animal pens and fields, a dog kennel, and then the guest cabin across the lot from the main house. There are other homes nearby, so it wasn't super remote, but we were surrounded by forest, mountains, and fields. So, middle of the night, my mom and I are sleeping, and we both wake up because there's suddenly a really strong, weird smell permeating the cabin. We commented that it must be a skunk. Also, both of our dogs sat up and got restless, but didn't bark or make any noise. I was having trouble getting back to sleep with the smell and getting the dogs to lay down again, so I went outside to have a cigarette. It was nearly pitch black out, but I could see my immediate area from a dim porch light. I was leaning against my car, and I started to hear someone walking across the gravel. From the sound, I presumed that the footsteps originated from the forest area behind the barn, then walked through the gravel parking lot and turned towards the cabin. I thought it was weird that whoever it was seemed to have passed by the kennel, and the dogs weren't making any noise. None of the animals were. But I figured it had to be my uncle or one of my cousins out doing something. I was curious what they were doing out so late at night. I was tracking where the footsteps were from the sound as they were getting closer, and just waiting for someone to walk near enough that I would see who they were. I almost called out but decided to wait. Eventually, I saw what appeared to be someone wearing a hairy, brown coat walking toward the field next to me. So this is where it got weird. It was getting closer and about to walk by me, parallel by about 6 to 10 feet. It was close enough that I realized that what I thought was a person in a hairy brown coat was actually the bottom half of a large creature on 2 legs. The bottom half, 2 legs and hindquarters, were about the size of an average adult and appeared brown. The top half, that could only barely make out in a silhouette, appeared black. I couldn't tell how tall it was in the dark. It just walked by and into the field that was next to the cabin. The gate was not open. I checked the next morning, so it would have to have stepped over it to get into the field. I kind of registered what I saw, thought that I should probably be freaking out, but I just went back inside and back to bed. I did a little walk around the property the next day to make sure that all the animals were there and unharmed, but I only told my mom about the experience. We ended up coming back the next month, and she told my aunt and uncle about it then. I fully expected them to make fun of me for talking about Bigfoot, but my aunt asked for some clarification and said that her sister had told them about seeing something similar. Back in the 80s, I was camping with some high school friends deep in the forest, about 10 miles down this old logging road. We were far away from anyone and anything, and drinking around a campfire. We were just fooling around, when suddenly we heard a massive, loud, and deep roar from the forest. It stopped all the fun dead in its tracks. We didn't want to drive because we'd been drinking, so we put the fire out and spent an uncomfortable and sleepless night in our cars. Back then, there weren't supposed to be any bears around here, though I had seen one on the other side of the country a few years before, but I've never heard a bear make a noise like that. You could tell by the echo that it wasn't very close, but it was so loud that it sounded close. It wasn't anything like the typical roar of a bear, more like a high-pitched scream or howl, with a huge bass rumble underneath it. The echo seemed to last forever. It only happened once. I know we didn't drunkenly imagine or exaggerate it, because we had a boombox and were recording us telling each other jokes. The roar was so loud that it distorted the microphone on the boombox. A while back, I ran into the guy who owned the tape. We were both still mystified about what that could have been. And sadly, his basement flooded years ago, and the cassette was ruined. A few years ago, my husband and I decided to go camping at a campsite in the Ozarks that was a private camping area near a couple of cabins that you could rent, and someone with a permanent on-home site. I've always had creepy experiences in the woods and rarely sleep, so I foolishly thought that I'd sleep better near other humans. I also decided to take an edible that night to help me sleep, but I ended up staying awake with anxiety instead. My husband is a sound sleeper. Meanwhile, I hear every sound. It was probably about 2 a.m., and my husband is sound asleep, sawing logs when I realized that he's gone silent outside. There had been a lot of normal forest noises, armadillos walking around, deer, etc. But now it was eerily silent. The next sound I hear is a tree falling down. It sounded huge, loudly crashing. It wasn't anywhere near enough for me to see from my point, but I definitely heard it. I should also say that at least this is the third time that I've been in the woods and either seen or heard a tree falling down, and once a lone tree in the middle of the sunny woods. It's weird enough when it starts happening in broad daylight, but this was really creepy. No other noises afterward. Eventually, the forest noises returned, but you can bet your butt that I never went to sleep. The next day, I tried to look around for it, but the property we were on bordered private land that I couldn't hike on, and never did see where it might have been. I realized that nothing really happened, but I couldn't help but thinking about the old question. If a tree falls in the woods and there's no one around to hear it, does it make a sound? Yeah, it does. I live in a small mountain town, so not way out in the woods, but I could walk a quarter mile from my house and be out in sagebrush hills on BLM or state land. I've posted this story elsewhere, but I'll include it here since it still creeps me out to think about it. About 10 or so years ago, I was running one evening after dark on an unlit pedestrian bike path that goes behind my subdivision with my dog. It was late October or early November, after the time change, and fully dark, but no snow on the ground yet. I got a couple of miles from my house with the dog running off leash, sniffing and doing her own thing. She started sniffing around one fence line and stalled out at a good smell. Normally she was super responsive, but she was fixated on this one spot. I walked back towards her and let out a low whistle and said, "Come on, sweetie, let's go." Immediately after I closed my mouth, something on the other side of the fence, not 6 inches from my right ear, mimicked the whistle exactly, and then the phrase that I'd said. I got instant chills. There was something just not right / not human sounding about it. It got the intonation and rise and fall just right, but the voice itself was off. Literally, my first thought was someone having their parrot hanging outside by my fence. But it was night in October at 5,300 feet. Like, it wasn't cold, but I was in tights and a couple of long sleeve shirts. No one would have their macaw out there like that. And the more I reflected on it, the more there was a mechanical element to the voice too, like a buzzy aspect. I never heard any other sounds behind that fence either. No rustling of leaves or a person talking or anything. Anyway, it scared the crap out of me. I grabbed my dog's collar and made a quick decision on which way to run, since there was no close exit from the bike path in that spot. As soon as I could cut into the neighborhood where there were a few streetlights, I did. Probably set a PR on how fast I got home. I cannot imagine if I heard that somewhere in the wilderness where there was no timely exit or possibility of human help. Not sure if it's related, but a few years later I was driving on the highway very near that same spot. The bike path is sandwiched between the highway and the subdivision. At about 5:30 in the morning, still completely dark out, I saw what I first thought was a person dressed in all black, wearing a hoodie with the hood up, walking on the side of the highway towards me. My first thought is, what is this idiot doing? They're gonna get hit. The bike path is right there. As I got closer, I realized this figure was huge, broad-shouldered, could easily see over the cab of my truck. Looked like they had no neck, which is why I thought it was someone with a hood over their head. The weirdest thing, though, as I passed by them, there was not one bit of light reflecting off the figure from my headlights. I couldn't see any facial features, no eye shine, no metal zippers from clothing or reflective patches on their shoes. Just a massive, all-black humanoid shape striding down the highway, almost directly across from where I'd heard the voice about 5 years earlier. Back in 2019, as a graduation present to myself, I took a cross-country trip from Chicago all the way to the Humboldt County Redwoods, where I camped for a week. It had been a bucket list dream of mine to do ever since I was a kid, and I wanted to treat myself. Now keep in mind, I'd been in several road trips with friends, been to the same redwoods 5 years earlier on a hiking trip, so I was prepared for the trip. It was just my first solo trip. The trip went well with no accidents or issues, but I definitely got spooked on one hike. I was staying at the Elk Prairie campground, so I was in prime distance from all the trails. Still, I drove up to the Big Tree Wayside Parkside, as I planned to grab dinner in Eureka after the hike. I parked the car, started my hike, and enjoyed the scenery. I'm a hobbyist photographer, so I was getting lots of pictures in and just generally enjoying myself on the trail. It was a semi-cloudy day, the kind where the sun goes in and out. I was too engrossed in the scenery to ever get that watched feeling until I hit one spot. All of a sudden, I noticed the trail seemed thinner. The brush on either side felt taller, and the forest seemed to just get darker. I got the sudden feeling that if I were to encounter a predator, I'd never see them coming. I got that "you're being watched" feeling. Now, I'd been inadvertently following a bachelor herd of elk the entire time. I had 2 encounters with the herd earlier in that hike. Once I saw a bull through the foliage, and a second time I almost accidentally walked into the herd, rounding a bend in the trail. So I was very aware that they were there, but I had no idea if they were what was watching me. I took stock of my surroundings and could hear birds chirping and normal forest sounds, so I knew that a natural predator wasn't nearby. That's when I realized I hadn't seen a human hiker in a while. The sky had also completely clouded over, and I couldn't tell if I was north or south of the parking lot, as I'd crossed the road onto another trail. It was just after Memorial Day weekend, so the park was fairly well populated with fellow campers. But being alone in a darkened forest like that, surrounded by high brush and the world's tallest trees, you feel isolated and vulnerable. I pulled my buck 120 and a can of bear mace and booked it out of that spot. I ran a good 10 minutes until I saw a direction sign. Turned out, I had hiked my happy butt nearly back to the campground. At that point, I just followed the road north, back to my car. A ranger notified me that the elk herd I'd been following had planted themselves around the lot. I told him I'd be careful and not try to pet the big deer. I got some great shots with my telephoto lens, though. I don't know what was watching me, but I always trust my gut feelings. I used to go to this low water crossing that was smack dab in the middle of the woods. It was a peaceful place to relax and skip a few rocks. One day, upon entering the pathway down towards the bridge, I noticed a dead baby goat laying off to the side. It struck me as odd, but I still continued down the bridge. After about 5 minutes of skipping rocks, I got an overwhelming feeling of being watched. I stopped for a second and kind of did a quick scan of the area. I'm not even sure how I even noticed amongst so many trees, but off in the distance there was a gray-haired lady just standing between some trees, with a blank expression staring right at me. It was literally like something you would see in a movie. I immediately left, and about 30 seconds later I'm still trying to make my way back out of the woods, and out of nowhere, a big hawk dropped a bunny on my hood. scared the ever-loving life out of me. In recent years, hiking and camping trip on the Appalachian Trail, we set up camp. All is well. Ran into a few other people during the hike. But later that night, after we were all in our tents, a person walking the trail lights up our tents with a flashlight. They probably didn't see us at first. No big deal. It was a remote area, but instead of just continuing to walk the trail with the light on, they turned the light off. And it was hard to tell if they continued walking or were hanging around our site. So we started talking from the tent. It wasn't scary considering all four of us are grown men and we all had firearms on us. It was just a little unsettling that they continued to choose to turn off the flashlight. It was pitch black. The woods were thick, and this part of the Appalachian Trail is extremely rocky and hard to not fall, even in the daytime. My boyfriend went camping with friends once before we met. His friends went to bed one by one, and he was the last one at the fire, waiting for it to die down while he finished a beer. Said he got the distinct feeling that someone was watching him, and he's an avid camper, so he said it really struck him as odd that he was feeling nervous. Anyway, it was enough to make him put out the fire and go to sleep in his car with the doors locked. So he falls asleep in the middle of the night, hears a big noise that wakes him up. He wasn't sure what it was because he had been sleeping and doesn't hear anything else. He thought that maybe he dreamt it. But it's still pitch black out, so he stays in the car and goes back to sleep. The next morning he wakes up, and the first thing he sees is a big handprint on his passenger side window, like someone had smacked the glass. His friends swear it wasn't them, and I believe them. They're not the type to prank each other like that. Still freaks me out. And I think about it sometimes, when I camp now. I went solo backpacking near Skinwalker Ranch and nearly got abducted by aliens. I woke up in the middle of the night to a beam of light directly over my tent. I thought someone might be standing over my tent with a headlamp on, but there was no sound and no response to my hellos. I finally got the courage to open the window, but nobody was there. But the light was still shining down in a perfect beam. So I got my knife and bear spray and was ready to give E.T. the good old welcome to Earth. When I got out of the tent and looked up, it was the moon. The full moon had come out from behind the mountains, under the cover of the clouds, and the clouds had finally parted. But it definitely scared the heck out of me. I was sitting by my fire on a solo trip one night, sipping a little too much whiskey. I keep hearing leaves crinkle behind me. I convince myself that it's just the fire. For a bit. Until it gets close enough that I know darn well that it's something trying to eat me. I set my flask down, hatchet in one hand, flashlight in the other, and I stand up and turn as quickly and gracefully as I can. My light lands on the hideous monster that wanted to eat me. Only it's no monster, just a deer. Admittedly, he was quite close. The deer immediately turns and runs off towards his two friends, who I am convinced were laughing. I assume that they were playing the classic reindeer game of who can get the closest to the human without getting caught. I also had a similar story where I was backcountry camping by myself. I had just settled in my tent and turned off my lantern when I realized there was a light show going on outside all around my tent. It was glowing, and the lights were flickering all over the place. It wasn't the moon, more like a lightning show without lightning, or a disco. I had no clue what was going on outside, either aliens or a forest poltergeist. I was scared, but I opened the zipper a bit and peeked out, and it was fireflies. The whole clearing where I was camping was lit up full of fireflies. I've never seen so many, and it was quite pretty. I just never noticed them until I turned my lantern off. I was camping in the Linville Gorge for the first time and was down a dead-end trail beside the river. I was in my hammock with a bug net and tarp. About 1:30 in the morning, my entire hammock lit up brighter than the sun for about 3 or 4 seconds, but it felt like forever. I was sure that I was going to get abducted by aliens. Then it stopped, and I never heard anything. I was too scared to look outside, so I just stayed still and eventually went back to sleep. Last year, my family and I went camping in Little Naucus here in Washington. It was during that really bad fire up by Bumping Lake. Anyways, one day during the dead of night, my girlfriend and I start hearing a loud clanking noise, as if someone was slamming very thick sticks against trees. We hear it repeatedly in one direction for a while, maybe intervals of 10 at a time. Then it goes quiet for a few minutes. Then we would hear it in another direction outside of the camp, once even coming from the direction of a smallish hill that we were camping next to. It kept coming from different directions all night. It always sounded as if the noise was coming from about 25 yards outside of the camp, give or take. We ended up falling asleep, and the next day everybody said that they were hearing it as well. A family friend even left his tent that night to investigate, but couldn't find anything or hear anyone. He thought he was just tripping out, because it was his first time camping. Anyways, the noises were of course accompanied by twigs snapping on the ground. We couldn't find any animal footprints the next day. No scratches on trees from an antler or bear claws. Just my grandmother telling us that my little brother actually started sleepwalking towards one corner of the tent, to which he explained that he thought that my grandma was outside of the tent calling him in his dream. My grandmother found a small pennant of an angel outside her tent that next morning. Could have been something random that an earlier camper had dropped, but it just made the story that much more weird. I was on a 4-day canoe trip down a river in Victoria, Australia, and on the third night, we set up camp in a camping area that is really only accessible by water. While searching for firewood, one girl and I smell something terrible, definitely something large and dead. We keep going down a little game trail and found a mound of branches and sticks. The smell is also strong now, so strong that we didn't even know the direction it's coming from. I kind of peer into this mysterious mound, and we push the few top branches off, giving ourselves the creep, imagining as if this is where the smell's from. We uncover nothing, and make our way back to camp, and tell the other girls that we assume there is a dead kangaroo up further. That night we toast marshmallows and head to our tents late. A few hours later, I'm awoken by weird coughing sounds and heavy, fast running through our camp, between our tents. It's so frantic, but so purposeful. Now, the smell of earlier is definitely a murdered canoer, and we're next because we have stumbled into this psycho's territory. and we don't even know how to leave other than by water. I figure I'd rather die first than be chased through the brush, wondering if my friends are alive. So I grab my head torch and slowly unzip the tent. Nothing. No sounds at all. This guy must be right next to the tent now and ready to pounce. The girls that I'm with are heavy sleepers, so they won't even hear the struggle. I turn on my light, and I'm surrounded by dozens of eyes littered around the camp. Eyes eating our marshmallows. Possums. Huge brush-tail possums having a turf war in the middle of our tents. The 3 girls that I was with never heard a thing. I was in Sequoia with 3 friends a couple of years ago. We had set up camp, made a fire, and were just hanging out as it got dark. It was the first night, and we were only about 8 miles from the trailhead. I'm not sure why I did it, but I had my headlamp on and swung the beam through the woods uphill from us. There was a guy just sitting there in the dark with his pack. Alone, no lights. I was a little weirded out, but figured maybe he was just waiting for someone. I ignored it and didn't let my light linger on him or say anything. 30 minutes later, I checked again and he was still there. At that point, I told my friends, and not knowing if he had seen us hide our bear cans, he sneakily relocated our food without using lights. When we checked again 10 minutes later, we couldn't find him. Luckily, we didn't see or hear from him again. But the fact that he was sitting above our camp with a good view of everything and no lights to give away his location just gave me a bad feeling. I'm sure it was nothing, but it was definitely a little bit hard to sleep that night. A long time ago, I did a 6-day hike through the Shenandoah, Virginia part of the Appalachian Trail, from Front Royal to Big Meadows. Now, this was the first time I had ever hiked. Not only was I an amateur, but I was completely naive. My hero at the time was a man who walked from the middle of the Congo Basin out to the Western Ocean in Africa. He hiked it in sandals, so I hiked in sandals. So I was very green to everything about the Appalachian Trail. I was along a ridgeline walking where the path was really thin and covered by grass about a foot high on both sides. I'm in my own thoughts, and I see this hiker coming the other way. He was about 6'2" and lean with thick curly brown hair. I'm a big guy, 6'1" and 250 pounds. He saw me coming the other way and stepped off the trail. He said, "Go ahead, jerk." He said it so oddly with a blank face, like it was a casual thing. I went past him completely weirded out. Needless to say, I was weirded out for a while. So 2 days later, I came across a designated campsite with a constructed platform lean-to. I was so tired with my feet bandaged and raw. It was still around 4, so I was debating whether or not to keep going when 2 women came into the camp. They were of the good-looking granola variety. They looked happy and tired. They said that they might stay there, so staying at that campsite was looking better. About 20 minutes later, that same weird guy walked into camp and started to unpack. It looks like they knew each other. I was bummed out. I did not want to be in camp with this guy. I started to pack up. The 2 girls were heating up dinner, their potable stoves firing. As I was leaving, the guy takes out his dish, goes up to one of the women, shakes the dish in her face and says, "Jerk, make me dinner." That's when I left. I thought it was some kind of weird joke, so I continued hiking until dark and ended up making camp off the trail in the brush. So 2 days later, I was at another campsite. I got there early, so as a friendly gesture, I made a campfire. Everyone who camped there was friendly. Just before dark, to my surprise, the two girls showed up. I asked if their friend was with them and they asked who. I said the tall guy. They began to explain that they did not know him and they had never seen him before. They just had this feeling of being weirded out. They cooked some food for him and then they left with mace in hand. I felt like I missed my chance to be Gallon or something. But mostly, we all had the feeling of being weirded out. Kind of like we avoided a serial killer or something. I was camping in the White Mountains of New Hampshire with my wife. Late in the night, something ran into the side of our tent. Made a noise but no real damage. We went back to sleep. The next morning, outside of the door of the tent were neatly laid a vole, 3 mice, and 1 squirrel, all dead. That was creepy. Someone once told me that cats will sometimes do that in the wild, leave presents for humans, especially if they had once been domesticated. But whatever it was, we packed up and hightailed it out of there. This happened in Utah. Be one of the 3 adults with 3 teens. Long hike goes into the night. We didn't make the planned location. We stopped for the night around 11 p.m., eat and then go to bed. We wake up at 3 a.m. after a dream of a creature looking down upon us from the hill, then charging at camp. I bolt awake, see the other 2 adults sitting upright in bed. Did you just have a dream? All 3 of us had the same dream. We noticed that we were in a round clearing with a mound in the middle soaked moonlight. We wake up the kids, pack, and get the heck out of there. We had hiked in about 10 miles to go trout fishing. Finished for the day, had supper, and the 4 of us were in a tent for the night. At about 3 a.m., one of the guys woke us up. There was a sniffing / something moving around the camp. It finally started sniffing and snuffling and pushing against the tent door. I mean, really trying to get in. Nose outline pushed into the fabric. They all thought it was a bear. I was tasked with pointing my pistol at the door, while one of the other guys unzipped it a little bit and rolled away so we could see what the creature was. It poked its nose through the tent door. Everyone screamed, "Shoot it! Shoot it!" I was safety off, trigger halfway pulled, when I realized that it was a coon dog nose poking through the door. It was just lost and spent the rest of the night in the tent with us, and was our best dog buddy for the next several days. My boyfriend, our dog, and I were camping in Beaver, Utah. I'm usually a heavy sleeper, but when it comes to being out in the woods, I'm not. My boyfriend is the opposite. Once the sun was setting, it was getting freezing cold. My dog went into my sleeping bag and cuddled me, making the night so perfect. Until, I think, around 2 a.m., I woke up to some sounds. Trying to brush it off and fall asleep, I hear it louder and closer. I start freaking out, and my boyfriend is well asleep. The sounds were like coyotes or wolves maybe. In my head at the time, I would convince myself that it was a pack of wolves, because I assumed the worst, and at the time, didn't know the difference in what they sound like. They kept on howling and crying, from all sides of the camp, getting closer and closer. Finally, my boyfriend wakes up, and he brushes it off saying, "Oh, it's fine, we're safe." Well, I didn't feel safe. At one point, they were so close, they were freaking out my dog, and she started barking. And I didn't know whether that would help or make it worse, so I tried shushing her a bit, They ended up being so close to camp, I could hear them walking around, twigs snapping. I slept terribly. I was trembling. My dog was trembling. And my boyfriend was sleeping peacefully. Still to this day, I don't know if it was coyotes or wolves, but we lived. It was a beautiful spot though. Would love to camp there again. Maybe bring a wildlife cam and something to put me in a deep sleep. A half hour from my house in the state forest, there are backpacking shelters that you can rent. It's like a single group campsite with a crude cabin with no door, a fire ring, and a single pit toilet outhouse. They're in the middle of nowhere, several miles apart. Not like a campground at all. Very secluded. There are 5 sites on a 32-mile trail. About 15 to 20 years ago, my parents' friends were staying out there partying for a few days. We hiked out there for a day trip to visit. I was a kid, maybe 12 or so. I was hiking the trails around the campsite with my dog. I heard a very distinct cry for help. Help me, really loud, plain as day. It was a soft, higher-pitched voice, either a woman or an older child. I didn't hesitate. I started running towards the voice with my dog. Bad idea, should have grabbed an adult. My dog was acting weird as we searched for a half hour and came up empty. Nothing. Nobody out there. She seemed reluctant to continue further, and we turned around. I told my parents and the other adults at camp. They just kind of laughed it off. I was distraught for the rest of the day. Fast forward a couple of decades later to last year. I'm solo backpacking, which I do a lot. I decided to rent that very same spot for myself. It was my halfway destination and place to sleep on a 15-mile round trip. Things were going good. I made camp and fired up the single burner stove. It was dark. Almost time for bed. I was enjoying my delicious ramen noodles. This uneasy feeling came over me. A feeling I've never really had before and can't fully describe. My body tensed up. I got cold. My hair stood up on the back of my neck. Right then and there, I suddenly needed to leave. I don't know why, just had to. I didn't have time to properly pack. I started stuffing my gear into my backpack. Then my LED headlamp with relatively fresh, or so I thought, batteries died. There's absolutely no moon. It's dark. Very dark. I pulled a tiny 50-lumen Streamlight style pen light from my pocket and finished packing. I had a large, heavy-duty contractor garbage bag that I always kept packed away to use for a makeshift rain poncho. I finished stuffing my tent and sleeping bag in the garbage bag. I hustled out of the woods with my poorly organized pack on my back and my garbage bag of belongings over my shoulder. The strange thing about my story was it wasn't quiet in the woods when things got weird. I could hear a pack of coyotes yipping and going nuts in the distance when I was hiking out, but nothing else really. Here I am, a grown man who considers himself proficient outdoorsman, sprinting out of the woods. For what? From what? The dark? As a legal permit holder, I always carry a sidearm when doing long solo trips in the woods or hunting. People say with a good holster, you forget the things on ya. Well, I was definitely very aware of the sidearm on my way out. I made it to my car in serious record time. I loaded up and sped off. It took me a while to shake the feeling. On the way back, I did get lost, but Google Maps helped me backtrack to the fork in the trail. I completely, 100% forgot about the voice calling for help incident at that very spot a decade or so earlier. Then it hit me once I got home and unpacked in the middle of the night. I remembered that voice, looking for that person screaming for help. Me and my dog. I got knots in my stomach. For reasons I can't explain, it all kind of started to make sense to me, like there was some sort of correlation. I don't venture into that area anymore unless I'm with other people. Something strange is or was out there, or something really bad happened there in the past. I know that this story isn't that crazy, but most of the real ones aren't. I looked online into missing persons or whatever, and didn't come up with anything significant. There have been a couple of murders, but those predated my experience by 10 plus years. And although they were in the same state land, they were not what I'd consider nearby. Perhaps something was attempting to lure me as a kid. That same thing was enough to tip me off as an adult. Maybe I was just a dumb kid with an active imagination. Maybe as an adult, the stress of life got to me, as I was left with my thoughts in the wilderness and I had a panic attack. But honestly, who really knows? Camping at La Wiswis Campground in Washington. There was a nearby party at a different site. No biggie. My friend and I, who are both women, were drinking and smoking weed, minding our own business. We had a trail running next to our site that led to another site tucked back a bit. A family with an infant was staying there. Great people, and they walked through a few times, so any movement going through the night I just assumed it was them. I slept in a hammock roughly 6 feet off the ground, wrapped in a bunch of blankets. Early morning, I wake up to the sound of leaves crunching while someone slowly approached me and stood over for a few moments. Then they slowly walked away. I had the worst feeling in the pit of my stomach. I quickly unwrapped myself to find a teen/young adult leaning over my friend in her hammock. He was reaching for something on her when she woke up and started to yell for him to get out of there. He was like, "Oh, I was just looking at your campsite." Turns out he was reaching for her knife on her belt. Mind you, we had all of our gear, Bluetooth speakers, weed, beer, and electronics, on the camp table. Bad idea. But this guy didn't care about any of that. Just wanted our knife. It was like 5 a.m., and I wasn't going back to sleep, so we left. As we're driving out of the campground, we see this same kid. He smiles and waves at us. I haven't felt safe while camping since, and will only camp if I have a guy with me. I was 12, camping with my family in New Jersey. I took our dog for a long walk around the campground perimeter, and there was farmland next door. Well, there was old barbed wire under the grass that must have been from the farm, and sure enough, I stepped into it halfway up my calf. I was yelling for help and crying from the pain. I told my dog to go get Dad, and off he went. Then, gunshots. I looked and saw the farmer far away running across the field with a rifle, and every few feet he stopped and took a shot at me. I was trapped. Couldn't move. Couldn't lay down. Then sure enough, my dog arrives with like 15 people. He must have really made it clear. They got me free, but when I looked up, there was no farmer, and no one heard the shots. Not my story, but a close friend's. They were camping as a family, a mom, a dad, and 2 small girls in Washington State. They hiked up into the mountains for like 10 miles before setting up camp. Everything was great until about a half an hour after dark. They heard someone coming up the trail. No lights, just walking steps. The footsteps stopped outside their tent. My friend's spouse unzipped the tent to see who it was. There was a nearly naked man with wild hair and a huge beard standing outside staring at him. "Zip in the stats" is the only thing he said to them. My friend starts freaking out. Why is a nearly naked man trying to get them to zip stats? What stats exactly? How does one zip a stat? It was too far to hike back to the car in the dark, so they zipped up the tent and basically stayed awake all night while the man sat near their fire pit. At first light, they repacked and hiked back to their car. The man followed them most of the way. They didn't see him do any drugs, and he had nowhere to keep his stash since they only seen a fancy loincloth. About halfway to the car, he disappeared behind them on the trail. They hoped that they could put the incident in the past and forget about it, and they almost could, until they got to their car and saw that someone had written in car soap or chalk, "Zip in the stats," on every window of their car. I went car camping with my 6-year-old on a private campground last year. I've camped a million times, but this was the first time I had taken her by myself. That night, we settled in after a good day on the river. The moon was nearly full, and you could see so clearly. There was no need for a flashlight, and we were in a pretty open clearing. She fell asleep almost immediately, but for some reason I was extremely on edge and couldn't sleep. I felt like something was watching us, but I chalked it up to being alone with my small child. After a few hours of struggling to calm my nerves, she wakes up needing to use the bathroom. Now, I'm thinking I really do not want to get out of this car, but I put my brave face on and we step out of the SUV. She was totally fine, but as soon as we step into the moonlight, this child screams at the top of her lungs, "What is that?" while literally crawling up onto my back. The sense of dread hit me, and I'm looking all around not seeing a thing. I'm asking, "Where? What do you see? I'm not seeing it." Trying to keep her calm, but she's screaming, "Right there! What is that? Right there!" as if it's directly in front of us and I'm blind. I scoop her up and run to the safety of the bathrooms because I truly believe that she saw something that I couldn't see. My heart is racing, and I'm asking what she saw. She keeps saying she doesn't know what it was and can't describe it to me. We do our business, and I look out not seeing anything. I pick her up and get us back in the car where she immediately falls back asleep, and I do not get a wink until morning. Needless to say, we did not stay another night, but it was hands down the most scary experience I've had while camping. I don't know what she saw, but I had never seen her react like that to anything in her life. In 2020, my mom, a female in her 60s, and I, a female in my 30s, decided to go on an overnight camping trip together on the Oregon coast. I picked what looked like a pretty campsite from a campsite app, and off we went. When we get there, we realized it was right off the highway, but there were enough trees and a fence up front that you couldn't really see the road. But the gate was just a metal gate that swung into place, no locks. There was a house on either side, but the property was fenced in on both sides. We pitched the tent pretty far back, close to the woods on the back of the property. The closest house was about 100 yards away, and the highway was about 200 yards. But again, it was all mostly fenced in and surrounded by tall firs. It was a lovely sight, and my mom raved about how beautiful and peaceful it was. I will say that I got a feeling of dread as soon as we walked onto the property, but we arrived late, and I didn't know if we'd be able to get a new spot quickly. My mom could tell that I was nervous, but for some reason I put her enjoyment of the beauty and of the campsite over my feeling of dread. We made a nice campfire and enjoyed some hot chocolate as we watched the fire. I kept an eye out and didn't see or hear anything odd. If I remember correctly, my mom went to bed before I did and stayed up and watched the fire for a long time before going to bed. Finally, I tucked in, very exhausted from staying up. At about 2 a.m., I awoke to twigs snapping and what sounded like someone dragging their fingers on the side of the tent, up to the front. I sat up and grabbed up my phone and the only weapon I had, a large flashlight, and unzipped my sleeping bag in case I needed to fight anyone. There was a full moon that night, and I couldn't tell if it was a person's shadow falling on the tent, or if it was a tree branch shadow moving from the wind. It sounded like there were two people outside trying to be quiet. We had brought our boots inside, so there was no indicator of who was in the tent. It felt like they were trying to gauge the tent while I was listening for where they were. I had made sure to make enough noise so that they knew that someone inside was alert, but no more than that. If they know someone is awake, they can't surprise us, but they also don't know who is inside and whether or not we have guns. I sat there in the dark until dawn. My mom slept through the whole thing. When we got up and out of the tent, small things had been moved. Our camp chairs had cup holders. One cup that had been in a cup holder was on the ground. A pen that had been in a cup holder was also on the ground. My mom raves about how good her sleep was and how refreshing it was to camp there, so I didn't want to burst her bubble or scare her. We packed up and I didn't tell her, but I let her have a nice memory of deep rest and relaxation while camping on this beautiful property. Was it someone living in the woods? Someone walking down the highway in the middle of the night? Creepy neighbors? Who knows? My mom got a great experience, and I got a refund and a fear of camping. The property owner said that they might set up cameras to keep an eye on things in the future. People scare me more than anything else that could be out there. Anyway, listen to your gut. We should have found another campsite, or at least a hotel. So I've been sitting on this experience a while. I guess just not wanting to make a big deal out of nothing. But after reading some of the stories here and on other related subs, I would really like an answer to what I experienced. Back in about March of this year, I went camping with a friend, my boyfriend, and 3 dogs. My friend slept in his tent with his dog, and I slept in my tent with my 2 dogs and my boyfriend. My friend's tent was about 30 feet away from ours, and we were camping in the North Georgia mountains off an old Forest Service road. We were right next to a creek. For context, I'm an experienced backpacker, and am familiar with the usual nighttime sounds like rustling in the leaves, sticks breaking, cicadas, etc. I have a lot of experience camping by myself, so it's rare that I get spooked out by anything other than humans nearby, as I'm aware of the dangers of traveling solo as a woman. However, this particular night, I wake up in the middle of the night with a sense of absolute dread that I've never had before. I check my phone, and it's about 3:30 to 4 a.m. I really had to use the bathroom, and was debating on whether I wanted to try to put on my hiking boots and venture outside, or just try and hold it until daylight. I didn't want to wake up the dogs, because if they heard me putting on my boots, they'd likely want to go outside to go to the bathroom as well. I'm still in the tent. That's when I notice it. It's almost like a hum, but not in the pleasant way where it's a tune or anything like that. It's a low-pitched hum that was reverberating throughout the campsite and forest, and through my body. It had 2 tones. It started with a relatively higher pitch, and would switch to the relatively lower pitch after a period of time. Then it would start over without a break in the sound at all. It wasn't soft either. It felt like it was covering the entire wooded area that we were in. It didn't sound like an animal, a person, a machine, or anything that I've ever heard before. At this point, I absolutely couldn't hold off on the bathroom trip any longer. I quickly put on my hiking boots and quietly tell the dogs to stay put. My boyfriend is still sleeping. I unzip the tent and go outside, and the entire campsite was covered in this spooky fog. But it felt like it was my vision that was foggy, not the actual air. I couldn't see a thing. The 2-tone humming then got louder. I do my business maybe 5 feet from the tent. Sorry, but there was no way that I was venturing any further than that. and quickly nope the heck back into my tent and bury myself into my sleeping bag with a sweatshirt over my head to try and drown out/ignore the humming. The dogs raise their heads and growl a few times throughout this experience, but that isn't unusual for them when camping. I never saw any figures or lights in the woods, but I was also not looking for them and was trying to ignore the entire experience. Does anyone know what this humming could have been? My brother is 2 years older than me, and we've probably spent 10,000 hours and then some in the woods together. Whether it was building forts/BMX tracks to LARPing and hunting, we've traveled across the US exploring caves, canyons, cliff diving, mountain biking, camping, hunting whitetail mule deer, wild boar, etc. since 2016 when we get the time off. I feel like adding this is important because there's genuinely nothing I wouldn't do or fear when I have him by my side. But this time was different, and we both felt it. We've had our fair share of adventures and stories to tell of all sorts, but this one has felt like a lingering stain on my memory. We were both in our mid-20s, and it was 2019, and this was probably my 5th time hunting the area, and the first I brought my brother along. It's a large forest area of public land that has a few county roads, which are basically 2 tracks that stretch miles throughout the area. We make the trip up in my truck with our tents, 3 in total, 1 for each of us and another to change in and keep our gear in. Without making this long-winded, we set up camp a couple of miles from the truck, which we drove for quite a few miles through the trails. Basically the middle of nowhere. The nearest main road is probably 8 to 10 miles away. We arrived late in the night, set up camp, and quickly fell asleep after a long trip. We then spent the next day scouting/tracking, then made back to camp for the night. We cooked and then ate, had some beers, and we just messed around. The night was still early, but we had a long day and decided to head off for the night. Everything up until this point was normal. I was suddenly awoken to something smacking my tent and hearing my brother's voice call my name. I knew something was off. I called back to him, and he immediately unzipped my tent and made his way inside. I could tell that he was disturbed when I went to ask him what was wrong, and he immediately grabbed my shoulder and told me to shush. The sun wasn't up yet, so I think it was around 4:30 to 5-ish a.m. We sat in my tent, and what we heard still confuses me to this day. I can only explain it as whale sounds, different tones of extremely loud noise that I could feel throughout my body. It would come and go, but there would only be a few seconds of silence in between the sounds. It would vary from high-pitched squeals and everything in between to very low sounds that had literal ground-shaking reverb. I regrettably didn't think to grab my phone or record anything, because what I was hearing didn't seem real, and in the moment I was awestruck. The sound went on until daylight started to break. I believe it was about an hour, but I'm not really sure. Neither of us spoke, and at the time it felt like I could feel the energy around me, almost like my body was covered in white noise, if that makes any sense. It wasn't even minutes after the sound stopped. It started to rain, and one of the craziest thunderstorms while I was camping happened. The forecast didn't predict or account for any rain the days that we were going to be there prior to making the trip. All the stakes for the tent and our gear was in completely ripped out of the ground, and both of our tents had multiple stakes ripped out as well. Those things we drove into the ground with an axe, and would take some insane force to unearth even a single one. My brother dismisses it, and won't even talk to me about it, saying it was just machinery being dragged. But at the time, we both shared the same feeling of fear and dread. It just seems odd. It was still the middle of the night, and we were so far removed from any nearby communities or industry to hear and experience this occurrence. This was about 5 years ago. Me, my mom, and my dad were camping at Mary Jane Thurston State Park, just outside of Grand Rapids, Ohio. It was around the end of August / the beginning of September. Our campsite was in the front part of the campgrounds. Leading up to the 2 separate incidents, we occasionally heard what we thought could have been a bird, or some kind of screaming or screeching up in the trees. Or at least it sounded like it was coming from the top of the trees. We'd hear it almost every night, but in a different location. We'd hear it in the trees behind us one night. Then the next night, it would come from the other end of the campgrounds. Then the night after, we'd hear it from across the road. I've listened to the sounds of different animals, including owls, to see if that was the noise we heard, but nothing is even close. Occasionally, we'd hear what sounded like branches being snapped, but thought nothing of it. I had my own tent, and that detail is somewhat important as it factors into the second incident. The first incident, my dad woke up in the middle of the night to what sounded like someone was rummaging through the ice chest, which was setting between our tents. He said he then heard whoever or whatever it was shut the cooler and walk away. He told my mom about it the next day. The odd thing was that nothing was missing from the cooler. The second incident happened right after the first one. I had a small little TV and my game console in my tent. I was watching a movie when I hear something approaching our campsite. Whatever it is went through the cooler again. I could hear the ice moving around as it was rummaging through the cooler. I was as still and as quiet as possible, but whoever, or I should say whatever it was, knew I was awake because I decided to put its massive hand on the side of my tent and push it in. I was frozen with fear and didn't know what to do. It felt like forever, but was only about 20 seconds before it took its hand from my tent and walked away. I didn't even think about looking for tracks the next day. We don't have bears in this part of Ohio, so I definitely know that it wasn't a bear. This thing didn't take anything from the ice chest, despite going through it twice. I know when it put its hand on my tent and pushed it in a little, I was frozen with fear. We know it wasn't some homeless person or anyone else, because there was maybe 5 campsites that had anyone, and they were in the back part of the campground. In May of 2009, I had just broken up with my girlfriend of almost 3 years. We had moved from Calgary to Toronto, and we were still stuck living together after the breakup, as we didn't know many people in the city yet. Needless to say, the situation was pretty stressful and upsetting. So when a buddy I was going to school with at the time suggested a weekend camping / fishing trip, I jumped at the chance. He grew up in an area about an hour outside of Toronto called Flamborough. It's really beautiful. Loads of lush forests, farmers' fields, and small rivers and creeks. We decided to camp and fish along a creek called Grindstone Creek. It's close to some wetlands and the fishing is supposed to be great. We ended up setting up our camp in what was probably a farmer's field. I'm guessing it was trespassing on our part, bordered by a gorgeous forest. We spent the evening fishing, shooting the crap, and drinking some quality craft beers. As it got darker, we made a little fire and roasted potatoes and hot dogs. All in all, it was a really good night. We turned in just after midnight. We shared a tent. My buddy fell asleep before me, and I stayed up playing on my phone until probably 1:30. I must have drifted off, because the next thing I remember was being woken up by a high-pitched yipping type noise. I was kind of groggy, and it took me a moment to fully wake up. The yipping was incessant, and it sounded like a weird coyote. I laid there for a moment listening, and then started playing on my phone again. The noise was annoying. I tried ignoring it, but it sounded like it was getting closer. Finally, it sounded like it had to be no more than 10 feet from the tent. At this point, I was getting a little unsettled. I had seen coyotes in Calgary before, and I thought of them as pretty harmless. They never looked much bigger than a smallish dog. But what if this one was rabid or something? What if it could smell our food? I have a pretty bad anxiety disorder, so I'm prone to worrying about these types of things. I nudged my buddy to see if he was awake, and he was. The noise woke him up too. We discussed what to do about the coyote, as we hadn't brought anything to scare off critters. Not a BB gun, nothing. Finally, he decided he would shine the flashlight on it and holler a lot, hopefully scaring him off. He unzipped the tent, and I watched him pointing the flashlight out into the darkness. I'll never forget what happened next. His legs suddenly went all wobbly, and he sort of stumbled backwards into the tent. He had a really dumbfounded look on his face when he looked at me and babbled. "It's not a coyote, dude. It's a dude. Some weird dude." Normally, I would have thought he was messing with me. I'm a huge wimp and scare easily. I won't even watch horror movies. But I've never seen someone look that scared. And I never want to see that expression on someone's face again. So I knew that he wasn't pulling my leg. The weird yipping and howling noises were still going on. And in retrospect, it really didn't sound like a coyote. But I guess in our groggy states, it was a way for our brains to make sense of it. Anyways, he kept telling me to just look out the tent flap to make sure that he's not crazy. At this point, I was having a full-blown anxiety attack. My heart was racing. I felt like crap, but I had to look. So I slowly peeked out the flap and waited for my eyes to adjust. And that's when I saw him. He was standing only a few arms lengths away from the tent. He was swaying a little and wearing a baseball cap. What made it awful, though, what was really creepy, was that he was wearing women's lingerie. That's when I knew that there was most likely something very wrong with this guy, if the making high-pitched noises at a stranger's tent in the middle of the night didn't give it away. After I pulled my head back inside the tent, my buddy and I discussed what to do. Finally, we decided to yell at the guy to leave us alone. My buddy started yelling, "Excuse me, can you leave us alone? We're trying to sleep in here." The noise stopped. It was dead silent, and that's when we heard footsteps running towards our tent. They stopped right outside the tent, but we didn't waste any time. We started yelling again. "Seriously, leave us alone. We have cell phones in here. If you don't leave us alone, we're going to call the cops." With that, we heard him walk by the tent and head off. Sounded like he was moving towards the road. Needless to say, we laid awake, petrified until the first signs of sunlight. Then we hightailed it the heck out of there. We discussed our experience on the way home, and we're both pretty embarrassed about how scared we got. It definitely was not manly on either of our parts. I think because we were both ashamed of how we let some weirdo freak us out so much. We haven't ever talked about it since that day. So there you go. There's my weird story. I'll always wonder what the heck that guy was doing out there, or what was wrong with him. Sometimes I wonder if things could have turned out differently if we were a couple of girls. I'm not saying that he was some serial killer, but it seemed like he was testing who was in the tent. I guess I'll never know. And for that, I'm kind of glad. I always wanted to try the car life thing after watching so many YouTubers who live in their cars and travel around the country. I lived in Fort Lauderdale for 5 years and thought I would be stuck there, and that was it. Then the pandemic hit, and when I checked my bank account, I was back paid thousands of dollars. Before I know it, I'm packing up all of my stuff, and the landlord said that I could leave all my furniture and that was fine. Now I'm on 95 heading north, laughing, and actually leaving and couldn't believe it. I managed to get a hang of the whole car life thing and became more comfortable stealth parking in different places and not being detected. I had not done any off-grid stuff yet, but was more comfortable by the time I reached Lake Tahoe. I was hiking and asked some guy with his dog, he was a local, if he knew where I could find a place to sleep in my car. because Tahoe seemed tricky. He said that there was a place right up in the mountain called Hope Valley. It sounded good, so off I went. Lake Tahoe is already very high in altitude, so this was a few thousand feet higher than that. It was this past July. As I reached the area, I saw a small parking lot that was an entrance to a wildlife nature preserve. It was closed and empty, so that would do. I'm all settled in with my blanket, and the sun is setting and the temperature plummets. Before I know it, it's pitch black and visibility is 0. I start to hear wolves howling, and at this point, I'm game. This was the experience I wanted. It was a little creepy, but I was fine. I was living what I would normally be watching on my YouTube in my apartment. Before the sun went down, I noticed their garbage cans that were overfilled 15 feet behind the car from the entrance to the preserve. I finally drifted off to sleep and was awakened by something at 3 a.m. You couldn't see anything. It was so dark. And then I heard footsteps, heavy ones, right outside my door. And at this point, I'm scared as all heck being a New York City boy. Then something brushes up against the car. I'm scared and don't know what to do. I wait for a couple of minutes. Then I open the door, run around the car as fast as I could, and got in the driver's side. I drove down the mountain and slept in a Motel 7 parking lot like a baby. Never made it through my first and only off-grid car camping adventure, and I won't forget it. The only other time that trip that something creepy happened was in Mount Shasta. I drove halfway up the mountain, parked on the side of the road and got out, and started walking into this trail. I made it about 70 yards in and heard a low growl. I never ran so hard back to my car in my life. The rest of the trip was the best hiking I've ever done in Montana.